Chapter 1 of The Bright Messenger by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Douglas Nelson. The Bright Messenger. Chapter 1. Edward Fillery, so far as may be possible to a man of normal passions and emotions, took a detached view of life and human nature. At the age of 38, he still remained a spectator, a searching, critical, analytical, yet chiefly perhaps a sympathetic spectator, before the great performance whose stage is the planet and whose performers and auditorium are humanity. Knowing himself outcast, an unwelcome deadhead at the play, he had yet felt no bitterness against the parents whose fierce, illicit passion had deprived him of an honorable seat. The first shock of resentment over, he had faced the situation with a tolerance which showed an unusual charity, an exceptional understanding in one so young. He was 20 when he learned the truth about himself, and it was his wondering analysis as to why two loving humans could be so careless of their offspring's welfare, when the rest of nature took such pains in the matter, that first betrayed perhaps his natural aptitude. He had the innate gift of seeing things as they were, undisturbed by personal emotion, while yet asking himself with scientific accuracy why and how they came to be so. These were invaluable qualities in the line of knowledge and research he chose for himself as psychologist and doctor. The terms are somewhat loose. His longing was to probe the motives of conduct in the first place, and in the second to correct the results of wrong conduct by removing faulty motives. Psychiatrist and healer, therefore, were his more accurate titles. Psychiatrist and healer, in due course, he became. His father, an engineer of ability and enterprise, prospecting in the remoter parts of the Caucasus for copper, and making a comfortable fortune in so doing, was carried off his feet suddenly by the beauty of a Caucasian peasant girl, daughter of a shepherd in these lonely and majestic mountains, whose intolerable grandeur may well intoxicate a man to madness. A dangerous and disgraceful episode it seems to have been between John Fillery, hitherto of steady moral fibre, and this strange, lovely pagan girl, whose savage father hunted the pair of them high and low for weeks before they finally eluded him in the azalea valleys beyond Artvine. Great passion, possibly great love, born of this enchanted land whose peaks touch heaven, while their lower turfy slopes are carpeted with lilies, azaleas, rhododendrons, contributed to the birth of Edward, who first saw the light in a secret chamber of a dirty Tiflis house above the Kora torrent. That same night, when the sun dipped beneath the Black Sea waters 200 miles to the westward, his mother had looked for the last time upon her northern lover and her wild Caucasian mountains. Edward, however, persisted, visible emblem of a few weeks' primal passion in a primal land. Intense desire, born in this remote wilderness of amazing loveliness, lent him perhaps a strain of illicit, almost unearthly yearning, a secret nostalgia for some lost veil of beauty that held fiercer sunshine, mightier winds, and fairer flowers than those he knew in this world. At the age of 4, he was brought to England. His Russian memories faded, though not the birthright of his primitive blood. Settling in London, his father increased his fortune as consulting engineer, but did not marry. To the short, vehement episode he had given of his very best, he remained true to his gorgeous memory and his sin. The cream of his life, its essence and its perfume, had been spent in those wild, wind-swept azalea valleys beyond Artvine. The azalea honey was in his blood, the scent of the lilies in his brain. He still heard the Kora and Ryan foaming down towards ancient Colchis. Edward embodied for him the spirit of these sweet, passionate memories. He loved the boy, he cherished and he spoilt him. but Edward had stuff in him that rendered spoiling harmless. A vigorous, independent youngster, he showed firmness and character as a lad. To the delight of his father, he knew his own mind early, reading and studying on his own account, possessed at the same time by a vehement love of nature and outdoor life that was far more than the average English boy's inclination to open air and sport. There lay some primal quality in his blood that was of ancient origin and leaned towards wildness. There seemed almost at the same time a faunish strain that turned away from life. As a tiny little fellow, he had that strange touch of creative imagination other children have also known, an invisible playmate. It had no name, as it apparently had no sex. The boy's father could trace it directly to no fairy tale read or heard. Its origin in the child's mind remained a mystery. Yet its characteristics were unusual, even for such fanciful imaginings. Too full-fledged to have been created gradually by the boy's loneliness, it seemed half goblin and half nature spirit. It replaced, at any rate, the little brothers and sisters who were not there, and the father, led by his conscience possibly to divine or half-divine its origin, met the pretense with sympathetic encouragement. It came usually with the wind, moreover, and went with the wind, and wind accordingly excited the child. "Listen, father," he would exclaim when no air was moving anywhere and the day was still as death. Then, plop, so there you are, as though it had dropped through empty space and landed at his feet. "It came from a tremendous height," the child explained. "The wind's up there, you see, today." Which struck the parent's mind as odd, because it proved later true. An upper wind, far in the higher strata of air, came down an hour or so afterwards and blew into a storm. Fire and flowers, too, were connected with this invisible playmate. "He'll make it burn, father," the child said convincingly when the chimney smoked and the coals refused to catch, and then became very busy with his friend in the grate and about the hearth, just as though he helped and superintended what was being invisibly accomplished. "It's burning better, anyhow," agreed the father, astonished in spite of himself, as the coals began to glow and spurt their gassy flames. "Well done. I am very much obliged to you and your little friend." "But it's the only thing he can do. He likes it. It's his work, really, don't you see? Keeping up the heat and things."
"Oh, it's his natural job, is it? I see, yes. But my thanks to him all the same."
"Thank you very much," said grave Edward, aged 5, addressing his tiny friend among the fire-irons. "I'm much obliged to you." Edward was a bit older when the flower incident took place, with the geranium that no amount of care and coaxing seemed able to keep alive. It had been dying slowly for some days, when Edward announced that he saw its inside flitting about the plant, but unable to get back into it. "It's got out, you see, and can't get back into its body again, so it's dying."
"Well, what in the world are we to do about it?" asked his father.
"I'll ask," was the solemn reply. "Now I know," he cried, delighted, after asking his question of the empty air and listening for the answer. "Of course, now I see. Look, father, there it is, its spirit." He stood beside the flower and pointed to the earth in the pot.
"Dear me, yes. Where do you see it? I don't see it quite."
"He says I can pick it up and put it back, and then the flower will live." The child put out a hand as though picking up something that moved quickly about the stem.
"What's it look like?" asked his father quickly.
"Oh, sort of triangles and things with lines and corners," was the reply, making a gesture as though he caught it and popped it back into the red drooping blossoms. "There you are. Now you're alive again. Thank you very much, please." This last remark to the invisible playmate who was superintending.
"A sort of geometrical figure, was it?"
inquired the father next day, when, to his surprise, he found the geranium blooming in full health and beauty once again.
"That's what you saw, eh?"
"It was its spirit, and it was shiny red, like fire," the child replied. "It's heat. Without these things, there'd be no flowers at all." "Who makes everything grow?" he asked suddenly, a moment later.
"You mean, what makes them grow?"
"Who?" he repeated with emphasis. "Who builds the bodies up and looks after them?"
"Ah, the structure, you mean, the form."
Edward nodded. His father had the feeling he was not being asked for information, but was being cross-examined. A faint pressure, as of uneasiness, touched him.
"They develop automatically. That means naturally, under the laws of nature," he replied.
"And the laws? Who keeps them working properly?" The father, with a mental gulp, replied that God did. "A beetle's body, for instance, or a daisy's, or an elephant's?" persisted the child, undeceived by the theological evasion. "Or mine? Or a mountain's?" John Fillery racked his brain for an answer, while Edward continued his list to include sea anemones, frost patterns, fire, wind, moon, sun, and stars. All these forms to him were bodies, apparently. "I know!" he exclaimed suddenly with intense conviction, clapping his hands together and standing on his toes.
"Do you indeed? Then you know more than the rest of us."
"They do, of course," came the positive announcement. "The other kind. It's their work. Yours, for instance." He turned to his playmate, but so naturally and convincingly that a chill ran down his father's spine as he watched. "Is fire, isn't it? You showed me once. And water stops you, but wind helps you." And he continued long after his father had left the room. With advancing years, however, Edward either forgot his playmate or kept its activities to himself. He no longer referred to it, at any rate. His energies demanded a bigger field. He roamed the fields and woods, climbed the hills, stayed out all night to see the sunrise, made fires even when fires were not exactly needed, and hunted with Red Indians and with what he called windy fire people everywhere. He was never in the house. He ran wild. Great open spaces, trees and flowers were what he liked. The sea, on the other hand, alarmed him. Only wind and fire comforted him and made him happy and full of life. He was a playmate of wind and fire. Water, in large quantities at any rate, was inimical. With concealed approval, masking a deep love fulfilled yet incomplete, his father watched the growth of this fiercer strain that mere covert shooting could not satisfy, nor ordinary sporting holidays appease.
"England's too small for you, Edward, isn't it?" he asked once tentatively, when the boy was about 15.
"The English people, you mean, father?"
"You find them dull, don't you? And the island a bit cramped, eh?"
Edward waited without replying. He did not quite understand what his indulgent father intended, or was leading up to.
"You'd like to travel and see things and people for yourself, I mean."
He watched the boy without, as he thought the latter noticing. The answer pleased but puzzled him. "We're all much the same, aren't we?" said Edward.
"Well, with differences, yes we are. But still—"
"It's only the same over and over again, isn't it?" Then, while his father was thinking of this reply, and of what he should say to it, the boy asked suddenly, with arresting intensity, "Are we the only people? The only sort of beings, I mean? Just men and women like us all over the world? No others of any sort? Bigger, for instance, or more wild and wonderful?" Then he added, a thrust of strange yearning in his face and eyes, "More beautiful?" He almost whispered the last words. His father winced. He divined the origin of that strange inquiry. Upon those immense and lonely mountains, distant in space and time for him, Imagination, rich and pagan, ran, he well knew, to vast and mighty beings, superior to human, benignant and maleficent, akin to the stimulating and exhilarating conception of the gods, and certainly non-human.
"Nothing, Edward, that we know of. Why should there be?"
"Oh, I don't know, Dad. I just wondered, sometimes. But, as you say, we've not a scrap of evidence, of course."
"Not a scrap," agreed his father. "Poetic legends ain't evidence."
The mind ruled the heart in Edward. He had his father's brains, at any rate, and all his powers and longings focused in a single line that indicated plainly what his career should be. The public schools could help him little. He went to Edinburgh to study medicine. He passed eventually with all possible honors, and the day he brought home the news, his father, dying, told him the secret of his illegitimate birth. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Bright Messenger by Algernon BLACKWOOD. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Bright Messenger. Chapter 2. The subsequent 20 years or so may be summarized. Alone in the world, of a loving, passionate nature, he deliberately set all thought of marriage on one side as an impossibility, and directed his entire energy into the acquirement of knowledge, reading, studying, experimenting far outside the circle of the ordinary medical man. The attitude of detachment he had adopted became a habit. He believed it was now his nature. The more he learned of human frailty and human faculties, the greater became the charity he felt towards his fellow kind. In his own being, it seemed, lay something big, sweet, simple, a generosity that longed to share with others, a tolerance more ready to acquit than to condemn, above all, a great gift of understanding sympathy that, doubtless, was the explanation of his singular insight. Rarely he found it in him to blame. Forgiveness, based upon the increasing extent of his experience, seemed his natural view of human mistakes and human infirmities. His one desire, his one hope, was to serve the race. Yet he himself remained aloof. He watched the play, but took no part in it. This forgiveness, too, began at home. His grievance had not soured or dejected him, his father's error presenting itself as a problem to be pondered over rather than a sin to blame. Some day, he promised himself, he would go and see with his own eyes the Caucasian tribe whence his blood was partially derived, whence his un-English yearnings for a wilder scale of personal freedom amid an unstained, majestic nature were first stolen. The inherited picture of a Caucasian veil of loveliness and liberty lay, indeed, very deep in his nature, emerging always like a symbol when he was profoundly moved. At any crisis in his life it rose beckoning, seductive, haunting beyond words. Curious, ill-defined emotions with it that drove him towards another standard, another state, to something, at any rate, he could neither name nor visualize, yet that seemed to dwarf the only life he knew. About it was a touch of strange, unearthly radiance that dimmed existence as he knew it. The shine went out of it. There was involved in this symbolic valley something wholly new both in color, sound, and outline, yet that remained obstinately outside definition. First, however, he must work, develop himself, and broaden, deepen, extend in every possible way the knowledge of his kind that seemed his only love. He began in a very practical way, setting up his plate in a mean quarter of the great metropolis, healing, helping, learning with his heart as well as with his brain, observing life at closest quarters from its beginning to its close, his sympathies becoming enriched the more he saw, and his mind groping its way towards clearer insight the more he read, thought, studied. His wealth made him independent. His tastes were simple, his wants few. He observed the great play from the pit and gallery, from the wings, from behind the scenes as well. Moving then into the stalls, into a wealthier neighborhood, that is, he repeated the experience among another class, finding, however, little difference except in the greater artificiality of his types, the larger proportion of mental and nervous ailments, of hysteria, delusion, imaginary troubles, and the like. The infirmities due to idleness, inflamed vanity, and luxury offered a new field, though to him a less attractive one. The farther from simplicity, from the raw facts of living, the more complicated, yet the more trivial, the resulting disabilities. These, however, were quite as real as those, and harder indeed to cure. Idle imagination, fostered by opportunity and means, yet forced by conventionality to wear infinite disguises, brought a strange, if far from a noble, crop of disorders into his ken. Yet he accepted them for serious treatment, whatever his private opinion may have been, while his patience, tact, and sympathy, backed by his insight and great knowledge, brought him quick success. He was soon in a fair way to become a fashionable doctor. But the field he found was restricted somewhat. His quest was knowledge, not fame or money. He chose his cases where he could, though actually refusing nothing. He specialized more and more with afflictions of a mental kind. He was immensely successful in restoring proportion out of disorder. He revealed people to themselves. He taught them to recover lost hope and confidence. He used little medicine, but stimulated the will towards a revival of fading vitality. Autosuggestion, rather than suggestion or hypnotism, was his method. He healed. He began to be talked about. Then suddenly his house was sold, his plate was taken down, he vanished. Human beings object to sudden changes whose secret they have not been told and cannot easily guess. His abrupt disappearance caused talk and rumors, led, of course, by those chiefly disappointed women who had most reason to be grateful for past services. But if the words charlatan and quack were whispered, he did not hear them. He had taken the post of assistant in a lunatic asylum in a northern town, because the work promised him increase of knowledge and experience in his own particular field. The talk he left behind him mattered as little as the small pay attached to the humble duties he had accepted. London forgot him, but he did not forget what London had taught him. A new field opened, and in less than 2 years opportunity, combined with his undoubted qualifications, saw him head of an establishment where he could observe at first hand the facts and phenomena that interested him most. Humane treatment, backed by profound insight into the derangements of the poor human creatures under his charge, brought the place into a fame it had never known before. He spent 5 years there in profound study and experiment. He achieved new results and published them. His experimental psychology caused a sensation. His name was known. He was an authority. At this time he was well past 30, a tall, dark, distinguished-looking man, of appearance grave and even somber. Imposing, too, with his quiet, piercing eyes, but somber only until the smile lit up his somewhat rugged face. It was a face that nobody could lie to, but to that smile the suffering heart might tell its inmost secrets with confidence, hope, trust, and without reserve. There followed several years abroad, in Paris, Rome, St. Petersburg, Moscow. Vienna and Zurich he also visited to test there certain lines of research and to meet personally their originators. This period was partly a holiday, partly an opportunity to know at first hand the leaders in mental therapeutics, psychology, and the rest, and also that he might find time to digest and arrange his own accumulation of knowledge with a view, later, to undertaking the life work to which his previous experience was but preliminary. Fame had come to him unsought. His published works alone ensured his going down to posterity as a careful but daring and original judge of the human species and its possibilities. It was the supernormal rather than the merely abnormal powers that attracted him. In the subconscious, as equally in the superconscious, his deep experience taught him, lay amazing powers of both moral and physical healing, powers as yet but little understood, powers as limitless as they seemed incredible, as mysterious in their operation as they were simple in their accessibility. And autosuggestion was the means of using them. The great men whom he visited welcomed him with open arms, added to his data, widened yet further his mental outlook. Sought by high and low in many countries and in strangest cases, his experience grew and multiplied. His assortment of unusual knowledge was far-reaching, till he stood finally in wonder and amazement before the human being and its unrealized powers, and his optimism concerning the future progress of the race became more justified with every added fact. Yet perhaps his greatest achievement was the study of himself. It was probably to this deep, intimate, and honest research into his own being that his success in helping others was primarily due. For in himself, though mastered and coordinated by his steady will, rendered harmless by his saving sense of humor, and, as he believed, by the absence of any harbored grievance against others, in his very own being lay all those potential elements of disorder, those loose, unraveled threads of alien impulse and suppressed desire, which can make for dangerous disintegration, and thus produce the disturbing results classed generally under alienation and neurosis. The incongruous elements in him were the gift of nature. Know thyself was the saving attitude he brought to that gift, redeeming it. This phrase, borrowed, he remembered with a smile, for the portal of the ancient mysteries, remained his watchword. He was able to thank the fierce illicit love that furnished his body and his mental makeup for a richer field of first-hand study than years of practice among others could have supplied. He belonged by temperament to the unstable, but he was aware of it. He realized the two beings in him, the reasoning, scientific man and the speculative dreamer, visionary, poet. The latter wondered, dreamed among a totally different set of values, far below and out of sight. The deeper portion of himself was forever beating up for recognition, clamoring to be used, yet with a strange shyness that reminded him of a loving woman who cannot be certain her passion is returned. It hinted, threatened, wept, and even sulked. It rose like a flame, bringing its own light and wind, blessed his whole being with some divine assurance. And then, because not instantly accepted, it retired, leaving him empty, his mind colored with unearthly yearnings, with poignant regrets, yet perfumed as though the fairness of spring herself had lit upon his heart and kissed it into blossom on her passage north. It presented its amazing pictures and withdrew. Elusive, as the half-memory of some radiant dream whose wonder and sweetness had been intense to the point of almost pain, it hovered, floating just out of reach. It lay waiting for that sincere belief which would convince that its passion was returned. And a fleeting picture of a wild Caucasian valley, steeped in sunshine and flowers, was always the first sign of its awakening. Though not afraid of reason, it seemed somehow independent of the latter's processes. It was his reason, however, he well knew, that dimmed the light in its grand, terrible eyes, causing it to withdraw the instant he began to question. Precise, formal thinking shut the engines off and damped the furnaces. His love, his passion, nonetheless, were there, hiding with belief, until some bright messenger, bringing glad tidings, should reveal the method of harmonious union between reason and vision, between man's trivial normal faculties and his astounding supernormal possibilities. This element of feeling in our outlook on nature is a satisfaction in itself, but our plea for allowing it to operate in our interpretation of nature is that we get closer to some things through feeling than we do through science. The tendency of feeling is always to see things whole. We cannot, for our life's sake, and for the sake of our philosophical reconstruction, afford to lose in scientific analysis what the poets and artists and the lovers of nature all see. It is intuitively felt, rather than intellectually perceived, the vision of things as totalities, root and all in all, neither fancifully nor mystically, but sympathetically in their wholeness. To these words of Professor T. Arthur Thomson's he heartily subscribed, applying their principle to his own particular field. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Bright Messenger by Algernon Blackwood. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Bright Messenger, Chapter 3. The net result of his inquiries and research, when, at the age of nearly 40, he established his own private home for unusual, so-called hopeless cases in northwest London — it was free to all, and as spiritual clinique he thought of it sometimes with a smile — may be summed up in the single sentence that man is greater than he knows, and that completer realization of his full possibilities lies accessible to his subconscious and superconscious powers. Herein he saw indeed the chief hope of progress for humanity. And it was to the failures, the diseased, the evil, and the broken that he owed chiefly his inspiring optimism, since it was largely in collapse that occurred the sporadic upheaval of those supernormal forces which, controlled, coordinated, led, must eventually bring about the realization he foresaw. The purpose, however, of these notes is not to furnish a sensational story of various patients whom he studied, healed, or failed to heal. Its object is to give some details of one case in particular, whose outstanding peculiarities affected his theories and convictions, leaving him open-minded still, but with a breath of awe in his heart perhaps, before a possibility his previous knowledge had ruled entirely out of court, even if, which is doubtful, he had ever considered it as a possibility at all. He had realized early that the individual manifests but an insignificant portion of his being in his ordinary existence, the normal self being the tip of his consciousness only, yet whose fuller expression rises readily to adequate evocation. And it was the study of genius, of prodigy so-called, and of certain faculties shown sometimes in hysteria, that led him to believe these were small jets from a sea of power that might, indeed ought, to be realizable at will. The phenomena all pointed, he believed, to powers that seemed as superior to cerebral functions as they were independent of these. Man's possible field of being, in other words, seemed capable of indefinite extension. His heart glowed within him as he established, step by step, these greater powers. He dared to foresee a time when the limitations of separate personality would have been destroyed, and the vast brotherhood of the race become literally realized, its practical unity accomplished. The difficulties were endless and discouraging. The inventive powers of the bigger self, its astonishing faculty for dramatizing its content in every conceivable form, blocked everywhere the search for truth. It could, he found, also detach a portion of its content into a series of separate personalities, each with its individual morals, talents, tendencies, each with its distinct and separate memory. These fragments it could project, so to speak, masquerading convincingly as separate entities, using strange languages, offering detailed knowledge of other conditions, distant in time and space, suggesting indeed to the unwary that they were due to obsessing spirits, and leaving the observer in wonder before the potential capacity of the central self disgorging them. The human deaths included, beyond mere telepathy and extended telepathy, an expansion of consciousness so vast as to be apparently limitless. The past, on rare occasions even the future, lay open. The entire planetary memory, stored with rich and pregnant accumulated experience, was accessible and shareable. New aspects of space and time were equally involved. A vision of incredible grandeur opened gradually before his eyes. The surface consciousness of today was really rather a trumpery affair. The gross lethargy of the vast majority, vis-à-vis the greater possibilities, afflicted him. To this surface consciousness alone was so-called evil possible as ignorance. As ugly is only halfway to a thing, so evil is halfway to good. With the greater powers must come greater knowledge, shared as by instantaneous wireless over the entire planet. And misunderstanding, chief obstacle to progress always, would be impossible. A huge unity, sense of oneness, must follow. Moral growth would accompany the increase of faculty. And here and there, it seemed to him, the surface ice had thawed already a little. The pressure of the great deeps below caused cracks and fissures. Autosuggestion, prototype of all suggestion, offered mysterious hints of the way to reach the stupendous underworld, as the Christian scientists, the miraculous healers, the New Thought movement, saints, prophets, poets, artists were finding out. The subliminal, to state it shortly, might be the divine. This was the hope, though not yet the actual belief, that haunted and inspired him. Behind his personality lurked this strange, gigantic dream, ever beating to get through. In his private home, helping, healing, using his great gifts of sympathy and insight, he at the same time found the material for intimate study and legitimate experiment he sought. The building had been altered to suit his exact requirements. There were private suites, each with its door and staircase to the street. One part of it provided his own living quarters, shut off entirely from the patient side. In another, equally cut off and self-contained, yet within easy communication of his own rooms, lived Paul Debenham, his valued young assistant. There was a third private suite as well. The entire expenses he defrayed himself. Here, then, for a year or two, he worked indefatigably, with the measure of success and failure he anticipated. Here he dreamed his great dream of the future of the race, in whose progress and infinite capacities he hopefully believed. Work was his love, the advancement of humanity his God. The war availed itself of his great powers, as also of his ready-made establishment, both of which he gave without a thought of self. New material came as well from the battlefields into his ken. The effect of the terrible 5 years upon him was in direct proportion to his sincerity. His mind was not the type that shirks conclusions, nor fears to look facts in the face. For really new knowledge, he was ever ready to yield all previous theories, to scrap all he had held hitherto for probable. His mind was open, he sought only truth. The war, above all the peace, shook his optimism. If it did not wholly shatter his belief in human progress, it proved such progress to be so slow that his utopia faded into remotest distance, and his dream of perfectibility became the faintest possible star in his hitherto bright sky of hope. He felt shocked and stupefied. The reaction was greater than at first he realized. He had often pitied the mind that, aware only of its surface consciousness, uninformed by thrill or shift of the greater powers below and above, lived unwarned of its own immenser possibilities. To such, the evidence for extended human faculties must seem explicable by fraud, illusion, derangement, to be classed as abnormal rubbish worthy only of the alienist's attention as diseases. To him such minds, though able, with big intellects among them, had ever seemed a prejudiced, fossilized, prehistoric type. Restricted by their very nature, violently resisting new ideas, they might be intense within their actual scope, but with vision denied them, they never could be really great. One effect of the shock he had undergone will be evident by merely stating that he now understood this type of mind a good deal better than before. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Bright Messenger by Algernon Blackwood. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Bright Messenger, Chapter 4. The war was over, though the benefits of the long-anticipated peace still kept provocatively, exasperatingly out of reach, when about the middle of September Dr. Fillery received a letter that interested him deeply. The shattered world was still distraught, uneasy. Nervously eager to resume its former activities, it was yet waiting for the word that should give it the necessary confidence to begin. Doubt, insecurity, uncertainty everywhere dominated human minds. Those who hoped for a renewal of the easy, careless mood of pre-war days were dismayed to find this was impossible. Others, who had allowed an optimistic idealism to prophesy a new age, looked about them bewilderingly and in vain for signs of its fair birth. The latter, to whom perhaps Dr. Fillery belonged, were more bitterly disappointed, more cruelly shocked than the former. The race, it seemed to many unshirking eyes, had leapt back centuries at a single spring. The gulf of primal savagery which had gaped wide open for 5 years, proving the Stone Age close beneath the surface of so-called civilization, had not yet fully closed. Its jaws still dripped blood, hatred, selfishness. The race was still dislocated by the convincing disproof of progress, horrified at the fierce reality which had displaced the twopence-colored dream it had been complacently worshipping hitherto. Men in the mass undoubtedly were savages still. To Dr. Fillery, an honest, though not a necessarily fundamental pessimism, seemed justified. He believed in progress still, but as his habit was, he faced the facts. His attitude lost something of its original enthusiasm. Looking about him, he saw no big, constructive movement. The figure who more than any other was altering the face of the world with his ideas as well as his armies was avowedly destructive only. He found himself a sobered and a saddened man. His private home, having accomplished splendid work, had just discharged its last shell-shocked patient. It was now empty again. The staff, carefully chosen and proved by long service, dismissed on holidays. The building itself renovated and repaired against the arrival later of new patients that were expected. Debenham, his assistant, away for a period of rest in Switzerland, would be back in a week or two, and Dr. Fillery, before resuming his normal work, found himself with little to do but watch the progress of the cleaners, painters, and carpenters at work. Into this brief time of leisure dropped the strange, perplexing letter with an effect distinctly stimulating. It promised an unusual case. A patient, if patient the case referred to could properly be called, a young man who, if you decide after careful reflection to reject, can be looked after only by the state, which means, of course, an asylum for the insane. I know you are no longer head of the establishment in Liverpool, but that you confine yourself to private work along similar lines, though upon a smaller scale, and that you welcome only cases that have been given up as hopeless. I honor your courage and your sympathy. I know your skill. So far as a cure is conceivable, this one is hopeless, certainly, but its unusual, indeed its unique character entitles it, I believe, to be placed among your chosen few. Love, sympathy, patience, combined with the closest observation it urgently demands. And these qualities, associated with unrivaled skill, you must allow me again to think you alone possess among healers and helpers of strange minds. For over 20 years, in the solitudes of these Jura forests and mountains, I have cared for him as best I could, and with a devotion a child of my own might have expected. But now, my end not far away, I cannot leave him behind me here uncared for. Yet the alternative, the impersonal and formal care of an institute, must break my heart and his. I turn to you. My advanced age and growing infirmities in these days of unkind travel prohibit my bringing him over. Can your great heart suggest a means, since I feel sure you will not refuse the care of this strange being whose nature and peculiarities indicate your especial care and yours alone? Is it too much to wonder if you yourself could come and see him, here in the remote mountain chalet where I have tended and cared for him ever since his mother died in bearing him over 20 years ago? I have taught him what seemed wise and best. I have guarded and observed him. He knows little or nothing of an outside world of men and women, and is ignorant of life in the ordinary meaning of the word. What precisely he may be, to what stratum of consciousness he belongs, what kind of being he is, I mean— The last 2 lines were then scored through, though left legible. I feel with Arago that he is a rash man who pronounces the word impossible anywhere outside the sphere of pure mathematics. More sentences were here scored through. Dare I say, to you as master, teacher, great open-minded soul, that to human life, as we know it, he does not perhaps belong? In writing, in this letter, I find it impossible to give you full details. I had intended to set them down. My pen refuses. In the plain English at my disposal, well, simply, it is not credible. But I have kept full notes all these years, and the notes belong to you. I enclose an imperfect painting I made of him some 4 years ago. I am no artist. For background you must imagine what lay beyond my little skill, the blazing glory of the immense wood fires that he loves to make upon the open mountainside, usually at dawn after a night of prayer and singing, while waiting for the strange power he derives, as we all do indeed at second or third hand, from the worship of what is to him his mighty Father, the life-giving sun. Wind, as the messengers of the sun, he worships too. Both sun and wind, that is, produce an unusual state approaching ecstasy. Counting upon you, I have hypnotized him, suggesting that he forget all the immediate past, in fact to date, and telling him he will like you in place of me, though with him it is an uncertain method. I am now old in years. I have lived and loved, suffered and dreamed like most of us. My hands have been warmed at the fires of life, of which, let me add, I am not ignorant. You have known, I believe, my serious, as also my lighter imaginative books. My occasional correspondence with your colleague, Paul Debenham, has been of help and guidance to me. We are not, therefore, wholly strangers. The 20 years spent in these solitudes among simple peasant folk, with a single object of devotion to fill my days, have been, I would tell you, among the best of my long existence. My renouncement of the world was no renouncement. I am enriched with wonder and experience that amaze me, for the world holds possibilities few have ever dreamed of, and that I myself, filled as I am with the memory of their contemplation, can hardly credit even now. Perhaps, in an earlier stage of evolution, as Delboeuf believes, man was fully aware of all that went on within himself. A region since closed to us, owing to attention being increasingly directed outwards. Into some such region I have had a glimpse, it seems. I feel sometimes there was as much fact as fancy, perhaps, in the wise old Hebrew, who stated poetically, recently too, compared with the stretch of time my science deals with, the sons of God took to themselves daughters of the children of men. The letter here broke off, as though interrupted by something unexpected and unusual. It was signed, indeed, John Mason, but signed in pencil and at the bottom of an unwritten blank sheet. It had not all been written either at one time, or on the same day. There were intervals, evidently, perhaps of hours, perhaps of days, between the paragraphs. Dr. Fillery read, reread, then read again the strange epistle, coming each time to the same conclusion. The writer was dying in the very act of forming the last sentences. Their incoherence, the alteration in the style, were thus explained. He had felt the end of life so close that he had written his signature, probably addressed the envelope as well, knowing the page might never be filled up. It had not been filled up. Something behind the phrases, behind the intensity of the actual words, beyond the queer touches that revealed a mind betrayed by solitude, the hints possibly of a deluded intelligence, there was something that rang true and stimulated him more than ordinarily. The reference to Debenham, too, was definite enough. Dr. Fillery remembered vaguely a correspondence during recent crowded years with a man named Mason, living away in Switzerland somewhere, and that Debenham had asked him questions from time to time about what he called, with his rough and ready and half-humorous classification, pagan obsession, worshipper of fire and wind, referring it to the writer of the letters, named John Mason. Non-human delusion, he had also called it sometimes. They had come to refer to it, he remembered, as N.H., in fact. He now looked up those notes, for the mention of the books caused him an uncomfortable feeling of neglected opportunity, and John Mason was an honored name. "You know, I believe, my books," the writer said. Could this be, he asked himself anxiously, John Mason, the eminent geologist? Had Debenham not realized who he was? Must he blame his assistant, whose jealous care and judgment saved him so many foolish, futile, unreal cases, reserving what was significant and important only? The notes established his mistakes and his assistant's, perhaps intentional, ignorance. The writer of this curious letter was, unquestionably, the author of those fairy books for children, old and young, whose daring speculations had suggested that other types and races, ages even before the Neanderthal man, had dwelt side by side with what is known as modern man upon this time-worn planet. Behind the literary form of legend and fairy tale, however, lay a curious conviction. Atlantis was of yesterday compared with earlier civilizations, now extinct by fire and flood and general upheaval, which once may have inhabited the globe. The present evolutionary system, buttressed by Darwin and the rest, was but a little recent insignificant series, trivial both in time and space, when set beside the mightier systems that had come and gone. Their evidence he found not in clumsy fossils and footprints on cooled rocks, but in the minds of those who had followed and eventually survived them. Memories of Titan wars and mighty beings, and gods and goddesses of non-human kind, to whose different existence the physical conditions of an overheated planet presented no impossibility. The human species, this trumpery, limited, self-satisfied super-animal man, was not the only type of being. Yet John Mason, in his day, had held the chair at Edinburgh University. His lectures embodied common sense and knowledge, with acutest imaginative insight. His earliest writings were the textbooks of the time. His name, when Edward Fillery was medical student there, still hovered like well-loved incense above the old town towers. The notes now intrigued him. No blame attached to Debenham for having missed the cue. Debenham could not know everything. Geology was not in his line of work and knowledge, and Mason was a common name. Rather, he blamed himself for not having been struck by the oddness of the case. The Mason letters, the pagan obsession, worshipper of wind and fire, the strange N.H. "A competent indexer at any rate," he said to himself with a smile as he turned up the details easily. These were very scanty. Debenham evidently had deemed the case of questionable value. The letters from Mason, with the answers to them, he could not find. The slight record was headed Mason John, followed by an address: Chez Henri Petival, peasant, Jura Mountains, Vaud, French Switzerland, and details how to reach this apparently remote valley by mule and carriage and footpath. Name of Mason's protégé not given. Sex, male. Age, born 1895. Parentage, couple of mystical temperament, sincere but suffering from marked delusions, believers in magic, various but chiefly concerned with nature and natural forces, once known, forgotten today, of immense potency, accessible to certain practices of logical but undetailed kind, able apparently to intensify human consciousness. Subject of extremely quick intelligence, but betrays ignorance of human conditions. Intelligence superior to human, though sometimes inferior. Long periods of quiescence, followed by immense, almost superhuman activity and energy. Worships fire and air, chiefly the former, calling the sun his father and deity. Abhors confined space. This shown by intense desire for heat, which, together with free space, air, seem conditions of well-being. Fears, as in claustrophobia, both water and solidity, anything massive. Has great physical power, yet indifferent to its use. Women irresistibly attracted to him, but his attitude towards other sex seems one of gentleness and pity. Love means nothing. Has, on the other hand, extraordinarily high ideal of service. Is puzzled by quarrels and differences of personal kind. Half memories of vast system of myriad workers, ruled by this ideal of harmonious service. Faithful, true, honest. Falseness or lies impossible. Lovable, pathetic, helpless type. The notes broke off abruptly. Dr. Fillery, wondering a little that his subordinate's brief but suggestive summary had never been brought to his notice before, turned a moment to glance at the rough watercolor drawing he held in his hand. He looked at it for some moments with absorption. The expression of his face was enigmatical. He was more than surprised that Debenham had not drawn his attention to the case in detail. Placing his hand so as to hide the lower portion of the face, he examined the eyes, then turned the portrait upside down, gazing at the eyes afresh. He seemed lost in thought for a considerable time. A faint flush stole into his cheek, and a careful observer might have noticed an increase of light about the skin. He sighed once or twice, and presently, laying the portrait down again, he turned back to the dossier upon the table in front of him. "Very accurate and careful," he said to himself with satisfaction as he noticed the date Debenham had set against the entries, June 20th, 1914. The war, therefore, had interrupted the correspondence. Debenham had made further notes of his own in the margin here and there. Does this originate primarily from Mason's mind, communicated thence to his protégé? He agreed with his assistant's query. If so, was it transferred to Mason's mind before that? By the father or mother? The mother was, obviously, his, Mason's, great love. Yet the father was his life friend. Mason's great passion was suppressed. He never told it. It found no outlet. "Admirable," was the comment spoken below his breath. Boy born as result of some magical experiment intensely believed, not stated in detail, during course of which father died suddenly. Mason tended mother, then lived alone in remote place where all had occurred. Did Mason inherit entire content of parents' beliefs, dramatizing this by force of unexpressed but passionate love? Did not Mason's mind, thus charged, communicate whole business to the young mind he has since formed, a plastic mind uninfluenced by normal human surroundings and conditions of ordinary life? Transfer of a sex-inspired mania? Then followed another note, summarizing evidently Debenham's judgment. Not worth F's investigation until examined further. N.B. Look up Mason first opportunity and judge at first hand. Dr. Fillery, glancing from the papers to the portrait, smiled a little again as he signified approval. But the last entry interested him still more. It was dated July 13, 1914. Mason reports boy's prophecy of great upheaval coming. Entire race slips back into chaos of primitive life again. Entire Western civilization crumbles. Modern inventions and knowledge vanish. Nature spirits reappear. Desires return of all previous letters, these sent by registered post. A few scattered notes on separate sheets of paper lay at the end of the carefully typed dossier, but these were very incomplete, and Debenham's handwriting, especially when in pencil, was not of the clearest. Non-human claim, though absurd, not traceable to any antecedent causes given by letters. What is Mason's past mental and temperamental history? Is he not, through the parents, the cause? Mania seems harmless, both to subject and others. No suffering or unhappiness. Therefore, not a case for F, until further examined by self. Better see Mason and his subject first. Wrote July 24th, proposing visit. Dr. Fillery's eyes twinkled. His forehead relaxed. He looked back. He remembered details. Debenham's holiday that year, he recalled, was due on August 1st. He had intended going out mountain climbing in Switzerland. The final note of all, also in half-legible writing, seemed to refer to the treatment Mason had asked advice about, and the line Debenham had suggested. Natural life close to nature cannot hurt him, but I advise watching with fire and with heights, heat, air. That is, he may decide his physical body is irksome and seek to escape it. Teach him natural history, botany, geology, insects, animals, even astronomy, but always giving him reasons and explanations. Above all, let him meet girls of his own age and fall in love. Fullest natural expression, but guarded without his knowing it. For a long time, Dr. Fillery sat with the notes and papers before him, thinking over what he had read. Debenham's advice was clever enough, but without insight, sound and astute, yet lacking divination. The twinkle in his eyes caused by the final entry died away. His face was grave, his manner preoccupied, intense. He gazed long at the portrait in his hand. It was dusk when he finally rose, replaced the dossier, locked the cabinet, and went out into another room, and thence into the hall. Taking his hat and stick, he left the house, already composing in his mind the telegram instructing Debenham, while apologizing for the interrupted holiday, to bring the subject of the notes to England with him. A telegraph girl met him on the very steps of the house. He took the envelope from her and opened it. He read the message. It was dated Bâle, the day before. Arriving end week with interesting patient. Details index under Mason. Prepare private suite. Debenham. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5. Of the Bright Messenger, by Algernon Blackwood. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Bright Messenger. Chapter 5. It was, however, some 2 weeks later before Dr. Fillery was on his way to the station to meet Debenham and his companion. A slight delay, caused apparently by the necessity of buying an outfit, had intervened and given time for an exchange of letters, but Debenham had contented himself chiefly with telegrams. He did not wish his chief to know too much about the case in advance. Probably he regrets the notes already, thought the doctor as the car made its way slowly across crowded London. He wants my first, unbiased judgment. He's right, of course, but it's too late for that now. The delay, however, had been of value. The home was in working order again, the staff returned, the private suite all ready for its interesting occupant, whom, in thought, he had already named N.H. For in the first place, he did not know his name as yet, and in the second, he felt towards him a certain attitude of tolerant, half-humorous skepticism. Cut off from his own kind for so many years, educated, perhaps half-educated only, by too speculative and imaginative a mind, equally warped by this long solitude, a mind unduly stretched by the contemplation of immense geological perspectives, filled, too, with heaven knows what strange stories of pantheistic nature-feeling, N.H. might be distinctly interesting, but hardly all that Mason had thought him. Unique was a word rarely justified. The peculiarities would prove to be mere extravagances that had, of necessity, remained uncorrected by the friction of intercourse with his own kind. The rest was inheritance, equally unpruned, a mind living in a side eddy, a backwater with nature. At the same time, Dr. Fillery admitted a certain anticipatory excitement he could not wholly account for, an undercurrent of wonder he ascribed to his Caucasian blood. He had written once only to his assistant, sending briefest instructions to say the rooms would be ready and that the young man must believe he was an invited guest coming on a visit. Let him expect complete freedom of movement and occupation without the smallest idea of restraint in any way. He is merely coming to stay for as long as he pleases with a friend of Mason. Impress him with a sense of hearty welcome. And Debenham, replying, had evidently understood the wisdom of this method. "He is greatly pleased with your name, the sound of it," was stated in one letter that he wrote, "and as names mean a lot to him, so much the better. The sound of it gives him pleasure. He keeps repeating it over to himself. He already likes you. My name he does not care about, saying it quickly, sharply. But he trusts me. His trust in anyone who shows him kindness is instantaneous and complete. He invariably expects kindness, however, from everyone, gives it himself equally, and is baffled and puzzled by any other treatment." So Debenham, with N.H., who attached importance to names and expected kindness from people as a natural thing, would be in London town within the hour. Straight from his forests and mountains for the first time in his life, he would find himself in the heart of the greatest accumulation of human beings on the planet, the first city of the world, the final expression of civilization as known to the human race. N.H. in London town, thought Dr. Fillery, his mouth twitching with the smile that began in his quiet eyes. Bless the lad, we must make him feel at home and happy. He shall indeed have kindness. He'll need a woman's touch as well. He reflected a moment. Women are a great help in doubtful cases. The way a man reacts to them, he mused, only they must be distinct in type to be of value. And his mind ran quickly, comprehensively, over the women of his acquaintance, pausing, as it did so, upon two in particular, a certain Lady Gleason and Iraida, sometimes called Nyan, Kilkoff, the daughter of his Russian friend, the sculptor. His mind pondered for some moments the two he had selected. It was not the first time he had made use of them. Their effect respectively upon a man was invariably instinctive and illuminating. The two were radically different feminine types, as far removed from one another as pole from pole, yet each essentially of her sex. Their effect, respectively, upon such a youth must be of value, and might be even illuminating to the point of revelation. Both, he felt sure, would not be indifferent to the new personality. It was, however, of Nyan Kilkoff that he thought chiefly, of that rare, selfless, maternal type which men in all ages have called saint or angel. She possessed that power which evoked in them all they could feel of respect, of purity, of chivalry, that love, in a word, which holds as a chief ingredient worship. Her beauty, beyond their reach, was of the stars. It was the unattainable in her they loved. Her beauty was of the soul. Nyan was spiritual, not as a result of painful effort and laborious development, but born so. Her life, moreover, was one of natural service. Personal love, exclusive devotion to an individual, concentration of her being upon another single being, this seemed impossible to her. She was at the same time an enigma. There was an elusive flavor about her that made people a little in awe of her, a flavor not of this earth quite. She carried an impersonal attitude almost to the point of seeming irresponsive to common human things and interests. The other woman, Lady Gleason, Angela her Christian name, was equally a simple type, though her simplicity was that of the primitive female who was still close to the Stone Age, a savage. She adorned herself to capture men. She was the female spider that devours its mates. She wanted slaves. To describe her as selfish were inadequate, for she was unaware that any other ideal existed in life but that of obtaining her own pleasure. There was instinct and emotion, but, of course, no heart. Without morals, conscience, or consideration, she was the animal of prey that obeys the call of hunger in the most direct way possible, regardless of consequences to herself or others. Her brain was quick, her personality shallow. When talking, she rattled on. Debenham had well said once, "You can hear her two thoughts clicking, both of them in trousers." Sir George, recently knighted, successful with large concessions in China, was indulgent. The male splendor of the youth was bound to stimulate her hunger, as his simplicity, his loneliness, and in a sense his pathetic helplessness, would certainly evoke the tenderness in Nyan. "He'll probably like her. Ridiculous name, too," Dr. Fillery felt. "The nickname they gave her because she's the same to everybody, whichever way you take her. Nyan Kilcoff." Yet her real name was more beautiful, Irada. And as he repeated it half aloud, a soft light stole upon his face, shone in the deep clear eyes, and touched even the corners of the rather grim mouth with another, a tenderer expression, before the sternness quickly returned to it. N.H. would meet thus two main types of female life. He apparently, an exceedingly male being, would face the onslaught of passion and heart, of lust and love respectively. And it was his reactions to these onslaughts that Fillery wished to observe. They would help his diagnosis. They might guide his treatment. It was a warm and muggy afternoon, the twilight passing rapidly into darkness now, one of those late autumn days when summer heat flits back, but light is weak. The covered sky increased the clammy warmth, which was damp, unhealthy, devitalizing. No wind stirred. The great city was sticky and depressing. Yet people approved the heat, although it tired them. "It shortens the winter, anyhow," was the general verdict when expressed at all. They referred unconsciously to the general dread of strikes. London was hurried and confused. An air of feverish overcrowding reigned in the great station when he left the car and went in on foot. No sign of order, system, direction was visible. The scene might have been a first rehearsal of some entirely new experiment. Grumbling and complaint rose from all sides in an exasperated chorus. He tried to ascertain how late the train was and on which platform it might be expected, but no one knew for certain, and the grudging replies to questions seemed to say, "You've no right to ask anything, and if you keep on asking, there will be a strike. So that's that." He listened to the talk and watched the facial expressions and the movements of the half-resigned and half-excited concourse of London citizens. The clock was accurate, and everyone was kind to ladies. Stewed tea, stale cake with little stones in it, vile whiskey, and very weak beer were obtainable at high prices. There were no matches. The machine for supplying the platform tickets was broken. He saw men paying more thought and attention to the comfort of their dogs than to their own. The great, marvelous, stupid, splendid race was puzzled and exasperated. Then suddenly the train pulled in, full of returned exiles longing to be back again in dear old England.
"Thank God it's come," sighed the crowd. "Good, we're English. Forgive and forget," and prepared to tip the porters handsomely and carry their own baggage.
The confusion that followed was equally characteristic and equally remarkable, displaying greatness side by side with its defects. There was no system, all was muddled, yet all was safe. Anyone could claim what luggage they liked, though no one did so, nor dreamed, it seemed, of doing so. There was an air of decent honesty and trust. There were ladies who discovered that all men are savages. There were men and women who were savages. People shook hands warmly, smiled with honest affection, said light, careless goodbyes that hid genuine emotion, helped one another with parcels, offered one another lifts. There were few taxicabs, one perhaps to every 30 people. And in this general scrimmage, Dr. Fillery, at first, could see no sign of his expected arrivals. He walked from end to end of the platform, littered with luggage and thronged with bustling people, but nowhere could he discover the familiar outline of Debenham, nor anyone who answered to the strange picture that already stood forth sharply in his mind. "There has been a mistake somewhere," he said to himself. "I shall find a telegram when I get back to the house explaining it." When suddenly, and without apparent cause, there stole upon him a curious lift of freedom, a sharp sense of open spaces he was at a loss to understand. It was accompanied by an increase of light. For a second it occurred to him that the great enclosing roof had rolled back and blown away, letting in air and some lost ray of sunshine. A lovely valley flitted across his thought. Almost he was aware of flowers, of music, of rhythmic movement. "Edward, there you are. I thought you hadn't come," he heard close behind him, and turning, saw the figure of Debenham, calm and alert as usual. At his side stood a lean, virile outline of a young man, topping Debenham by several inches, with broad but thin shoulders, figure erect yet flexible, whose shining and inquiring eyes of blue were the most striking feature in a boyish face, where strength, intensity, and radiant health combined in an unusual degree. "Here is our friend LeVallon," added Debenham, but not before the figure had stepped lightly and quickly forward, already staring at him and shaking his outstretched hand. So this was N.H., and LeVallon was his name. The calm, searching eyes held a touch of bewilderment in them, the eyes of an honest, intelligent animal, thought Fillery quickly, adding in spite of himself and almost simultaneously, but of a divine animal. It was a look he had never in his life before encountered in any human eyes. Mason's watercolor sketch had caught something, at least, of their innocence and question, of their odd directness and intensity, something, too, of the golden fire in the hair. He wore a broad-brimmed felt hat of Swiss pattern, a Bernese overcoat, and a low, soft-collared shirt with blue tie to match. Buffeted and pushed by the frenzied travelers, they stood and faced each other, shaking hands, eyes looking into eyes, two strangers, doctor and patient possibly, but friends most certainly, both felt instantly. They liked one another. Once again the scent of flowers danced with light above the piled-up heaps of trunks, rugs, packages. A cool wind from mountains seemed to blow across the dreadful station. "You've arrived safely," began Dr. Fillery, a little taken aback, perhaps. "Welcome, and not too tired, I hope," when the other interrupted him in a man's deep voice, full of pleasant timbre. Fillery, he said, making the F sound rather long. I need you. To see you makes me happy.
Tired, put in Devon breathlessly. Good heavens, not he. But I am. Now for a porter and the big luggage. Have you got a taxi? The car is here, said Fillery, letting go with a certain reluctance the hand he held, and paying little attention to anything but the figure before him who used such unexpected language. What was it? What did it mean? Whence came this sudden sense of intensity, light, of order, system, intelligence into the racial scene of muddled turmoil all about him? There seemed an air of speeding up in thought and action near him, compared to which the slow stupidity, uncoordinated and confused on all sides, became painful, gross, and even ludicrous. Someone bumped against him with violence, but quite needlessly, since the simplest judgment of weight and distance could have avoided the collision. In such ordinary small details he was aware of another, a higher standard close. A man on his left, trying to manage several bundles, appeared vividly as of amazing incompetence, with his miscalculation, his clumsy movement, his hopeless inability to judge cause and effect. Yet he had 2 arms, 10 fingers, 2 legs, broad shoulders, and deep chest. Misdirection of his great strength made it impossible for him to manage the assortment of light parcels. Next to him, however, stood a woman carrying a baby. There was no error there. The panting engine just beyond them, again, set a standard of contemptuous, impersonal intelligence that, obeying nature's laws, dwarfed the humans generally. But it was another, a quasi-spiritual standard that had flashed to him above all. In some curious way, the competent dead machinery that obeyed the law with faultless efficiency, and the woman obeying instinct with equally unconscious skill, these 2 energies were akin to the new standard he was now startlingly aware of. He looked up as though to trace this sudden new consciousness of bright, quick, rapid competence, almost as of some immense power building with consistent scheme and system, that had occurred to him, and he met again the direct yet slightly bewildered eyes that watched him with a confidence, sweetness, and with a questioning intensity he found intriguing, captivating, and oddly stimulating. He felt happiness. "By your leave!" roared a porter as they stepped aside just in time to save being pushed by the laden truck. Just in time to save himself, that is, for the other, Fillery noticed, moved like a chamois on its native rocks, so surely, lightly, swiftly was he poised. You must excuse it," the doctor exclaimed with a smile of apology almost. "We've not yet had time to settle down after the war, you see." He pointed with a sweep of his hand to the roaring, dim-lit cavern where confusion reigned supreme, the GHQ of travel in the biggest city of the Empire. "I've got a porter," cried Debenham, beckoning vigorously a little further down the platform. "You wait there. I'll be along in a minute with the stuff." He was hot, flustered, exhausted. "You struggle. It was like this all the way. Is there no knowledge?" LeVallon asked in his deep, quiet tones. "We do," said Fillery. "With us, life is always struggle. But there is more system than appears. The confusion is chiefly on the surface." "It is dark, and there is so little air," observed the other, "and they all work against each other." Fillery laughed into the other's eyes. They laughed together, and it seemed suddenly to the doctor that their beings somehow merged, so that for a second he knew the entire content of his companion's mind, as if there was nothing in LeVallon he did not understand. "You are a builder," LeVallon said abruptly. But as he said it, his companion caught, on the wing as it were, another meaning. He became curiously aware of the smallness, of the remote insignificance of the little planet whereon this dialogue took place.
yet at the same time of its superb seductive loveliness. In him rose a feeling, as on wings, that he was not chained in his familiar, daily personality, but that an immense, delicious freedom lay within reach. He could be everywhere at once. He could do everything.
"Wait here while I help Debenham. Then we'll get into the car and be off." He moved away, threading a path with difficulty.
"I wait in peace. I am happy," was the reply. And with those few phrases, uttered in the quiet, deep voice, sounding in his ears and in his very blood, the older man went towards the spot where Debenham struggled with a porter, a pile of nondescript luggage and a truck. "I wait in peace. You struggle, you work against each other. It is dark, there is little air. You are a builder." But not these singular words alone remained alive in his mind. There remained in his heart the sense of that vitality of open spaces, keen air, and brighter light he had experienced, and with it the security of some higher, faultless standard. His brain, indeed, had recognized a consciousness of swifter reactions, of surer movements, of more intelligent coordination, compared to which the people about him behaved like stupid, almost like half-witted beings, the one exception being the instinctive action of the mother in carrying her baby, and the other the impersonal, accurate competence of the dead machinery. But more than this reasoned change, there burned suddenly in his heart an inexplicable exhilaration and brightness, a wonder that he could attribute only to another mode of life. His Caucasian blood, he knew, might be responsible for part of it, but not for all. The invigorating mountain wind, the sunlight, the rhythmic sound, the scent of wildflowers, these were his own personal interpretations of a quickened sense he could not analyze as yet. As he held the young man's hand, as he gazed into his direct blue eyes, this sense had increased in intensity. LeVallon had some marvelous quality or power that was new to him, while yet not entirely unfamiliar. What was it? And how did the youth perceive this sense in him so surely that he took its presence for granted, accepted, even played upon it? He experienced, as it were, a brilliant intensification of spirit. Some portion of him already knew exactly what LeVallon was. Across the ugly turmoil and confusion of the huge, dingy railway terminus had moved wondrously some simple power that brought in beauty, some very deep and ancient conception that touched him and gone its way again. The stupendous beauty of a simple, common day appeared to him. His subconscious being, of course, was deeply stirred. That was the truth, phrase it as he might. His heart was lifted, as by a primal wind at dawn upon some mountain top. The heaviness of the day was gone. Fatigue, too, vanished. The civilized folk appeared contemptible and stupid. Something direct from nature herself poured through him. And it was from the atmosphere of LeVallon this new vitality issued radiating. He found a moment or two, while alone with Debenham, to exchange a few hurried sentences. As they bent over bags and bundles, he asked quick questions. These questions and answers between the two experienced men were brief but significant. "Yes, quiet as a lamb. Just be kind and sympathetic. You looked up the notes? Well, that can't be helped now, though I had rather you knew nothing. My mistake, of course. The content of his mind is accessible to me, telepathically, in any case. But at one remove more distant, because unexpressed." Fillery laughed. "Quite right. I admit it's a pity. But tell me more about him, anything I ought to know at once." "Quiet as a lamb, I told you," repeated the other. "And most of the way over, too. But puzzled. My God, Edward, his criticisms would make a book." "Normal, intelligent criticisms?" Intelligent above ordinary. Normal? No. Hysteria? Not a sign. Health? Perfect. Magnificent, as you see. He's less tired now than when we started 3 days ago, whereas I'm fagged out, though in climbing condition. Origin of delusions? Any indication? Debenham looked up quickly. His eyes flashed a peculiarly searching glance, something watchful in it, perhaps. No delusion at all of any sort. As for origin of his ideas, the parents probably, but stimulated and allowed unchecked growth by Mason. Affected by nature beyond anything we know. By nature, ah. He checked himself. And what peculiarities? He asked. His terror of water, for instance. Crossing the channel, he was like a frightened child. He hid from it, kept his hands over his eyes even, so as not to see it. Give any reason? All he said was, "It is unknown, an enemy, and can destroy me. I cannot understand its secret ways. Fire and wind are not in it. I cannot work with it." No, it was not fear of drowning that he meant. He found comfort, too, in the repetition of your name. "Appetite, pulse, temperature?" asked Fillery after a brief pause. "First two very strong. Temperature always slightly above normal." "Other peculiarities?" "He became rather excited before a lighted match once. Tried to kneel almost, but I stopped it." "Fire?" "That's it. Instinct of worship, presumably." The barrow was laden. The porter was asking where the car was. They prepared to move back to the companion, whom Fillery had never failed to observe carefully over his shoulder during this rapid conversation. N.H. had not moved the whole time. He stood quietly, looking about him, a curious figure, aloof somehow from his surroundings, so tall and straight and unconcerned he seemed, yet so poised, alert, virile, vigorous. It was not his clothes that made him appear unusual, nor was it his eyes and hair alone, though all three contributed their share. Yet he seemed dressed up, his clothes irksome to him. He was uncommon, an attractive figure, and many pair of eyes, female eyes especially, Fillery noticed, turned to examine him with undeniable curiosity. "And women?" the doctor asked quickly in a lowered voice, as they followed the porter's barrow towards LeVallon, who already smiled at their approach, the most engaging, trustful, welcoming smile that Fillery had ever seen upon a human countenance. He lowered his head to catch the reply, but Debenham only laughed and shrugged his shoulders. "All attracted," he mumbled in a half-whisper, "and eager to help him." "And he?" "Gentle, astonished, but indifferent. Oh, supremely indifferent." LeVallon came forward to meet them, and Fillery took his hand and led him to the car. The luggage was bundled in, some behind and some on the roof. Fillery and LeVallon sat side by side. The car started. "We shall get home in half an hour," the doctor mentioned, turning to his companion. "We'll have a good dinner and then get to bed. You are hungry, I know." "Thank you," was the reply. "Thank you, dear Fillery. I want sleep most. Will there be trees and air near me, and stars to see?" "Your windows open onto a garden with big trees. There will be plenty of fresh air, and you will hear the sparrows chattering at dawn. But London, of course, is not the country. Oh, we'll make you comfortable, never fear." "Dear Fillery, I thank you," said LeVallon quietly, and without more ado lay back among the soft cushions and closed his eyes. Hardly a word was said the whole way to the northwest suburb, and when they arrived the patient was too overcome with sleep to wish to eat. He went straight to his room, found a hot bath into which he tumbled first, and then leapt into his bed and was sound asleep almost before the door was closed. Upon a table beside the bed, Dr. Fillery, with his own hands, arranged bread, butter, eggs, and a jug of milk in case of need. Nurse Robbins, an experienced, tactful young woman, he put in special charge. He thought of everything, divining his friend's possible needs instinctively, noticing with his keen practiced eye several details for himself at the same time. The splendid physical condition, framework, muscular development, he noted. No freakish bulky masses produced by gymnastic exercises, but the muscles laid on flowingly, smooth and firm and ample, without a trace of fat, and the whole in the most admirable proportion possible. The leanness was deceptive. The body was of immense power. The quick, certain, unerring movements he noticed too. Perfect, swift coordination between brain and physical response. No misdirection, no miscalculation. The reactions extremely rapid. He thought with a smile of something between deer and tiger. The poise and balance and accuracy conveyed intense joy of living. Yet above and beyond these was something else he could not name, something that stirred in him wonder, love, a touch of awe, and a haunting suggestion of familiarity. He saw him into bed, he saw him actually asleep. The strong blue eyes looked up into his own with their intense and innocent gaze for a moment. He held the firm, dry, muscular hand. 10 seconds later, the eyes were closed in sleep. The grip of the powerful but slender fingers relaxed. "Good night, my friend, and sleep deeply. Tomorrow we'll see to everything you need. Be happy here and comfortable with us, for you are welcome and we love you." His voice trembled slightly. "Good night, dear Fillery," the musical tones replied, and he was off. The windows were wide open. N.H. had thrown aside the pajamas and blankets. On this cool, damp night of late autumn he covered his big, warm, lithe body with a single sheet only. Fillery went out quietly, an expression of keen approval and enjoyment on his face. Not a smile exactly, but that look of deep content, betraying a fine inner excitement of happiness, which is the mother of all smiles. As he softly opened the door, the draught blew through from the open windows, stirring the white curtains by the bed. It came from the big damp garden where the trees stood, already nearly leafless, and where no flowers were. And yet a scent of flowers came faintly with it. He caught an echo of faint sound, like music. There was the invigorating hint of forest, too. It seemed a living wind that blew into the house. Dr. Fillery paused a moment, sniffed with surprise and sharp enjoyment, listened intently, then switched the light off and went out, closing the door behind him. There was a flash of wonder in his eyes, and a thrill of some remote, inexplicable happiness ran through his nerves. An instant of complete comprehension had been his, as if another consciousness had, for that swift instant, identified itself with his own. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Bright Messenger by Algernon Blackwood. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Bright Messenger. Chapter 6. Edward Fillery was glad that Paul Debenham, good friend and skillful colleague, was his assistant. For Debenham, competent as himself in knowledge and experience, found explanations for all things, and had in his natural temperament a quality of sane judgment which corrected extravagances. Debenham was agnostic, because reason ruled his life. Devoid of imagination, he had no temptations. Speculative, within limits, he might be, but he belonged not to the unstable. Not that he thought he knew everything, but that he refused to base action on what he regarded as unknown. A clue into the unknown he would follow up as keenly, carefully, as Fillery himself, But he went step by step, with caution, declining to move further until the last step was of hardened concrete. To the powers of subconscious self he set drastic limits, admitting their existence, of course, but attaching small value to their use or development. His own deeper being had never stirred or wakened. Of this undersea, this vast background in himself, he remained placidly uninformed. A comprehensive view of a problem, the flash of vision he never knew, thus was perhaps denied him, but so far as he went he was very safe and sure. And his chief was the first to appreciate his value. He appreciated it particularly now, as the two men sat smoking after their late dinner, discussing details of the new inmate of the home. Fillery, aware of the strong pull upon his own mixed blood, aware of a half-wild instinctive sympathy towards N.H., almost of a natural desire now, having seen him, to believe him unique in several ways, and therefore conscious of a readiness to accept more than any evidence yet justified. Feeling these symptoms clearly, and remembering vividly his experiences in the railway station, he was glad, for truth's sake, that Debenham was there to clip extravagance before it injured judgment. A weak man, aware of his own frailties, excels a stronger one who thinks he has none at all. The two colleagues were a powerful combination. "In your view, it's merely a case of a secondary, anyhow of a divided personality?" he asked, as soon as the other had recovered a little from his journey and was digesting his meal comfortably over a pipe. "You have seen more of him than I have. Of insanity, at any rate, there is no sign at all, I take it? His relations with his environment are sound?" "None whatever," Debenham answered both questions at once. "Exactly." He took off his pince-nez, cleaned them with his handkerchief, and then replaced them carefully. This gave him time to reflect, as though he was not quite sure where to begin his story. "There are certainly indications," he went on slowly, "of a divided personality, though of an unusual kind. The margin between the two, between the normal and the secondary self, is so very slight. It is not clearly defined, I mean. They sometimes merge and interpenetrate. The frontier is almost indistinguishable." Fillery raised his eyebrows. "You feel uncertain which is the main self and which the split-off secondary personality?" he inquired, with surprise. Debenham nodded. "I'm extremely puzzled," he admitted. "LeVallon's most marked self, the best defined, the richest, the most fully developed, seems to me what we should call his secondary self, this nature being that worships wind and fire, is terrified by a large body of water, is ignorant of human ways, probably also quite unmoral, yet alive with a kind of instinctive wisdom we credit usually to the animal kingdom, though far beyond anything animals can claim." "Briefly, what we mean by the term N.H., suggested Fillery, not anxious for too many details at the moment. "Exactly. And I propose we always refer to that aspect of him as N.H., the other, the normal ordinary man, being LeVallon, his right name." He smiled faintly. "Agreed," replied his chief. "We shall always know, then, exactly which one we're talking of at a given moment. Now," he went on, "to come to the chief point, and before you give me details of what happened abroad, let me hear your own main conclusion. What is LeVallon? What is N.H.? Debenham hesitated for some time. It was evident his respect for his chief made him cautious. There was an eternal battle between these two, keen though always good-natured, even humorous, the victory not invariably perhaps with the assistant. Later evidence had often proved Fillery's swifter imagination correct after all, or, alternately, shown him to be wrong. They kept an accurate score of the points won and lost by either.
"You can always revise your conclusions later," Fillery reminded him slyly. "Call it a preliminary conclusion for the moment. You've not had time yet for a careful study, I know."
But Debenham this time did not smile at the rally, and his chief noticed it with secret approval. Here was something new, big, serious, it seemed. Debenham apparently was already too interested to care who scored or did not score. His notes of 1914 indeed betrayed his genuine zeal sufficiently. "LeVallon," he said at length, "to begin with him. I think LeVallon, without any flavor of N.H., is a fine specimen of a normal human being. His physique is magnificent, as you have seen, his health and strength exceptional. The brain, so far as I have been able to judge, functions quite normally. The intelligence, also normal, is much above the average in quickness, receptivity of ideas, and judgment based on these. The emotional development, however, puzzles me. The emotions are not entirely normal. But—" He paused again, a grave expression on his face. "To answer your question as well as my limited observation of him, of LeVallon, allows, I repeat that I consider him a normal young man, though with peculiarities and idiosyncrasies of his own, as with most other normal young fellows who are individuals. That is," he added quickly, "and not turned out in bundles cut to measure." "So much for LeVallon. Now what about N.H.?" He repeated the question, fixing the assistant with his steady gaze. He had noticed the confusion in the reply. "My dear Edward," began Debenham, after a considerable pause. Then he stuck fast, sighed, settled his glasses carefully upon his aquiline, sharp nose, and relapsed into silence. His forehead became wrinkled, his mouth much pursed. "Out with it, Paul. This isn't a court of law. I shan't behead you if you're wrong." Yet Fillery too spoke gravely. The other kept his eyes down. His face still wore a puzzled look. Fillery detected a new expression on the keen, thoughtful features, and he was pleased to see it. "To give you the truth," resumed his assistant, "and all question of who is right or who is wrong aside, I tell you frankly, I am not sure. I confess myself up against it. It gives me the creeps a little." He laughed awkwardly. That swift, watchful look, as of a man who plays a part, flashed and vanished. "Your feeling, anyhow?" insisted his friend. "Your general feeling?" "A general judgment based on general feeling," said the other in a quiet tone, "has little value. It is based, necessarily, as you know, upon intuition, which I, temperamentally, dislike. It has no facts to go upon. I distrust generalizations." He took a deep breath, inhaled a lot of smoke, exhaled it with relief, and made an effort. It went against the grain in him to be caught without an explanation. "N.H., in my opinion, and so far as my limited observation of him—" Fillery allowed himself a laugh of amused impatience. "Leave out the personal extras for once and burn your bridges. Tell me finally what you think about N.H. We're not scoring points now." Thus, faced with an alternative, Debenham found his sense of humor again and forgot himself. It cost him an effort, but he obeyed the bigger and less personal mind. "I really don't know exactly what he is," he confessed again. "He puzzles me completely. It may be—" he shrugged his shoulders, compelled by his temperament to hedge— "that he represents, as I first thought, the content of his parents' minds, the subsequent addition of Mason's mind included." "That's possible, usual, and comprehensible enough," put in the doctor, watching him with amused concentration, but with an inner excitement scarcely concealed. "Or," resumed Debenham, "it may be that through his mental inheritance from his parents and from Mason, yes, he taps the most primitive stores and layers of racial memory we know. The world memory, if I dare put it so, full proof being lacking, is open to him. Through his subconscious powers, of course. That is your usual theory, isn't it? We have there, at any rate, a working hypothesis, with a great mass of evidence, generally speaking, behind it. Don't be cynical, Paul. Is this NH merely a secondary personality, or is it the real central self? That's the whole point." "You jump ahead, as usual," replied Debenham, really smiling for the first time, though his face instantly grew serious again. "Edward," he went on, "I do not know, I cannot say, I dare not guess. NH is something entirely new to me, and I admit it." He seemed to find his stride, to forget himself. "I feel far from cynical. NH, in my opinion, is exceptional. My notes suggested it long ago. He has, for instance, at least so it seems to me, peculiar powers." "Ah. Of suggestion, let us put it." "Of suggestion, yes. Get on with it, there's a good fellow. I felt myself an extraordinary vitality about him. I noticed it at once at Charing Cross." "I saw you did." Debenham looked hard at him. "You were humming to yourself, you know." "I didn't know," was the surprised reply. "But I can well believe it. I felt a curious pleasure and exhilaration." Debenham, shrugging his shoulders slightly, resumed. "During the LeVallon periods he is ordinary, though unusually observant, critical, and intelligent. During the NH periods he becomes, supernormal. If you felt this, felt anything in the station, it was because something in you called up the NH aspect." "It's quick of you to guess that," said Fillery, with quick appreciation. "You noticed a change in me. Well, but the other? He divined my foreign blood, you think?" "It is enough that you responded and felt kinship. Put it that way. NH seems to me—" He took a deeper breath and gave a sort of gasp. "In some ways, a unique being, as I said before." "Tell me, if you can," said Fillery, lighting his own pipe and settling back into his chair, "tell me a little about your first meeting with him in the Jura Mountains, what happened and so forth. I remember, of course, your notes. After your telegram, I read 'em carefully." He glanced round at his companion. "They were very honest, Paul, I thought, eh?" He was unable to refuse himself the pleasure of the little dig. "Honest you always are," he added. "We couldn't work together otherwise, could we?" Debenham, deep in his own thoughts, did not accept the challenge. He turned in his chair, puffing at his pipe. "I can give you briefly what happened and how things went," he said. "The place, then, first. An ordinary peasant chalet in a remote Jura valley, difficult of access, situated among what they call the upper pastures. I reached it by diligence and mule late in the afternoon. A peasant in a lower valley directed me, adding that le Monsieur Anglais was dead and buried 2 days before." "Mason, that is?" The other nodded. "And adding that le Fou, LeVallon, of course, would eat me alive at sight. He spoke with respect, however, even awe. He hoped I would come to take him away. The countryside was afraid of him. The valley struck me as intolerably lonely, but of unusual beauty. Big forests, great rocks, and tumbling streams among cliffs and pastures made it exceptional. The chalet was simple, clean, and comfortable. It was really an ideal spot for a thinker or a student. The first thing I noticed was a fire burning on a pile of rock in front of the building. The sun was setting, and its last rays lit the entire little glen, a mere gully between precipices and forest slopes, but especially lit up the pile of rocks where the fire burned, so that I saw the smoke, blue, red, and yellow, and the figure kneeling before it. This figure was a man, half naked, and of magnificent proportions. When I shouted— "You would shout, of course," yet he did not say it critically. The figure rose and turned and came to meet me. It was LeVallon. Debenham paused a moment. Fillery's eyes were fixed upon him. "I admit," Debenham went on, conscious of the other's inquiring and intent expression, "I was surprised a bit." He smiled his faint, unwilling smile. "The figure made me start. I was aware of an emotion I am not subject to, what I called just now the creeps. I thought, at last, I had really seen a vision. He looked so huge, so wonderful, so radiant. It was, of course, the effect of the colored smoke and magnifying sunset, added to his semi-nakedness. To the waist he was stripped. But at first his size, his splendor, a kind of radiance borrowed from the sunlight and the fire, seemed to enlarge him beyond human. He seemed to dominate, even to fill the little valley. I stood still, uncertain of my feelings. There was, I think, a trace of fear in me. I waited for him to come up to me. He did so. He stretched out a hand. I took it. And what do you think he said?" Fillery, the inner excitement and delight increasing in him as he listened, stared in silence. There was no lightness in him now. "Are you Fillery?" That's what he said, and the first words he uttered. "Are you Fillery?" But spoken in a way I find difficult to reproduce. He made the name sound like a rush of wind. F, of course, involves a draught of breath between the teeth, I know, but he made the name sound exactly like a gush of wind through branches. That's the nearest I can get to it." "Well, and then?" "Don't be impatient, Edward. I try to be accurate. But really, what happened next is a bit beyond any experience that I, have yet come across. And as to what I felt, well, I was tired, hungry, thirsty. I wanted, normally, rest and food and drink. Yet all these were utterly forgotten. For a moment or two, I admit it, I felt as if I had come face to face with something not of this earth quite." He grinned. "A touch of goose-flesh came to me for the first time in my life. The fellow's size and radiance in the sunlight, the fact that he stood there worshipping fire, always to me the most wonderful of natural phenomena, his grandeur and nakedness, the way he pronounced your name even, all this upset my judgment for the moment." He paused again. He hesitated. "A visual hallucination, due to fatigue, can be, of course, very detailed sometimes," he added, a note of challenge in his tone. Fillery watched his friend narrowly as he stumbled among the details of what he evidently found a difficult, almost an impossible description. "Natural enough," he put in. "You'd hardly be human yourself if you felt nothing at such a sight." "The loneliness, too, increased the effect," went on the other, "for there was no one nearer than the peasants who had directed me 1,000 feet below, nor was there another building of any sort in sight. Anyhow, it seemed I managed my strange emotions all right, for the young man took to me at once. He left the fire, if reluctantly, singing to himself a sort of low chanting melody, with perhaps 5 or 6 notes at most in it, and far from unmusical." "He explained the fire? Was he actually worshipping, I mean?" "It was certainly worship, judging by the expression of his face and his gestures of reverence and happiness. But I asked no questions. I thought it best just to accept, or appear to accept, the whole thing as natural. He said something about the equinox, but I did not catch it properly and did not ask. This had evidently been taught him. It was, however, the 22nd of September, oddly enough, though the gales had not yet come. "So you got into the chalet next?" asked the other, noticing the gaps, the incoherence. He put his coat on, sat down with me to a meal of bread and milk and cheese. Meat there seemed none in the building anywhere. This meal was, if you understand me, obeying a mere habit automatically. He did just what it had been his habit to do with Mason all these years. He got the stuff himself, quickly, effectively, no fumbling anywhere, and from that moment hardly spoke again until we left 2 days later. I mean that literally. All he said, when I tried to make him talk, was, "You are not Fillery," or "Take me to Fillery, I need him." I almost felt that I was living with some marvelously trained animal, of extraordinary intelligence, gentle, docile, friendly, but unhappy, because it had lost its accustomed master. But, on the other hand, I admit it, I was conscious of a certain power in his personality beyond me to explain. That, really, is the best description I can give you. "You mentioned the name of Mason?" asked Fillery, avoiding a dozen more obvious and natural questions. "Several times, but his only reply was a smile, while he repeated the name himself, adding your own after it. Mason Fillery, Mason Fillery, he would say, smiling with quiet happiness. I like Fillery." "The nights?" "Briefly, I was glad to see the dawn. We had separate rooms, my own being the one probably where Mason had died a few days before. But it was not that I minded in the least. It was the feeling, the knowledge, in fact, that my companion was up and about all night, in the building or out of doors. I heard him moving, singing quietly to himself. The wooden veranda creaked beneath his tread. He was active all through the darkness and cannot have slept at all. When I came down soon after dawn, he was running over the slopes a mile away, running towards the chalet, too, with the speed and lightness of a deer. He had been to some height, I think, to see the sun rise, and probably to worship it." "And your journey? You got him away easily?" "He was only too ready to leave, for it meant coming to you. I arranged with the peasants below to have the chalet closed up, took my charge to Neuchâtel, and thence to Berne, where I bought him an outfit, and arrived in due course, as you know, at Charing Cross." "His first sight of cities, people, trains, steamers, and the rest, I take it. Any reactions?" "The troubles I anticipated did not materialize. He came like a lamb, the most helpless and pathetic lamb I ever saw. He stared, but asked no questions. I think he was half-dazed, even stupefied with it all." "Stupefied?" "An odd word to use, I know. I should have said perhaps automatic, rather. He was so open to my suggestions, doing what my mind expected him to do, but nothing more. With one exception." Fillery meant to hear an account of that exception, though the other would willingly have foregone its telling evidently. It was related, Fillery felt sure, to the unusual powers Debenham had mentioned. "Oh, you shall hear it," said the latter quickly, "for what it's worth. There's no need to exaggerate, of course." He told it rapidly, accurately no doubt, because his mind was honest, yet without comment or expression in his voice and face. He supplied no atmosphere. "I had got him like a lamb, as I told you, to Paris, and it was during the customs examination little thing occurred. The man, searching through his trunk, pulled out a packet of flat papers and opened it. He looked them over with puzzled interest, turning them upside down to examine them from every possible angle. Then he asked a trifle unpleasantly what they were. I hadn't the smallest idea myself. I had never seen them before. They were very carefully wrapped up. LeVallon, whose sudden excitement increased the official's interest, told him that they were star and weather maps. It doubtless was the truth. He had made them with Mason. But they were queer-looking papers to have at such a time, hidden away, too, at the bottom of the trunk. And LeVallon's manner and expression did not help to disarm the man's evident suspicion. He asked a number of pointed questions in a very disagreeable way. Who made them? For what purpose? How they were used, and whether they were connected with aviation. I translated, of course. I explained their innocence. "LeVallon's excitement?" asked Fillery. "What form did it take? Rudeness, anger, violence of any sort?" He was aware his friend would have liked to shirk these details. "Nothing of the kind." He hesitated briefly, then went on. "He behaved rather as though, well, as a devout Catholic might have behaved if his crucifix or some holy relic were being mauled. The maps were sacred, symbols possibly, heaven knows what. He tried to take them back. The official, as a natural result, became still more suspicious, and, of course, offensive too. My explanations and expostulations were quite useless, for he didn't even listen to them." Debenham was now approaching the part of the story he least wished to describe. He played for time. He gave details of the ensuing altercation. "What happened in the end?" Fillery at length interrupted. "What did LeVallon do? There were no arrests, I take it," he added with a smile. Paul coughed and fidgeted. He told the literal truth, however. LeVallon, after listening for a long time to the conversation he could not understand, suddenly took his fingers off the papers. The man's dirty hand still held them tightly on the grimy counter. LeVallon he suddenly began to breathe, well, heavily, rather. "Rhythmically?" "Heavily," insisted the other. "In a curious way, anyhow," he added, determined to keep strictly to the truth. "Not unlike Heathcote when he put himself automatically into trance and then told us what was going on at the other end of England. You remember the case." He paused a moment again, as if to recall exactly what had occurred. "It's not easy to describe, Edward," he continued, looking up. "You remember that huge draughty hall where they examined luggage at the Lyons station? I can't explain it, but that breathing somehow caught the draughts, used them possibly, in any case increased them. A wind came through the great hall. I can't explain it," he repeated. "I can only tell you what happened. That wind most certainly came pouring steadily through, for I felt it myself, and saw it blow upon the fluttering papers. The heat in the salle at the same moment seemed to grow intense. Not an oppressive heat, though, radiant heat, rather. It felt, like fierce sunlight. I looked up, almost expecting to see a great light from which it came. It was then, at this very moment, the Frenchman turned as if someone touched him." "You felt anything, Paul?" "Yes," admitted the other slowly. Fillery waited. What I must call a thrill." His voice was lower now. "Of?" his chief persisted. Debenham waited a full 10 seconds before reply. He again shrugged his shoulders a little. Apparently, he sought his words with honest care that included also intense reluctance and disapproval. "Loveliness, romance, enchantment. But, above all, I think, power." He ground out the confession slowly. "By power, I mean a sort of confidence and happiness." "Increase of vitality, call it. Intensification of your consciousness." Possibly. A bigger perspective suddenly. A bigger scale of life. Something, a bit wild, but certainly, uncommonly stimulating. The best word, I think, is liberty, perhaps. An immense and careless sense of liberty. And Fillery, knowing the value of superlatives in Debenham's cautious mind, felt satisfied. He asked quietly what the official did next. Stood stock still at first. Then his face changed. He smiled. He looked up understandingly, sympathetically, at LeVallon. He spoke. "My father, too," he said with admiration, "had a big telescope. Monsieur is an astronomer." "One of the greatest," I added quickly. "These charts are of infinite value to France." No sense of comedy touched me anywhere. The ludicrous was absent. The man bowed, as carefully, respect in every gesture. He replaced the maps, marked the trunk with his piece of chalk, and let us go, helping in every way he could. Debenham drew a long breath, glad that he had relieved himself of his unwelcome duty. He had told the literal truth. Of course," Fillery said, half to himself perhaps. A breath of bigger consciousness, his imagination touched, the subconscious wakened, and intelligence the natural result. He turned to his colleague. "Interesting, Paul, very," he added in a louder tone. "And not easy to explain, I grant. The official we do not know, but you, at any rate, are not a good subject for hypnotic suggestion." For some time Debenham said nothing. Presently he spoke. "Fillery, I tell you, really, I love the fellow. He's the most lovable thing in human shape I ever saw. He gets into your heart so strangely. We must heal him." The other sighed, quickly smothering it, yet not before Debenham had noticed it. They did not look at one another for some seconds, and there was a certain tenseness, a sense of deep emotion in the air that each, possibly, sought to hide from the other. Debenham was the first to break the silence that had fallen between them. "To be quite frank, it's LeVallon that appeals most to me," he said, as if to himself. "Whereas you, Edward, I believe, are more interested in the other aspect of him. It's N.H. that interests you." No challenge was intended, yet the glove was flung. Fillery said nothing for a minute or two. Then he looked up, and their eyes met across the smoke-laden atmosphere. It was close on midnight. The world lay very still and hushed about the house. "It is," he said quietly, "a pathetic and inspiring case. He is deserving of—" he chose his words slowly and with care. "Our very best," he concluded shortly. "And now," he added quickly, "you're tired out, and I ought to have let you have a night's sleep before taxing you like this." He poured out 2 glasses of whiskey. "Let us drink anyhow to success and healing of body, mind, and soul." "Body, mind, and nerves," said Debenham slowly, as he drank the toast. "The reason I had none of the trouble I anticipated," remarked Debenham as he sipped the reviving liquor, "is simple enough." "There are 2 periods, of course. I guessed that." "Exactly. There is the LeVallon period, when he is quiescent, normal, very charming into the bargain, more like a good child, or trained animal, or happy peasant, if you like it better, than a grown man. And there is the N.H. period, when he is otherwise." "Ah." "I arrived just at the transition moment, so to speak. It was during the change I reached the chalet." "Precisely." Fillery looked up, smiled, and nodded. "That's about the truth," repeated Debenham, putting his glass down. He thought for a moment, then added slowly, I think that fire of his, the worship, singing, at the autumnal equinox, marked the change. N.H. at once after that slipped back into the unconscious state. LeVallon emerged. It was with LeVallon only, or chiefly, I had to deal. He became so very quiet, dazed a little, half there as we call it, and almost entirely silent. He retained little, if any, memory of the N.H. period, although it lies, I think, just beneath the surface only. The LeVallon personality, you see, is not very positive, is it? It seems a quiet, negative state, a condition almost of rest, in fact. Fillery listened attentively, made no rejoinder. "We may expect," continued Debenham, "these alternating states, I think. The frontier between them is, as I said, a narrow one. Indeed, often they merge or interpenetrate. In my judgment, the main, important part of his consciousness, that parent self, is LeVallon, not N.H." The voice was slightly strident. "Ah." It so happened that, in the act of exchanging these last words, they both looked up toward the ceiling, where a moth buzzed round and round, banging itself occasionally against the electric light. Whether it was this that drew their sight upward simultaneously, or whether it was that some other sound in the stillness of the night had caught their strained attention, is uncertain. The same thought, at any rate, was in both minds at that instant, the same freight of meaning trailing behind it invisibly across the air. Their hearts burned within them. The two faces upward turned, the lips a little parted, as when listening is intense, the heads thrown back. For in the room above that ceiling, asleep at this moment, lay the subject of their long discussion. Only a few inches of lath and plaster separated them from the strange being who, dropping out of space as it were, had come to make his home with them. A being, lonely utterly in the world, unique in kind perhaps, his nature as yet undecipherable, lay trustingly unconscious in that upper chamber. The two men felt the gravity, the responsibility of their charge. The same thought had vividly touched them both at the same instant. A few minutes later they were still standing, facing one another. They were of a height, but compared to Fillery's big frame and rugged head, his friend's appearance was almost slight. Debenham, for all his qualifications, looked painfully like a shop-walker. They exchanged this steady gaze for a few seconds without speaking. Then the older man said quietly, "Paul, I understand, and I respect your reticence. I think I can agree with it." He placed a hand upon the other's shoulder, smiling gently, even tenderly. "You have told me much, but you have not told me all. The chief part you have intentionally omitted." "For the present, at any rate," was the reply, given without flinching. "Your reasons are sound, your judgment perhaps right. I ask no questions. What happened, what you saw at the chalet, the peculiar powers you mentioned, all, in fact, that you think it wise to keep to yourself for the moment, I leave there willingly." He spoke gravely, sincere emotion in the eyes and tone. It was in a lower voice he added, "The responsibility, of course, is yours." Debenham returned the steady gaze, pondering his reply a moment. "I can and do accept it," he answered. "You have read my thoughts correctly, as usual, Edward. I think you know quite enough already, what with my notes and Mason's letter, even too much. Besides, why complicate it with an account of what were doubtless mere mental pictures, hallucinations on my part? This is a matter," he went on slowly, "a case we dare not trifle with. There may be strange and terrible afflictions in it later. We must remain unbiased." The anxiety deepened on his face. "True, true," murmured the other. God bless the boy. May his own gods bless him. In other words, it will need your clearest, soundest judgment, your finest skill, your very best, as you said yourself just now. He used a firmer, yet also a softer tone suddenly. Edward, you know your own mind, its contents, its suppressions, its origin. Your refusal of the love of women, your deep, powerful dreams that you have suppressed and put away. Promise me, the voice and manner were very earnest, that you will not communicate these to him in any way, and that you will keep your judgment absolutely unbiased and untainted. He looked at his old friend and paused. Only your purest judgment of what is to come can help. You promise. Fillery sighed a scarcely noticeable sigh. I promise you, Paul. You are wise, and you are right, he said. On the other hand, let me say one thing to you in my turn. This theory of heredity and of mental telepathic transference, the idea that all his mind's content is derived from his parents and from Mason, we cannot, remember, force this transference and interchange too far. I ask only this: be fair and open yourself with all that follows. Debenham raised his voice. Nor can we, apparently, set limits to it, Edward. But, to be fair and open-minded, I give my promise too. Thus, in the little downstairs room of a private home for incurable mental cases, not a lunatic asylum, though sometimes perhaps next door to it, these two men, deeply intrigued by a new case that passed their understanding as it exceeded their knowledge, practice, and experience, swore to each other to observe carefully, to report faithfully, and to experiment, if experiment proved necessary, with honest and affectionate uprightness. Their views were, obviously, not the same. Debenham, temperamentally opposed to radical innovations, believed it was a case of divided personality. Hundreds of such cases had passed through their hands. Forced to accept extended telepathy, that all minds can, on occasion, share one another's content, and that even a racial and a world memory can be tapped, he feared that his chief might influence LeVallon and twist thus the phenomena to a special end. He knew Edward Fillery's story. He feared, for the sake of truth, the mental transference. He had perhaps other fears as well. Fillery, on the other hand, believing as much and knowing more than his colleague, saw in N.H. a unique possibility. He was thrilled and startled with a half-impossible hope. He felt as if someone ran beside his life, bearing impossible glad tidings, an unexpected, half-incredible figure, the tidings marvelously bright. He hoped, he already wished to think, that N.H. might shadow forth a promise of some magical advance for the ultimate benefit of the race. The thinkers were crying on the housetops that progress was a myth, that each wave of civilization at its height reached the same average level without ever passing further. The menace to the present civilization, already crumbling, was in full swing everywhere. Knowledge, culture, learning threatened in due course with the chaos of destruction that has so far been the invariable rule. The one hope of saving the world, cried religion, lay in substituting spiritual for material values, a utopian dream at best. The one chance, said science, on the other hand, was that civilization today is continuous and not isolated. The best hope, believed Fillery, the only hope, lay in raising the individual by the drawing up into full consciousness of the limitless powers now hidden and inactive in his deeper self, the so-called subliminal faculties. With these greater powers must come also greater moral development. Already, with his uncanny insight, derived from knowledge of himself, he had piercingly divined in N.H. a being, whatever he might be, whose nature acted automatically and directly upon the subconscious self in everybody. That bright messenger, running past his life, had looked, as with fire and tempest, straight into his eyes. It was long after 1 o'clock when the two men said good night and went to their rooms. Debenham was soon in bed, though not soon asleep. Exhausted physically though he was, his mind burned actively. His recent memories were vivid. All he had purposely held back from Fillery returned with power. The uncertainty whether he had experienced hallucination, or had actually, as by telepathic transfer from LeVallon, touched another state of consciousness, kept sleep far away. His brain was far too charged for easy slumber. He feared for his dear, faithful friend, his colleague, the skillful, experienced, yet sorely tempted mind, tempted by nature and by natural weaknesses of birth and origin, who now shared with him the care and healing of a case that troubled his being too deeply for slumber to come quickly. Yet he had done well to keep these memories from Edward Fillery. If Fillery once knew what he knew, his judgment and his scientific diagnosis must be drawn hopelessly away from what he considered the best treatment, the suppression of NH and the making permanent of LeVallon. He fell asleep eventually towards dawn, dreaming impossible, radiant dreams of a world he might have hoped for, yet could not, within the limits of his little cautious, accurate mind, believe in. Dreams that inspire, yet sadden, haunted his release from normal consciousness. Someone had walked upon his life, leaving a growth of everlasting flowers in their magical tread, though his mind, his stolid, cautious mind, had no courage for the plucking. And while he slept, as the hours slipped from west to east, his chief and colleague, lying also sleepless, rose suddenly before the late autumn dawn and walked quietly along the corridor towards the private suite where the new patient rested. His mind was quiet, yet his inner mind alert. His thoughts, his hopes, his dreams, these lay perhaps beyond human computation. He was calmer far than his assistant, though more strangely tempted. It was just growing light. The corridor was cold. A cool, damp air came through the open windows, and the linoleum felt like ice against the feet. The house lay dead and silent. Pausing a moment by a window, he listened to the chattering of early sparrows. He felt chill and hungry, unrested too, though far from sleepy. He was aware of London, bleak, heavy, stolid London town. The troubles of modern life, of labor, politics, taxes, cost of living, all the common, daily things came in with the cheerless morning air. He reached the door he sought and very softly opened it. The radiance met him in the face, so that he almost gasped. The scent of flowers, the sting of sharp, keen forest winds, the exhilaration of some distant mountain top. There was actually a tang of dawn, known only to those who have tasted the heights at sunrise with the heart. And into his heart, singing with happy confidence, rose a sense of supreme joy and confidence that mastered all little earthly woes and pains and walked among the stars. The occupant of the bed lay very still. His shining hair was spread upon the pillow. The splendid limbs were motionless. The chest and arms were bare, the single covering sheet tossed off. The strange, wild face wore happiness and peace upon its skin, the features very calm, the mouth relaxed. It almost seemed a god lay sleeping there upon a little human bed. How long he stood and stared, he did not know. But suddenly the light increased. The curtains stirred about the bed. With a marvelous touch, the separate details merged and quickened into life. The room was changed. The occupant of the bed moved very swiftly, as through the open window came the first touch of exhilarating light. Gold stole across the lintel, breaking over the roofs of slates beyond. The leafless elm tree shimmered faintly. The telegraph wires shone. There was a running sparkle. It was dawn. The figure leapt, danced, no other word describes it, to the open window, where the light and air gushed in, spread wide its arms, lowered its radiant head, began to sing in low, melodious rhythmic chant, and Fillery, as silently as he had come, withdrew and closed the door unseen. His heart moved strangely, but his promise held him. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7. Of the Bright Messenger, by Algernon BLACKWOOD. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Bright Messenger, Chapter 7. The following days it seemed to both Fillery and Debenham that their discussion of the first night had been pitched in too intense, too serious a key. Their patient was so commonplace again, so ordinary. He made himself quite at home, seemed contented and uncurious, taking it for granted he had come to stay forever, apparently. Apart from his strange beauty, his size, virility, and a general impression he conveyed of immense energies he was too easy-going to make use of, he might have passed for a peasant, a countryman to whom city life was new, but an educated, or at least half-educated countryman. He was so big, yet never gauche. He was neither stupid nor ill-informed. The garden interested him. He knew much about the trees and flowers, birds and insects too. He discussed the weather, prevailing wind, moisture, prospects of change and so forth, with a judgment based on what seemed a natural, instinctive knowledge. The gardener looked on him with obvious respect. "Such nice manners, and such a steady eye," Mrs. Soames the matron mentioned, too, approvingly to Debenham. "But a lot in him he doesn't understand himself, unless I'm wrong. Not much the matter with his nerves, anyhow. Once he's married, unless I'm much mistaken, eh, sir?" He was quiet, talking little, and spent the morning over the books Fillery had placed purposely in his sitting-room, books on simple physics, natural history, and astronomy. It was the latter that absorbed him most. He pored over them by the hour. Fillery explained the situation so far as he thought wise. The young man was honesty and simple innocence, but only vaguely interested in the life of the great city he now experienced for the first time. He had in his luggage a copy of the will by which Mason had left him everything, and he was pleased to know himself well provided for. Of Mason, however, he had only a dim, uncertain, almost an impersonal memory, as of someone encountered in a dream. "I suppose something's happened to me," he said to Fillery, his language normal and quite ordinary again. He spoke with a slight foreign accent. "There was somebody, of course, who looked after me and lived with me, but I can't remember who or where it was. I was very happy," he added, "and yet I miss something." Dr. Fillery, remembering his promise, did not press him. "It will all come back by degrees," he remarked in a sympathetic tone. "In the meantime, you must make yourself at home here with us, for as long as you like. You are quite free in every way. I want you to be happy here." "I live with you always," was the reply. "There are things I want to tell you, ask you too." He paused, looking thoughtful. "There was someone I told all to once." "Come to me with everything. I'll help you always, so far as I can." He placed a hand upon his knee. "There are feelings, big feelings I cannot reach quite, but that make me feel different." He smiled beautifully. "From others." Quick as lightning, he had changed the sentence at the last word, substituting others for you. Had he been aware of a slight uneasy emotion in his listener's heart? It had hardly betrayed itself by any visible sign, yet he had instantly divined its presence. Such evidences of a subtle, intimate understanding were not lacking. Yet Fillery admirably restrained himself. "There are bright places I have lost," he went on frankly, no sign of shy reserve in him. "I feel confused, lost somewhere, as if I didn't belong here. I feel," he used an odd word, "doubled." His face shaded a little. "Big, overpowering London is bound to affect you," put in Fillery, who had noticed the rapid discernment. "After living among woods and mountains as you have lived for years, all will come right in a little time. We must settle down a bit first." "Woods and mountains," repeated the other in a half-dreamy voice, his eyes betraying an effort to follow thought elsewhere. "Of course, yes, woods and mountains, and hot, living sunlight, and the winds." His companion shifted the conversation a little. He suggested a line of reading and study. They talked also of such ordinary but necessary things as providing a wardrobe, of food, exercise, companionship of his own age, and so forth. All the commonplace details of ordinary daily life, in fact. The exchange betrayed nothing of interest, nothing unusual. They mentioned theaters, music, painting, and beyond the natural curiosity of youth that was ignorant of these, no detail was revealed that need have attracted the attention of anybody, neither of doctor, psychologist, nor student of human nature. With the single exception that the past years had been obliterated from memory, though much that had been acquired in them remained, there was not noticeable peculiarity of any sort. Both language and point of view were normal. This was obviously LeVallon. The NH personality scarcely cast a shadow even. Yet NH, the doctor was quick to see, lay ready and waiting just below the surface. There was no doubt in his mind which was the central self, and which its transient projection, the secondary personality. Again, as he sat and talked, he had the odd impression that someone with bright tidings ran swiftly past his life, perhaps towards it. The swift messenger was certainly not LeVallon. LeVallon, indeed, was but a shadow cast before this glad, bright visitant. Thus he felt, at any rate. LeVallon was an empty simulacrum left behind, while NH rested, or was active upon other things, things natural to him elsewhere. LeVallon was an arm, a limb, a feeler that NH thrust out. At Charing Cross, for instance, for a brief moment only, NH had peered across his shoulder, then withdrawn again. In the car had sat by his side LeVallon. The being he now chatted with was also LeVallon only. But in his own heart, deep down, hidden yet eager to break loose, lay his own deeper self that burned within him. This, the important part of him, yearned towards NH, and up rose the strange symbol that always appeared when his deepest, perhaps his subliminal self was stirred. That lost radiant valley in the haunted Caucasus shone close and brimming over, with light, with flowers, with splendid winds and fire, symbols of a vaster, grander, happier life, though perhaps a life not yet within the range of normal human consciousness. The fiery symbol flashed and passed. Curious thoughts and pictures rose flaming in his mind, persistent ideas that bore no possible relation to his intellectual, reasoning life. Passing across the background of his brain, as with waves of heat and color, they were correlated somewhere with harmonious sound. Music, that is, came with them, as though inspiration brought its own sound with it that made singing natural. They haunted him, these vague, pleasurable phantasmagoria that were connected, he felt sure, with music as with childhood's lost imaginings. For a long time he searched in vain for their source and origin. Then suddenly he remembered. He heard his father's gruff, humorous voice. "There's not a scrap of evidence, of course." And sharply, vividly, the buried memory gave up its dead. His childish question went crashing through the air. Are we the only beings in the world? Nothing is ever lost, he reminded himself with a smile that Debenham assuredly never saw. Every seed must bear its fruit in time. And emotion surged through him from the remorseless records of his underself. The childhood's love, with its correlative of deep, absolute belief, returned upon him, linked on somehow to that old familiar symbol he knew to mean his awakening subconscious being. A flowering Caucasian veil of sun and wind. A belief, he realized, especially a belief of childhood, remains forever inexpugnable, eternal, prolific seed of future harvests. The unstable in him betrayed its ineradicable, dangerous streak. There rose upon him in a cloud strange notions that inflamed imagination sweetly. Later reading, indeed, had laid flesh upon the skeleton of the boyish notion, though, derived in the first instance, he certainly knew not whence. The literature and tradition of the East, he recalled, peopled the elements with conscious life, to which the world's fairy tales, remnant of lost knowledge possibly, added nerves and heart and blood. In all human bodies, at any rate, dwelt not necessarily always human spirits, human souls. He checked himself with a smile he would have liked to call a chuckle, but that yet held some inexplicable happiness at its heart. His rugged, eager face, its expression bitten deeply by experience, turned curiously young. There rushed through him the Eastern conception of another system of life, another evolution, deathless, divine, important, the order of the Devas, a series of nature beings entirely apart from human categories. They included many degrees, from fairies to planetary spirits, the gods so-called. And their duties, work, and purposes were concerned, he remembered, with carrying out the laws of nature, the busy tending of all forms and structures, from the elaborately marvelous infusoria in a drop of stagnant water, the growth of crystals, the upbuilding of flowers and trees, of insects, animals, humans, to the guidance and guardianship of those vaster forms of heavenly bodies, the stars, the planets, and the mighty suns, whose gigantic bodies, inhabited by immenser consciousness, people empty space. A noble, useful, selfless work, God's messengers. He checked himself again as the rich, ancient notion flitted across his stirring memory. Delightful, picturesque conceptions of the planet's young, fair ignorance, he reminded himself, smiling as before. Whereupon rose, bursting through his momentary dream with full-fledged power, the great hope of his own reasoned, scientific dream, that man is greater than he knows, and that the progress of the race was demonstrable. For to the subliminal powers of an awakened race these nature beings, with their special faculties, must lie open and accessible. The human and the non-human could unite. Nature must come back into the hearts of men and win them again to simple, natural life, with love, with joy, with naked beauty. Death and disease must vanish. Hope and purity return. The race must develop, grow, become in the true sense universal. It could know God. The vision flashed upon him with extraordinary conviction, so that he forgot for the moment how securely he belonged to the unstable. The smile of happiness spread, as it were, over his entire being. He glowed and pulsed with its delicious inward fire. Light filled his being for an instant of intoxicating belief and certainty and vision. The instant inspiration of a dream went lost and vanished. He had drawn upon childhood and legendary reading for the substance of a moment's happiness. He shook himself, so to speak. He remembered his patients and his duties, his colleague too. Nothing, meanwhile, occurred to arouse interest or attention. LeVallon was quite docile, ordinary. He needed no watching. He slept well, ate well, spent his leisure with his books and in the garden. He complained often of the lack of sunlight, and sometimes he might be seen taking some deep breaths of air into his lungs by the open window or on the balcony. The phases of the moon, too, interested him, and he asked once when the full moon would come, and then, when Debenham told him, he corrected the date the latter gave, proving him 2 hours wrong. But on the whole, there seemed little to differentiate him from the usual young man whose physique had developed in advance of his mental faculties. His knowledge in some respects certainly was backward, as in the case of arrested development. He seemed an intelligent countryman, but an unusually intelligent countryman, though all the time another underintelligence shone brightly, betraying itself in remarks and judgments oddly phrased. Dr. Fillery took him, during the following day or two, to concerts, theaters, cinemas. He enjoyed them all. Yet in the theaters he was inclined to let his attention wander. The degree of alertness varied oddly. His critical standard, moreover, was curiously exacting. He demanded the real creative interpretation of a part, and was quick to detect a lack of inspiration, of fine technique, of true conception in a player. Reasons he failed to give, and argument seemed impossible to him, but if voice or gesture or imaginative touch failed anywhere, he lost interest in the performer from that moment. "He has poor breath," he remarked. "He only imitates. He is outside." Or, "She pretends. She does not feel and know. Feeling, the feeling that comes of fire, she has not felt." "She does not understand her part, you mean?" suggested Fillery. "She does not burn with it," was the reply. At concerts he behaved individually, too. They bored as well as puzzled him. The music hardly stirred him. He showed signs of distress at anything classical, though Wagner, Debussy, the Russians moved him and produced excitement. "He," was his remark with emphasis, "has heard. He gives me freedom. I could fly and go away. He sets me free." And then he would say no more, not even in reply to questions. He could not define the freedom he referred to, nor could he say where he would go away to. But his face lit up. He smiled his delightful smile. He looked happy. "Stars," he added once in a tone of interest, in reply to repeated questions. "Stars, wind, fire, away from this." He tapped his head and breast. "I feel more alive and real." "It's real and true, that music? That's what you feel?" "It's beyond this," he replied, again tapping his body. "They have heard." The cinema interested him more, yet its limits seemed to perplex him more than its wonder thrilled him. He accepted it as a simple, natural, universal thing. "They stay always on the sheet," he observed with evident surprise, "and I hear nothing. They do not even sing. Sound and movement go together." "The speaking will come," explained Fillery. "Those are pictures merely." "I understand. Yet sound is natural, isn't it? They ought to be heard." "Speech," agreed his companion, "is natural, but singing isn't." "Are they not alive enough to sing?" was the reply, spoken to himself rather than to his neighbor, who was so attentive to his last response. "Do they only sing when—" Fillery heard it and felt something leap within him. "When they are paid, or have an audience?" He finished the sentence quickly. "No one sings naturally of their own accord. Not in cities, at any rate," was the reply. LeVallon laughed, as though he understood at once. "There is no sun and wind," he murmured. "Of course, they cannot." It was the cinemas that provided most material for observation, Fillery found. There was in a cinema performance something that excited his companion, but excited him more than the doctor felt he was justified in encouraging. Obviously, the other side of him, the NH aspect, came up to breathe under the stimulus of the rapid, world-embracing, space and time-destroying pictures on the screen. Concerts did not stimulate him, it seemed, but rather puzzled him. He remained wholly the commonplace LeVallon, with one exception. He drew involved patterns on the edge of his programs, patterns of a very complicated yet accurate kind, as though he almost saw the sounds that poured into his ears. And these ornamented programs Dr. Fillery preserved. Sound, music, seemed to belong to his interpretation of movement. About the cinema, however, there seemed something almost familiar, something he already knew and understood, the sound belonging to movement only lacking. Apart from these small incidents, LeVallon showed nothing unusual, nothing that a yokel untaught yet of natural intelligence might not have shown. His language, perhaps, was singular, but, having been educated by one mind only, and in a region of lonely forests and mountains, remote from civilized life, there was nothing inexplicable in the odd words he chose, nor in the peculiar, if subtle and penetrating, phrases that he used. Invariably, he recognized the spontaneous, creative power as distinguished from the derivative that merely imitated. He found ways of expressing himself almost immediately, both in speech and writing, however, and with a perfection far beyond the reach of a half-educated country lad. And this swift aptitude was puzzling until its explanation suddenly was laid bare. He absorbed, his companion realized at last, as by telepathy, the content of his own, of Fillery's mind, acquiring the latter's mood, language, ideas, as though the two formed one being. The discovery startled the doctor. Yet what startled him still more was the further discovery, made a little later, that he himself could, on occasions, become so identified with his patient that the slightest shade of thought or feeling rose spontaneously in his own mind too. He remained otherwise almost entirely LeVallon, and, after a full report made to Debenham and the detailed discussion thereon that followed, Dr. Fillery had no evidence to contradict the latter's opinion. LeVallon is the real true self. The other personality, NH as we call it, is a mere digest and accumulation of material supplied by his parents and by Mason. "Let us wait and see what happens when NH appears and does something," Fillery was content to reply. "If," answered Debenham, with skeptical emphasis, "it ever does appear." "You think it won't?" asked Fillery. "With proper treatment," said Debenham decisively, "I see no reason why NH should not become happily merged in the parent self, in LeVallon, and a permanent cure result." He put his glasses straight and stared at his chief, as much as to say, "You promised." "Perhaps," said Fillery. "But, in my judgment, LeVallon is too slight to count at all. I believe the whole real parent self is NH, and the only life LeVallon has at all is that which peeps up through him, from NH." Fillery returned his serious look. "If NH is the real self, and I am right," he added slowly, "you, Paul, will have to revise your whole position." "I shall," returned Debenham. "But, you will allow this, it is a lot to expect." I see no reason to believe in anything more than a subconscious mind of unusual content, and possibly of unusual powers and extent," he added with reluctance. "It is," said Fillery significantly, "a lot to expect, as you said just now. I grant you that. Yet I feel it possible that—" He hesitated. Debenham looked uncomfortable. He fidgeted. He did not like the pause. A sense of exasperation rose in him, as though he knew something of what was coming. "Paul," went on his chief abruptly in a tone that dropped instinctively to a lower key, almost a touch of awe lay behind it, "you admit no deity, I know. But you admit purpose, design, intelligence." "Well," replied the other patiently, long experience having taught him iron restraint, "it's a blundering, imperfect system, inadequately organized, if you care to call that intelligence. It's of an extremely intricate complexity. I admit that. Deity I consider an unnecessary assumption." "The love and hate of atoms alone bowls you over," was the unexpected comment. "The word laws explains nothing. A machine obeys the laws, but intelligence conceived that machine, and a man repairs and keeps it going. What keeps the daisy going, the crystal, the creative thought in the imagination? An egg becomes a leaf-eating caterpillar, which in turn becomes a honey-eating butterfly with wings. A yolk turns into feathers. Is that accomplished without intelligence?" "Ask our new patient," interrupted Debenham, wiping his glasses with unnecessary thoroughness. "Which?" Debenham startled, looked up without his glasses. It seemed the question made him uneasy. Putting the glasses on suddenly, he stared at his chief. "I see what you mean, Edward," he said earnestly, his interest deeply captured. "Be careful. We know nothing, remember, nothing of life. Don't jump ahead like this or take your dreams for reality. We have our duty, in a case like this." Fillery smiled, as though to convey that he remembered his promise. "Humanity," he replied, "is a very small section of the universe. Compared to the minuter forms of life, which may be quite as important, if not more so, the human section is even negligible. While compared to the possibility of greater forms—" He broke off abruptly. "As you say, Paul, we know nothing of life after all, do we? Nothing less than nothing. We observe and classify a few results, that's all. We must beware of narrow prejudice, at any rate, you and I." His eyes lost their light, his speech dried up, his ideas, dreams, speculations returned to him unrewarded, unexpressed. With natures in whom the subconscious never stirred, natures through whom its magical fires cast no faintest upward gleam, intercourse was ever sterile, unproductive. Such natures had no background. Even a fact, with them, was detached from its true big life, its full significance, its divine potentialities. "We must beware of prejudice," he repeated quietly. "We seek truth only." "We must beware," replied Debenham as he shrugged his shoulders, "of suggestion, of auto-suggestion above all. We must remember how repressed desires dramatize themselves, especially," he added significantly, "when aided by imagination. We seek only facts." On his face appeared swiftly, before it vanished again, an expression of keen anxiety, almost of affliction, yet tempered, as it were, by surprise and wonder, by pity possibly, and certainly by affection. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Bright Messenger by Algernon Blackwood. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Bright Messenger. Chapter 8. To Debenham, meanwhile, LeVallon's behavior was polite and kind and distant. He did not show distrust of any sort, but he betrayed a certain diffidence, reserve, and caution. Trust he felt, sympathy he did not feel. To the amusement of Fillery, he suggested almost a kind of mild contempt when dealing with him, and this amusement was increased by the fact that it obviously annoyed Debenham, while it gratified his chief. For towards Fillery, LeVallon behaved with an intimate and understanding sympathy that proved his instantaneous affection based upon mutual comprehension. It seemed that LeVallon and Fillery had known one another always. It was doubtless due to this innate sympathy between them that Edward Fillery's rare gift of absorbing the content of another's mind, even to the point of taking on that other's conditions, physical and emotional at the same time, was so successful. By means of a highly developed power of autosuggestion, he had learned so to identify his own mind, thought, feeling with those of a patient, that there resulted a kind of merging by which he literally became that patient. He felt with him. As a subject sees the pictures in the hypnotizer's mind, perceives his thoughts, divines his slightest will, so Fillery, reversing the process, could realize for the moment exactly what his patient was thinking, feeling, desiring. It was of great use to him in his strange practice. This gift, naturally, varied in degree, and was not invariably successful. In some cases he only felt, the emotion alone being thus transferred. In others he only saw what the patient saw, or thought he saw, the accompanying emotion being omitted. In others again, as in cases of vision at a distance, either of time or space, he had been able to follow the traveling sight of his patient, whose consciousness in trance was operating far away, and thus to check for subsequent verification exactly what that patient saw. He had shared strange experiences with others, with a man, for instance, in whom sight was transferred to the tip of his index finger, so that he could read a book by passing that finger along the printed line. With a woman, again, in whom exteriorized consciousness manifested itself, so that if the air several inches from her face was pinched or struck, the impact was received, and an actual bruise produced upon her skin. This extension of consciousness, its seeds already in his nature, he had trained and developed to a point where he could almost rely upon autosuggestion bringing about quickly the desired conditions. Its success, however, as mentioned, was variable. With N.H., especially now, this variableness was marked. Sometimes it was so easily accomplished as to seem natural and without a conscious effort, while at other times it failed completely. Since it was in no sense an attempt to transfer anything from his own mind to that of the patient, Fillery felt that his promise to his colleague was not involved. The following scene describes the first time in which the process took place with his new patient. Fillery himself wrote down the words, supplied the detailed description, filled in the emotion and psychology, but exactly as these occurred and as he felt them, both when these took place, respectively, in his own consciousness and in that of his patient. Part of the time he was present, part of it he was not visibly so, being screened from observation, yet so placed that he could note everything that happened. It is clear, however, that his mind was so intimately en rapport with the thoughts and feelings of N.H. that he experienced in his own being all that N.H. experienced. The description was written immediately after the occurrence, though some of it, the spoken language in particular, was jotted down in his hiding-place at the actual moment. The interlacing of the two minds, their interpenetration, as it were, one occasionally dominating the other, is curious to trace and far from difficult to disentangle. Similarly, the interweaving of LeVallon and N.H. is noticeable. The description given by Debenham of the portion of the occurrence he witnessed personally, or heard about from Nurse Robbins and the attendants, this description reduces the whole thing to the commonplace level of a slight seizure accompanied by signs of violence and moments of delirium due to excitement and fatigue, and soon cured by sleep. The occurrence took place precisely at the period when the moon was at the full. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Bright Messenger by Algernon BLACKWOOD. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Bright Messenger. Chapter 9. The body I'm in and using is 22, as they call it, and from a man named Mason, a geologist, I receive sums of money, regularly paid, with which I live. They call it live. A roof and walls protect me, who do not need protection. My body, which it irks, is covered with wool and cloth and stuff, fitting me as bark fits a tree, and yet not part of me. My feet, which love the touch of earth and yearn for it, are cased in dead dried skin called leather. Even my head and hair, which crave the sun and wind, are covered with another piece of dead dried skin, shaped like a shell, but an ugly shell, in which, were it shaped otherwise, the wind and rustling leaves might sing with flowers. Before 22 I remember nothing definite, that is. I opened my eyes in a soft but not refreshing case, standing on 4 iron legs, and well off the ground, and covered with coarse white coverings piled thickly on my body. It was a bed. Slabs of transparent stuff kept out the living sunshine for which I hungered. Thick, solid walls shut off the wind. No stars or moon showed overhead, because an enormous lid hid every bit of sky. No dew, therefore, lay upon the sheets. I smelt no earth, nor leaves, no flowers. No single natural sound entered, except the chattering of dirty sparrows, which had lost its freshness. I was in a hospital. One comely figure alone gave me a little joy. It was soft and slim and graceful, with a smell of fern and morning in its hair, though that hair was lustreless and balled up in ugly lumps, with strips of thin metal in it. They called it nurse and sister. It was the first moving thing I saw when my eyes opened on my limited and enclosed surroundings. My heart beat quicker. A flash of thin joy came up in me. I had seen something similar before somewhere. It reminded me, of something I had known elsewhere, though but a shabby, lifeless, clumsy copy of this other glorious thing. Though not real, it stirred this faint memory of reality, so that I caught at the skirts of moonlight, stars and flowers, reflected in a forest pool where my companion played for long periods of happiness between our work. The perfume and the eyes did that. I watched it for a bit as it moved away, came close and looked at me. When the eyes met mine, a wave of life, but of little life, surged faintly through me. They were dim and pitiful, these eyes, mournful, unlit, unseeing. The stars had set in them. Dull shadows crowded. They were so small. They were hungry, too. They were unsatisfied. For some minutes it puzzled me. Then I understood. That was the word, unsatisfied. Ah, but I could alter that. I could comfort, help at any rate. My strength, though horribly clipped and blocked, could manage a little thing like that. My smaller rhythms I could put into it. The eyes, the smile, the whole soft comely bundle, so pitifully hungry and unsatisfied, I rose and seized, pressing it close inside my own great arms, and bearing it all against my breast. I crushed it, but very gently, as I might crush a sapling. My lips were amid the ferny hair. I breathed upon it willingly, glad to help. It was a poor, unfinished thing, I felt at once, soft and yielding where it should have been resilient and elastic as fresh turf. The perfume had no body. It faded instantly. There was so little life in it. But as I held it in my big embrace, smothering its hunger as best I could within my wave of being, this bundle, this poor pitiful bundle, screamed and struggled to get free. It beat and scratched and uttered sounds like those squeaks the less swift creatures make when the swifter overtake them. I was too surprised to keep it to me. I relaxed my hold. The instant I did so, the figure, thus released, stood upright, like a young birch the wind sets free. The figure looked alive. The hair fell loose, untidily. The puny face wore color. The eyes had fire in them. I saw that fire. It was a message. Memory stirred faintly in me. "Ah," I cried, "I've helped you anyhow a little." The scene that followed filled me with such trouble and bewilderment that I cannot recall exactly what occurred. The figure seemed to spit at me, yet not with grace and invitation. There was no sign of gratitude. I was entirely misunderstood, it seemed. Bells rang as the figure rushed to the door and flung it open. It called aloud. Similar, though quite lifeless figures came in answer and filled the room. A doctor, Debenham they called him, followed them. I was most carefully examined in a dozen curious ways that tickled my skin a little so that I smiled. But I lay quite still and silent, watching the whole performance with a confusion in my being that baffled my comprehending what was going on. Most of the figures were frightened. Then the doctor gave place to Fillery, whose name was Rhythm. To him I spoke at once. "I wish to comfort and revive her," I told him. "She is so starved. I was most gentle. She brings a message only." He made no reply, but gazed at me with the corners of his mouth both twitching, and in his eyes, his eyes had more of the sun in them, a flash of something that had known fire at least, if it had not kept it. "My God, I worship thee," I murmured at the glimpse of the power I must own as master and creator of my being. "Even when thou art playful, I adore thee and obey." Then 4 other figures, shaped like the doctor, but wholly mechanical, a mere blind weight operating through them, held my arms and legs. Not the least desire to move was in me, luckily. I say luckily, because, had I wished it, I could have flung them through the roof, blown down the little walls, caught up a dozen figures in my arms, and rushed forth with them towards the powers of fire and wind to which I belonged. Could I? I felt that I could. The sight of the true fire, small though it was, in the comely figures and the doctor's eyes, had set me in touch again with my home and origin. This touch I had somehow lost. I had been ill with what they called nervous disorder and injured reason. The lost touch was now restored. But luckily, as I said, there was no desire in me to set free these other figures, to help them in any way, after the reception my first kindly effort had experienced. I lay quite still, held by these 4 grotesque and puny mechanisms. The comely one, with the other similar to her, had withdrawn. I felt very kindly towards them all, but especially towards the doctor, Fillery, who had shown that he knew my deity and origin. None of them were worth much trouble anyhow. I felt that too. A mild, sweet-toned contempt was in me. Dangerous was a word I caught them whispering as they went. I laughed a little. The 4 faces over me made odd grimaces, tightening their lips and gripping my legs and arms with greater effort. The doctor, Fillery, noticed it. "Easy, remember," he addressed the four. "There's really no need to hold. It won't recur." I nodded. We understood one another, and with a smile at me, he left the room, saying he would come back after a short interval. A link with my source, a brother, as it were, went with him. I was lonely. I began to hum songs to myself, little fragments of a great natural music I had once known but lost, and I noticed that the four figures, as I sang, relaxed their grip of my limbs considerably. To tell the truth, I forgot that they were holding me. Their grip, anyhow, was but a thread I could snap without the smallest effort. The songs were happiness in me. Upon free-leaping rhythms I careered with an exhilarating rush of liberty. All about space I soared and sank. I was picked up, flung far, riding the crest of immense waves of orderly vibration that delighted me. I let myself go a bit, let my voice out, I mean. No effort accompanied my singing. It was automatic, like breathing almost. It was natural to me. These rhythmical sounds and the patterns that they wove in space were the outlines of forms it was my work to build. This expressed my nature. Only my power was blocked and stifled in this confining body. The fire and air which were my tools I could not control. I have forgotten. "Got a voice, ain't he?" observed one of the figures admiringly. "Loonies can do most anything they have a mind to." "Grand opera, isn't it?" "Yes," mentioned the fourth. "But he'll lift the roof off presently. We'd better stop him before there's any trouble." I stopped of myself, however. Their remarks interested me. Also, while I had been singing, although I called it humming only, they had gradually let go of me, and were now sitting down on my bed and staring with quite pleasant faces. All their dim 8 eyes were fixed on me. Their forms were not built well. "Where did you get that from, Governor?" asked the one who had spoken first. "Can you give me the name of it?" The sound of his own voice was like the scratching of a pin after the enormous rhythm that now ceased. "Ain't printed, is it?" he went on, as I stared, not understanding what he meant. "I've got a sister at the Halls," he explained. "They'd make a hit with that kind of thing. Gave me quite a twist inside to hear it," he added, turning to the others. The others agreed solemnly with dull, stupid faces. I lay and listened to their talk. I longed to help them. I had forgotten how. "A bit churchy, I thought it," said one. "But I confess it stirred me up." "Churchy or not, it's the stuff," insisted the first. "Oh, it's the stuff to give 'em, right enough." And they looked at me admiringly again. "Where did you get it, if I may ask?" replied number one in a more respectful tone. His face looked quite polite, the lips stretched, showing yellow teeth. It was his smile. But his eyes were a little more real. Oh, where was my fire? I could have built the outline better, so that he was real and might express far more. I have forgotten. "I hear it," I told him, "because I'm in it. It's all about me. It never stops. It's what we build with." Number one seemed greatly interested. "Hear it, do you? Why, that's odd now. You see—" He looked at his companions apologetically, as though he knew they would not believe him. "My father was like that. He heard his music, he always used to say, but we laughed at him. He was a composer by trade. Oh, his stuff was printed, too. Of course," he added, "there's musical talent in the family," as though that explained everything. He turned to me again. "Give us a little more, mister, if you don't object, that is," he added. and his face was soft as he said it. "Only gentle-like, if you don't mind." "Yes, keep it down a bit," another put in, looking anxiously in the direction of the closed door. He patted the air with his open palm, slowly, carefully, as though he patted an animal that might rise and fly at him. I hummed again for them, but this time with my lips closed. The waves of rhythm caught me up and away. I soared, and flew and dropped and rose again upon their huge coloured crests. Curtains and sheets of quiet flame in palest gold flared shimmering through the sound, while winds that were full of hurricanes and cyclones swept down to lift the fire and dance with it in spirals. The perfume of great flowers rose. There were flowers everywhere, and stars shone through it all like showers of gold. Ah, I began to remember something. It was flowers and stars, as well as human forms, we worked to build. But I kept the fire from leaping into actual flame. The mighty winds I held back. Even thus pent and checked, their powerful volume made the atmosphere shake and pulse about us. Only I could not control them now. With an effort I came back, came down as it were, and saw the funny little faces staring at me with opened eyes and mouths, and yellow teeth, pale gums, their skins gone whitish, their figures rigid with their tense emotion. They were so poorly made, the pattern so imperfect. The new respect in their manner was marked plainly. Suddenly, all four turned together towards the door. I stopped. The doctor had returned. But it was Fillery again. I liked the feel of him. "He wanted to sing, sir, so we let him. It seemed to relieve him a bit," they explained quickly and with an air of helpless apology. "Good, good," said the doctor. "Quite good. Any normal expression that brings relief is good." He dismissed them. They went out, casting back at me expressions of puzzled thanks and interest. The door closed behind them. The doctor seated himself beside me and took my hand. I liked his touch. His hand was alive, at any rate, although within my own it felt rather like a dying branch or bunch of leaves I grasped. The life, if thin, was real. "Where's the rest of it?" I asked him, meaning the music. "I used to have it all. It's left me, gone away. What's cut it off?" "You're not cut off, really," he said gently. "You can always get into it again when you really need it." He gazed at me steadily for a minute, then said in his quiet voice, a full, nice tone with wind through a forest running in it, "Mason, Dr. Mason." He said no more, but watched me. The name stirred something in me I could not get at quite. I could not reach down to it. I was troubled by a memory I could not seize. "Mason," I repeated, returning his strong gaze. Who was Mason? And where? I connected the name with a sense of liberty, also with great winds and pools of fire, with great figures of golden skin and radiant faces, with music too, the music that had left me. "You've forgotten for the moment," came the deep running voice I liked. "He looked after you for 20 years. He gave his life for you. He loved you. He loved your mother. Your father was his friend." "Has he gone back?" "He's dead." "I can get after him, though," I said, for the name touched me with a sense of lost companionship I wanted, though the reference to my father and mother left me cold. "I can easily catch him up. When I move with my mind and fire, the fastest thing stands still." My own speed, once I was free again, I knew outpaced easily the swiftest bird, outpaced light itself. "Yes," agreed the doctor. Only he doesn't want that now. You can always catch him up when the time comes. Besides, he's waiting for you anyhow." I knew that was true. I sank back, comforted upon the stuffy pillows, and lay silent. This tinkling chatter wearied me. It was like trickling wind. I wanted the flood of hurricanes, the pulse of storms. My building, shaping powers, my great companions, oh, where were they? "He taught you himself, taught you all you know." I heard the tinkling go on again. "But he kept you away from life, thinking it was best. He was afraid for you, afraid for others too. He kept you in the woods and mountains, where, as he believed, you could alone express yourself and so be happy. 100 times, in babyhood and early childhood, you nearly died. He nursed you back to life. His own life he renounced. Now he is dead. He has left you all his money." He paused. I said no word. Faint memories passed through my mind, but nothing I could hold and seize. The money I did not understand at all, except that it was necessary. "He thought at first that you could not possibly live to manhood. To his surprise, you survived everything: illness, accident, disaster of every sort and kind. Then, as you grew up, he realized his mistake. Instead of keeping you away from life, he ought to have introduced you to it and explained it, as I and Debenham are now trying to do. You could not live forever alone in woods and mountains. When he was gone, there would be no one to look after you and guide you." The trickling of wind went on and on. I hardly listened to it. He did it for his own pleasure, I suppose. It pleased and soothed him possibly. Yet I remembered every syllable. It was a small detail to keep fresh when my real memory covered the whole planet. Before he died, he recognized his mistake and faced the position boldly. It was some years before the end. He was hale and hearty still, yet the end he knew was in sight. While the power was still strong in him, therefore, he did the only thing left to him to do. He used his great powers. He used suggestion. He hypnotized you, telling you to forget, from the moment of his death, but not before, forget everything. It was only partially successful. The door opened. The comely figure glanced in, then vanished. "She wants more help from me." I interrupted the monotonous tinkling instantly, for pity stirred in me again as I saw her eager, hungry, and unsatisfied little eyes. "Call her back. I feel quite willing. It is one of the lower forms we made. I can improve it." Dr. Fillery, as he was called, looked at me steadily, his mouth twitching at the corners as before, a flash of fire flitting through his eyes. The fire made me like and trust him. The twitching, too, I liked, for it meant he knew how absurd he was. Yet he was bigger than the other figures. "You can't do that," he said. "You mustn't." And then laughed outright. "It isn't done, you know, here." "Why not, sir?" I asked, using the terms the figures used. "I feel like that." "Of course you do. But all you feel can't be expressed except at the proper times and places. The consent of the other party always is involved," he went on slowly, "when it's a question of expressing anything you feel." This puzzled me, because in this particular instance the other party had asked me with her eyes to comfort her. I told him this. He laughed still more. Caught by the sound, it was just like wind passing among tall grasses on a mountain ridge. I forgot what he was talking about for the moment. The sound carried me away towards my own rhythms. "You've got such amazing insight," he went on, tinkling to himself, for I heard, although I did not listen. "You read the heart too easily, too quickly. You must learn to hide your knowledge." The laughter which ran with the words then ended, and I came back to the last thing I had definitely listened to. Expressing was the phrase he used. "You told me that self-expression is the purpose for which I'm here?" "I believe it is," he agreed, more solemnly. "Only sometimes, then?" "Exactly. If that expression involves another in pain or trouble or discomfort." "Ah, I have to choose, you mean. I have to know first what the other feels about it." I began to understand better. It was a game, and all games delighted me. "You may put it roughly so, yes," he explained. "You're very quick. I'll give you a rule to guide you," he went on. I listened with an effort. This tinkling soon wearied me. I could not think long or much. My way, it seemed, was feeling. "Ask yourself always how what you do will affect another," Dr. Fillery concluded. "That's a safe rule for you." "That is of children," I observed. We stared at each other a moment. "Both sides keep it?" I asked. "Childish," he agreed. "It certainly is. Both sides, yes, keep it." I sighed, and the sigh seemed to rise from my very feet, passing through my whole being. He looked at me most kindly then, asking why I sighed. "I used to be free," I told him. "This is not liberty. And why are we not all free together?" "It is liberty for two instead of only for one," he said, "and so on, in the long run, liberty for all." "So that's where they are," I remarked, but to myself and not to him. "Not further than that." For what I had once known, but now it seemed forgotten, was far beyond such a foolish little game. We had lived without such tiny tricks. We lived openly and unafraid. We worked in harmony. We lived. Yes, but who was we? That was the part I had forgotten. "It is the growth and development of civilization." I heard the little drift of wind go whistling thinly. "And it won't take you long to become quite civilized at this rate. More civilized, indeed, than most, with your swift intelligence and lightning insight." "Civilization," I repeated to myself. Then I looked at his eyes, which hid carefully in their depths somewhere that tiny cherished flame I loved. "Your ways are really very simple," I said. "It's all easy enough to learn. It is so small." "A man studying ants," he tinkled, "finds them small, but far from simple. You may find complications later. If so, come to me." I promised him, and the fire gleamed faintly in his eyes a moment. "He entrusted you to me. Your mother," he added softly, "was the woman he loved." "Civilization," I repeated, for the word set going an odd new rhythm in me that I rather liked, and that tired me less than the other things he said. "What is it, then? You are a race, you told me." "A race of human beings, of men and women developing. The comely ones are the women. Together we make up the race." "And civilization?" "Is realizing that we are a community, learning, growing, all its members living for the others as well as for themselves." Dr. Fillery told me then about men and women and sex, how children are made, and what enormous and endless work was necessary merely to keep them all alive and clothed and sheltered before they could accomplish anything else of any sort at all. Half the labor of the majority was simply to keep alive at all. It was an ugly little system he described. Much I did not hear, because my thinking powers gave out. Some of it gave me an awful feeling he called pain. The confusion and imperfection seemed beyond repair, even beyond the worth of being part of it, of being to it at all. Moreover, the making of children, without which the whole thing must end, gave me spasms of irritation he called laughter. Only the comely ones, and what he told me of them, made me want to sing. "The men," I said, "but do they see that it is ugly and ludicrous and—" "Comic," he helped me. "Do they know," I asked, taking his unknown words, "that it's comic?" "The glamour," he said, "conceals it from them. To the best among them it is sacred even." "And the comely ones?" "It is their chief mission," he replied. "Always remember that. It's sacred." He fixed his kind eyes gravely on my face. "Ah, worship, you mean," I said. "I understand." Again we stared for some minutes. "Yet all are not comely, are they?" I asked presently. The fire again shone faintly in his eyes as he watched me a moment without answering. It caught me away. I am not sure if I heard his words, but I think they ran like this: "That's the point where civilization, so far, has always stopped." I remember he ceased tinkling then. Our talk ceased too. I was exhausted. He told me to remember what he had said, and to lie down and rest. He rang the bell, and a man, one of the 4 who had held me, came in. "Ask Nurse Robbins to come here a moment, please," he said. And a moment later the comely one entered softly and stood beside my bed. She did not look at me. Dr. Fillery began again his little tinkling. "Wishes to apologize to you most sincerely, nurse, for his mistake. He meant no harm, believe me. There is no danger in him, nor will he ever repeat it. His ignorance of our ways, I must ask you to believe—" "Oh, it's nothing, sir," she interrupted. "I've quite forgotten it already, and usually he's as good as gold and perfectly quiet." She blushed, glancing shyly at me with clear invitation. "It will not recur," repeated the doctor positively. "He has promised me. He is very, very sorry and ashamed." The nurse looked more boldly a moment. I saw her silver teeth. I saw the hint of soft fire in her poor, pitiful eyes, but far, far away, and as she thought, safely hidden. "Pitiful one, I will not touch you," I said instantly. "I know that you are sacred." I noticed at once that her sweet natural perfume increased about her as I said the words, but her eyes were lowered, though she smiled a little, and her little cheeks grew coloured. I saw her small teeth of silvery marble again. Our work was visible. I liked it. "You have promised me," said Dr. Fillery, rising to go out. "I promise," I said, while the comely one was arranging my pillows and sheets with quick, clever hands, sometimes touching my cheek on purpose as she did so. "I will not worship unless it is commanded of me first. The increased sweetness of her smell will tell me." But indeed already I had forgotten her, and I no longer realized who it was that tripped about my bed, doing numerous little things to make me comfortable. My friend, the understanding one, companion of my big friend Mason, who was dead, also had left the room. His twitching mouth, his laughter, his shining eyes were gone. I was aware that the comely one remained, doing all manner of little things about me and my bed, unnecessary things, but my pity and my worship were not asked, so I forgot her. My thinking had wearied me, and my feeling was not touched. I began to hum softly to myself. My giant rhythms rose. I went forth towards my powers of wind and fire, full of my own natural joy. I forgot the race with its men, its women, its rules and games, its tiny tricks, its civilization. I was free for a little with my own. One detail interfered a little with the rhythms, but only for a second, and very faintly even then. The comely one's face grew dark. "He's gone off asleep, actually," I heard her mutter as she left the room with a fling of her little skirts, shutting the door behind her with a bang. That bang was far away. I was already rising and falling in that natural happy state which to me meant freedom. It is hard to tell about, but that dear Fillery knows, I am sure, exactly what I know, though he has forgotten it. He has known us somewhere, I feel. He understands our service. But, like me, he has forgotten too. What really happened to me? Where did I go? What did I see and feel when my rhythms took me off? Thinking is nowhere in it. I can tell him that. I am conscious of the sun. One difficulty is that my being here confuses me. Here I am already caught, confined, and straitened. I am within certain limits. I can only move in 3 ways, 3 measurements, 3 dimensions. This space I am in here allows only little rhythms. They are coarse and slow and heavy, and beat against confining walls, as it were, are thrown back, cross and recross each other, so that, while they themselves grow less, their confusion grows greater. The forms and outlines I can build with them are poor and clumsy and insignificant. Spirals I cannot make. Then I forget. Into these small rhythms I cannot compress myself. The squeezing hurts, yet neither can I make them bigger to suit myself. I would break forth towards the sun. Thus I feel cramped, confused, and crippled. It is almost impossible to tell of my big rhythms, for it is an attempt to tell of one thing in terms of another. How can I fix fire and wind upon the point of a pin, for instance, and examine them through a magnifying glass? The sun remains. What I experience, really, when I go off into my own freedom, is release. My rhythms are of the sun. They are his messengers. They are my law. They are my life and happiness. By means of them I fulfill the purpose of my being. I work, so Fillery calls it. I build. That, at any rate, is literally true. My thinking stops at that point, perhaps, but I think I mean by release that I escape back from being trapped by all these separate little individualities, human beings each working on his own, for his own, and against all the others. Escape from this stifling tangle into the sweep of my big rhythms, which work together and in unison. I search for lost companions, but do not find them. The golden skins and radiant faces, the mighty figures and the splendid shapes. They work without effort, however. That is another difference. I too work, only I work with them, and never against them. I can draw upon them as they can draw upon me. We do draw on one another. We know harmony. Service is our method and system. My dear Fillery also wants to know who we are. How can I tell him? The moment I try to think, I seem to forget. This forgetting, indeed, is one of the limits against which I bang myself, so that I am flung back upon the tangle of criss-cross, tiny rhythms which confuse and obliterate the very thing he wants to know. Yet the sun I never forget, father of fire and wind. My companions are lost temporarily. I am shut off from them. It seems I cannot have them and the race at the same time. I yearn and suffer to rejoin them. The service we all know together is great joy. Of love, this love between 2 isolated individuals the race counts the best thing they have, we know nothing. Now, here is one thing I can understand quite clearly. I have watched and helped the race, as he calls it, for countless ages. Yet from outside it, never till now have I been inside its limits with it. And a dim sense of having watched it through a veil or curtain comes to me. I can faintly recall that I tried to urge my big rhythms in among its members. Its great waves of heat or sound might be launched upon an ant-heap. I used to try to force and project my vast rhythms into their tiny ones, hoping to make these latter swell and rise and grow, but never with success. Though a few members, here and there, felt them and struggled to obey and use their splendid swing, the rest did not seem to notice them at all. Indeed, they object to the struggling efforts of the few who did feel them, for their own small, accustomed rhythms were interfered with. The few were generally broken into little pieces and pushed violently out of the way. And this made me feel pitiful, I remember dimly, because these smaller rhythms, though insignificant, were exquisite. They were of extraordinary beauty. Could they only have been increased, the race that knew and used them must have changed my own, which, though huge and splendid of their kind, lacked the intense, perfect loveliness of the smaller kind. The race, had it accepted mine and mastered them, must have carried themselves and me towards still mightier rhythms which I alone could never reach. This, then, is clear to me, though very faint now. Fillery, who can think for a long time, instead of like me for seconds only, will understand what I mean. For if I tell him what we did, he may be able to think out what we were. Your work? He asked me too. I'm not sure I know what he means by work. We were incessantly active, but not for ourselves. There was no effort. There was easy and sure accomplishment, in the sense that nothing could stop or hinder our fulfilling our own natures. Obstacles, indeed, helped our power and made it greater, for everything feeds fire and opposite adds to the pressure of wind. Our main activity was to make perfect forms. We were form builders. Apart from this, our work was to maintain and keep active all rhythms less than our own, yet of our kind. I speak of my own kind alone. We had no desire to be known outside our kind. We worked and moved and built up swiftly, but out of sight, an endless service. You are the powers behind what we call nature, then? The dear Fillery asked me. You operate behind growing things, even behind inanimate things like trees and stones and flowers. Your big rhythms, as you call them, are our laws of nature. Your own particular department, your own elements evidently, were heat and air. I could not answer that, but as he said it, I saw in his grey eyes the flash of fire which so few of his race possessed, and I felt vaguely that he was one of the struggling members who was aware of the big rhythms, and who would be put away in little pieces later by the rest. It made me pitiful. "Forget your own tiny rhythms," I said, "and come over to us. But bring your tiny rhythms with you, because they are so exquisitely lovely. We shall increase them." He did not answer me. His mouth twitched at the corners, and he had an attack of that irritation which, he says, is relieved and expressed by laughter. Yet the face shone. The laughter, however, was a very quick, full, natural answer all the same. It was happy and enthusiastic. I saw that laughter made his rhythms bigger at once. Then laughter was probably the means to use. It was a sort of bridge. "Your instantaneous comprehension of our things puzzles me," he said. "You grasp our affairs and all their relations so swiftly, yet it is all new to you." His voice and face made me wish to stroke and help him. He was so dear and eager. "How do you manage it?" he asked point-blank. "Our things are surely foreign to your nature." "But they are of children," I told him. "They are small and so very simple. There are no difficulties. Your language is block letters because your self-expression, as you call it, is so limited. It all comes to me at a glance, I and my kind can remember a million tiniest details without effort." He did not laugh, but his face looked full of questions. I could not help him further. "A scrap, probably, of what you've taught us," I heard him mumble, though no further questions came. "Well," he went on presently, while I lay and watched the pale fire slip in tiny waves about his eyes, "remember this. Since our alphabet is so easy to you, follow it, stick to it, do not go outside it. There's a good rule that will save trouble for others as well as for yourself." "I remember, and I try. But it is not always easy. I get so cramped and stiff and lifeless with it." "This sunless, chilly England, of course, cannot feed you," he said. "The sense of beauty in our race, too, is very poor." Once he suddenly looked up and fixed his eyes on my face. His manner became very earnest. "Now listen to me," he said. "I'm going to read you something. I want you to tell me what you make of it. It's private. That is, I have no right to show it to others, but as no one would understand it, with the exception possibly of yourself, secrecy is not of importance." And his mouth twitched a little. He drew a sheaf of papers from an inner pocket, and I saw they were covered with fine writing. I laughed. This writing always made me laugh. It was so laborious and slow. The writing I knew best, of course, lay all over and inside the earth and skies. The privacy also made me laugh. So strange seemed the idea to me, and so impossible, this idea of secrecy. It was such an admission of ignorance. "I will understand it quickest by reading it," I said. "I take in a page at once, in your block letters." But he preferred to read it out himself, so that he could note the effect upon me, he explained, of definite passages. He saw that I guessed his purpose, and we laughed together a moment. "When you tire of listening," he said, "just tell me, and I'll pause." I gave him my hand to hold. "It helps me to stay here," I explained, and he nodded as he grasped me in his warm, firm clasp. "It's written by one who may have known you and your big rhythms, though I can't be sure," he added. "One of, my patients wrote it, someone who believed she was in communication with a kind of immense nature spirit." Then he began to read in his clear, windy voice. "I sit and weave. I feel strange, as if I had so much consciousness that words cannot explain it. The failure of others makes my work more hard, but my own purposes never fail. I am associated with those who need me. The universal doors are open to me. I compass creation." But already I began to hum my songs, though to please him I kept the music low, and he, dear Fillery, did not bid me stop, but only tightened his grasp upon my hand. I listened with pleasure and satisfaction. Therefore I hummed. "I am silent, seeking no expression, needing no communication, satisfied with the life that is in me. I do not even wish to be known about." "That's where your race," I put in, "is to me as children. All they do must be shouted about so loud, or they think it has not happened." "I do not wish to be forced to obtrude myself," he went on. "There are hosts like me. We do not want that which does not belong to us. We do not want that hindrance, that opposition which rouses an undesirable consciousness. For without that opposition we could never have known of disobedience. We are formless. The formless is the real. That cannot die. It is eternal." Again he tightened his grasp, and this time also laid his eyes a moment on my own, over the top of his paper, so that I kept my music back with a great effort. For it was hard not to express myself when my own name calling in this fashion. He continued reading aloud. He selected passages now, instead of going straight through the pages. The words helped memory in me. Flashes of what I had forgotten came back in sheets of color and waves of music. The phrases built little spirals, as it were, between two states. Of these two states, I now divined, he understood one perfectly, his own, and the other, mine, partially. Yet he had a little of both, I knew, in himself. With me it was similar, only the understood state was not the same with us. To the race, of course, what he read would have no meaning. "The comely one of the 4 figures," I said. "How they would turn white and run if they could hear you, showing their yellow teeth and dim eyes." His face remained grave and eager, though I could see the laughter running about beneath the tight brown skin as he went on reading his little bits. We heard nothing of man, and were rarely even conscious of him, although he benefited from our work in all that sustained and conditioned him. The wise are silent, the foolish speak, and the children are thus led astray. For wisdom is not knowledge. It is a realization of the scheme and of one's own part in it. He took a firmer, broader grip of my hand as he read the next bit. I felt the tremble of his excitement run into my wrist and arm. His voice deepened and shook. It was like a little storm. Then, suddenly, we heard man's triumphant voice. We became conscious of him as an evolving entity. Our work had told. We had built his form and processes so faithfully. We knew that when he reached his height, we must be submissive to his will. A gust of memory flashed by me as I heard those small but perfect, exquisite, lovely rhythms. Who called me here? Whose voice reached after me, bringing me into this undesirable consciousness? I cried aloud as the memory went tearing by, then vanished before I could recover it. At the same time Fillery let go my hand, and the little bridge was snapped. I felt what he called pain. It passed at once. I found his hand again, but the bridge was not rebuilt. How white his skin had grown, I noticed, as I looked up at his face. But the eyes shone grandly. "I shall find the way," I said. "We shall go back together to our eternal home." He went on reading as though I had not interrupted, but I found it less easy to listen now. I realized then that he was gone. He had left the room, though I had not seen him go. I had been away. It was some days ago that this occurred. It was today, a few hours ago, that I seized the comely one and tried to comfort her, poor hungry member of this little race. But both occurrences help us, help dear Fillery and myself, to understand how difficult it is to answer his questions and tell him exactly what he wants to know. "How long, O Lord, how long?" I hear his yearning cry. Yet other beings cannot help us. They can only tell us what their own part is. After the door had clicked, I knew release for a bit. Release from a state I partially understood, and so found irksome, into another where I felt at home, and so found pleasurable. In the big rhythms my nature expressed itself apparently. I rose, seeking my lost companions. They, the Debenham and his busy little figures, called it sleep. It may be sleep, but I find there what I seek yet have forgotten, and that with me were dear Fillery and another, a comely one whom he brings, as though we belong together and have a common origin. But this other comely one, who is it? End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10. Of the Bright Messenger, by Algernon BLACKWOOD. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Bright Messenger, Chapter 10. About a week after the arrival of LeVallon in London, Dr. Fillery came out of the home one morning early, upon some uninteresting private business. He had left LeVallon happy with his books and garden. Debenham was with him to answer questions or direct his energies. The other cases in the establishment were moving nicely towards a cure. The November air was clear and almost bright. No personal worries troubled him. His mind felt free and light. It was one of those mornings when nature slips, very close and sweet, into the heart, so close and sweet that the mind wonders why people quarrel and disagree, when it is so easy to forgive and the planet seems but a big, lovely, happy garden, evil an impossible nightmare, and personal needs few and simple. He walked by crossroads towards Primrose Hill, entering Regent's Park near the zoo. An early white frost was rapidly melting in the sun. The sky showed a faint tinge of blue. He saw floating seagulls. These, and a faint breeze that stirred the yellowing last leaves of autumn, gave his heart a sudden lift. And this lift was in the direction of a forbidden corner. He was aware of some exquisite dawn wind far away, stirring a million flowers. Dew sparkled, streams splashed and murmured. A valley gleamed and vanished, yet left across his mind its shining trail. For this lift of his heart made him soar into a region where it was only too easy to override temptation. Fillery, however, though his invisible being soared, kept both visible feet firmly on the ground. The surface was slippery, being melted by the sun, but frost kept the earth hard and frozen underneath. His balance never was in danger. He remained detached and a spectator. She walked beside him nevertheless, a figure of purity and radiance, perfumed, soft, delicious. She was so ignorant of life. That was her wonder partly, for beauty was her accident, and, while admirable, was not a determining factor. Life, in its cruder sense, she did not know, though moving through the thick of it. It neither touched nor soiled her. She brushed its dirt and dust aside as though a non-conducting atmosphere surrounded her. Her emotions, deep and searching, had remained untorn. A quality of pristine innocence belonged to her, as though in the noisy clamor of ambitious civilized life she remained still aware of Eden. Her grace, her loveliness, her simplicity moved by his side as naturally, it seemed to him, as air or perfume. "Ireda," he murmured to himself with a smile of joy. "Nyan Kilcoff. All the men worship and adore you, yet respect you too. They cannot touch you. You remain aloof, unstained." And, remembering LeVallon's remarks in cinema and theatre, he could have sung at this mere thought of her. "Untouched by coarseness, something unearthly about your loveliness of soul, a baby, a saint, and to all the men in Kilcoff's studio, a mother. Where do you really come from? Whence do you derive? Your lovely soul can have no dealings with our common flesh. How many young fellows have you saved already? How many floundering characters redeemed? They crave your earthly, physical love. Instead, you surprise and disappoint and shock them into safety again, by giving to them love." And as he half repeated his vivid thoughts aloud, he suddenly saw her coming towards him from the ornamental water, and instantly, wondering what he should say to her, his mind contracted. The thing in him that sang went backward into silence. He put a brake upon himself. But he watched her coming nearer, wondering what brought her so luckily into Regent's Park, and all the way from Chelsea at such an hour. She moved so lightly, sweetly. She was so intangible and lovely. He feared her eyes, her voice. They drew nearer. From looking to right and left, he raised his head. She was close, quite close, 100 yards away. That walk, that swing, that poise of head and neck he could not mistake anywhere. His whole being glowed, thrilled, and yet contracted, as in pain. A sentence about the weather, about her own, her father's health, about his calling to see them shortly, rose to his lips. He turned his eyes away, then again looked up. They were now not 20 yards apart. In another moment he would have raised his hat, when, with a sensation of cold disappointment in him, she went past in totally irresponsive silence. It was a stranger, a shop girl, a charwoman, a bus conductor's wife, anybody but she whom he had thought. How could he have been so utterly mistaken? It amazed him. It was, indeed, months since they had met, yet his knowledge of her appearance was so accurate and detailed that such an error seemed incredible. He had experienced, besides, the actual thrill. The phenomenon, however, was not new to him. Often had he experienced it, much as others have. He knew from this that she was somewhere near, coming deliciously, deliberately towards him, moving every minute firmly nearer, from a point in great London town which she had left just at the precise moment which would time her crossing his own path later. They would meet presently, if not now. Fate had arranged all details, and something in him was aware of it before it happened. The phenomenon, as a matter of fact, was repeated twice again in the next half-hour. He saw her, on both occasions beyond the possibility of question, coming towards him, yet each time it was a complete stranger masquerading in her guise. It meant, he knew, that their two minds, hearts too, he wondered, with a sense of secret happiness, enjoyed intensely, then instantly suppressed, were wirelessing to one another across the vast city, and that both transmitter and receiver, their physical bodies, would meet shortly round the corner, or along the crowded street. Strong currents of desiring thought, he knew, he hoped, he wondered, were trying to shape the crude world nearer to the heart's desire, causing the various intervening passers-by to assume the desirable form and outline in advance. He reflected, following the habit of his eager mind, this wireless discovery, after all, was the discovery of a universal principle in nature. It was common to all forms of life, a faint beginning of that advance towards marvelous intercommunicating, semi-telepathic brotherhood he had always hoped for, believed in. Even plants, he remembered, according to Bose. Then suddenly, halfway down Baker Street, he found her close beside him. She was dressed so becomingly, so naturally, that no particular detail caught his eye, although she wore more color than was usual in the dull climate known to English people. There was a touch of fur, and there were flowers, but these were part of her appearance as a whole, and the hat was so exactly right, though it was here that Englishwomen generally went wrong, that he could not remember afterwards what it was like. It was as suitable as natural hair. It looked as if she had grown it. The shining eyes were what he chiefly noticed. They seemed to increase the pale sunlight in the dingy street. She was so close that he caught her perfume almost before he recognized her, and a sense of happiness invaded his whole being instantly as he took the slender hand emerging from a muff and held it for a moment. The casual sentences he had half prepared fled like a flock of birds surprised. Their eyes met, and instantly the sun rose over a far Caucasian valley. He was aware of joy, of peace, of deep contentment. London obliterated, the entire world elsewhere. He knew the thrill, the ecstasy of some long-forgotten dawn. But in that brief second, while he held her hand and gazed into her eyes, there flashed before him a sudden apparition. With lightning rapidity, this picture darted past between them, paused for the tiniest fraction of a second, and was gone again. So swiftly the figure shot across that the very glance he gave her was intercepted, its angle changed, its meaning altered. He started involuntarily, for he knew that vision, the bright rushing messenger, someone who brought glad tidings. And this time he recognized it. It was the figure of N.H. The outward start, the slight wavering of the eyelids, both were noticed, though not understood, much less interpreted by the young woman facing him. "You are as much surprised as I am," he heard the pleasant, low-pitched voice before his face. "I thought you were abroad. Father and I came back from Sark only yesterday." "I haven't left town," he replied. "It was Debenham went to Switzerland." He was thinking of her pleasant voice, and wondering how a mere voice could soothe and bless and comfort in this way. The picture of the flashing figure, too, preoccupied him. His various mind was ever busy with several trains of thought at once, though all correlated. Why, he was wondering, should that picture of N.H. leave a sense of chill upon his heart? Why had the first radiance of this meeting thus already dimmed a little? Her nearness, too, confused him as of old, making his manner a trifle brusque and not quite natural, until he found his center of control again. He looked quickly up and down the street, moved aside to let some people pass, then turned to the girl again. "Your holiday has done you good, Areta," he said quietly. "I hope your father enjoyed it too." "We both enjoyed ourselves," she answered, watching him, something of a protective air about her. "I wish you had been with us, for that would have made it perfect. I was thinking that only this morning as I walked across Hyde Park." "How nice of you. I believe I too was thinking of you both as I walked through Regent's Park." He smiled for the first time. "It's very odd," she went on, "though you can't explain it probably," she added, with a smile that met his own, increasing it. "Or, at any rate, Dr. Debenham could, but I've seen you several times this morning already, in the last half-hour. I've seen you and other people on the street, I mean. Yet I wasn't thinking of you at the actual moment. It's 2 months since we've met, and I imagined you were abroad." "Oh, yes," he said, half shyly, half curtly. "It's an experience many have, I believe." She gazed up at him. "It's very natural, I think, when people like each other, Edward, and are in sympathy." "Yet it happens with people who don't like each other, too," he objected, and at the same moment was vexed that he had used the words. Ireda Kilcoff laughed. He had the feeling that she read his thoughts as easily as if they were printed in red letters on his gray felt hat. "There must be some bond between them, though," she remarked. "An emotion, I mean, whatever it may be, even hatred." "Probably, Nyan," he agreed. "It's you now, not Debenham, that wants to explain things. I think I must take you into the firm. You could take charge of the female patients with great success." Whereupon she looked up at him with such a grave, mothering expression that he was aware of her secret power, her central source of strength in dealing with men. Her innocence and truth were an atmosphere about her, protecting her as naturally and neatly as the clothes upon her body. She believed in men. He felt like a child beside her. "I'm in the firm already," she said, "for you made me a partner years ago when I was so high." Her small gloved hand indicated the stature of a little girl. "You taught me first." He remembered the bleak northern town where 15 years ago he had known her father as a patient for some minor ailment, and the friendship that grew out of the relationship. He remembered the child of 9 or 10 who sat on his knee and repeated to him the Russian fairy tales her mother told her. He recalled the charm, the wonder, the extraordinary power of belief. Her words brought back again that flowered Caucasian valley in the sunlight, and this again flashed upon the screen the strange bright figure that had already once intercepted their glance, as though it somehow came between them. "You have one advantage over me," he rejoined presently. "For in my clinique the people know that they need treatment, whereas in the studio you catch your patients unawares. They do not know they're ill. You heal them without their being aware that they need healing." "Yet some of our habitués have found their way later to your consulting room," she reminded him. "Merely to finish what you had first begun, a sort of convalescence. You work in the big, raw world, I in a mere specialized corner of it." He turned away, lest the power in her eyes overcome him. The traffic thundered past, the people crowded, jostling them. He could have stood there talking to her all day long, the London street forgotten or full of flowers, and Eden's trees and rippling summer streams. The pale sunlight caught her face beside him and made it shine. He longed to take her in his arms and fly through the dawn forever, for his clean mind saw her without clothing, her hair loose in the wind, her white shape fleeing from him, yet beckoning across a gleaming shoulder that he must overtake and capture her. "I'm on my way to St. Dunstan's," he heard the musical voice. "A friend of Father's. Come with me, will you?" And with her muff she touched his arm, trying to make him turn her way. But just as he felt the touch, he saw the bright figure again. Swifter than himself and far more powerful, it leapt dancing past and carried her away before his very eyes. She waved her hand. Her eyes faded like stars into the distance of some unearthly spring, and she was gone. A pang of peculiar anguish seized him as the mental picture flashed with the speed of light and vanished. For the figure seemed of elemental power, taking its own with perfect ease. He shook his head. "I'll come to see you tomorrow instead," he told her. "I'll come to the studio in the afternoon, if you'll both be in. I'd like to bring a friend with me, if I may." "Goodbye, then." She took his hand and kept it. "I shall expect you to tell me all about this friend. I knew you had something on your mind, for your thoughts have been elsewhere all the time." "Julian LeVallon," he replied quickly. "He's staying with me indefinitely." His face grew stern a moment about the mouth. "I think he may need you," he added with abrupt significance.
"Julian LeVallon," she repeated, the name sounding very musical the way her slightly foreign accent touched it. "And what nationality may that be?"
Dr. Fillery hesitated. "His parents, Nyan, I believe, were English," he said. "He has lived all his life in the Jura Mountains, alone with an old scholar, poet and geologist, who brought him up. Of our modern life he knows little. I think you may—" He broke off. "His mother died when he was born," he concluded.
"And of women he knows nothing," she replied understandingly, "so that he will probably fall in love with the first he sees, with Nyan."
"I hope so, Nyan, and he will be safe with you."
She watched her companion's face for a minute or two with her clear, searching eyes. She smiled, but his own face wore a mask now. No figure this time flashed between their deep, understanding gaze. "A woman, you think, can teach and help him more than a man," she said without lowering her eyes.
"Probably. Perhaps, at any rate. The material, I must warn you at once, is new and strange. I want him to meet you."
"Then I am in the firm," was all she answered, "and you can't do without me." She let go the hand she had held all this time and turned from him, looking once across her shoulder as he, too, went upon his way. "About 3 o'clock we shall expect you, and Mr. Julian LeVallon," she added. "The Prometheans are coming too, as of course you know, but that won't matter. Father has let the studio to them."
"The more the merrier," he answered, raised his hat, and went on at a rapid pace up Baker Street. But with him up the London street went a flock of thoughts, hopes, fears, and memories that were hard to disentangle. Lost, forgotten dreams went with him too. He had known that one day he must be executed, yet with his own hands he had just slipped the noose about his neck. Detachment from life, he realized, keeping aloof from the emotions that touch one's fellow beings, can only be, after all, a pose. In his case, it was evidently a pose assumed for safety and self-protection, an artificial attitude he wore to keep his heart from error. His love, born of some far unearthly valley, undoubtedly consumed him, while yet he said it nay. He had himself suggested bringing together the girl and N.H. There had been no need to do this. Yet he had deliberately offered it, and she had instantly accepted. Even while he said the words, there was a volcano of emotion in him, several motives fighting to combine. The fear for himself, being selfish, he had set aside at once. There was also the fear for her, the odd certainty in him that at last her woman's nature would be waked. Lastly, the fear for N.H. himself. And here he clashed with his promise to Debenham. Behind the simple proposal lay these various threads of motive, emotion, and qualification. Now, as he hurried along the street, they rushed to and fro about his mind, each at its own speed and with its own impetuous strength. It was the last one, however, the certainty that her mere presence must evoke the N.H. personality, banishing the commonplace LeVallon. It was this that, in the end, perhaps troubled him most. An intuitive conviction assured him that this was bound to be the result of their meeting. LeVallon would sink down out of sight. N.H. would emerge triumphant and vital, bringing his elemental power with him. The girl would summon him. I must tell Paul first, he decided. I must consult his judgment. Otherwise, I'm breaking my promise. If Paul is against it, I will send an excuse. With this proviso, he dismissed the matter from his mind, noting only how clearly it revealed his own keen desire to let LeVallon disappear and N.H. become active. He himself yearned for the interest, stimulus, and companionship of the strange new being that was N.H. The other aspect of the problem he dismissed quickly, too. He would lose Nyan. Yes, but he had never possessed the right to hold her. He was strong, indifferent, detached. His life, in any case, was a sacrifice upon the altar of a mistake with regard to which he had not been consulted. His whole existence must be passed in worship before this altar, unless he was to admit himself a failure. His ideal possession of the girl, he consoled himself, need know no change. To watch her womanhood, hitherto untouched by any man, to watch this bloom and ripen at the bidding of another must mean pain. But he faced the loss. And a curious sense of compensation lay in it somewhere, the strange notion that she and he would share N.H. in a sense between them. He was already aware of a deep, subtle kinship between the three of them, a kinship hardly of this physical world. And, after all, the interests of N.H. must come first. He had chosen his life, accepted it at any rate. He must remain true to his high ideal. This strange being, blown by the winds of chance into his keeping, must be his first consideration. LeVallon needed no special help, neither from himself, nor from her, nor from others. LeVallon was ordinary enough, if not commonplace, his only interest being at those thin places in his being where the submerged personality of N.H. peeped through. Paul Debenham, he felt convinced, was wrong in thinking N.H. to be the transient manifestation. It was the reverse that Dr. Fillery believed to be the truth. He saw in NH almost a new type of being altogether. In that physical body warred two personalities, certainly, but NH was the important one, and LeVallon merely the transient outer one, masquerading on the surface merely, a kind of automatic and mechanical personality, gleaned, picked up, trained and educated, as it were, by the few years spent among the human herd. And this NH needed help, the best, the wisest possible. Both male and female help NH demanded. He, Edward Fillery, could supply the former, but the latter could be furnished only by some woman in whom innocence, truth, and a natural mother love, the three deepest feminine qualities, were happily combined. Nyan possessed them all. NH, the strange, bright messenger, bringing perhaps glad tidings into life, had need of her. And Fillery, as his thoughts ran down these sad and happy paths of that lost valley in his blood, realized the meaning of the flashing intuition that had pained yet gladdened him half an hour before, with its convincing symbolic picture. This private Eden secreted in his depths he revealed to no one, though Paul, his intimate friend and keen assistant, divined its general neighborhood and geography to some extent. It was the girl who invariably opened its ivory gates for him. They had but to meet and talk a moment, when, with a sudden drift of wonder, beauty, wildness, this Caucasian inheritance rose before him. Its sunny brilliance, its flowers, its perfumes seduced and caught him away. The unearthly mood stole over him. Thought took wings of imagination and soared beyond the planet. He foresaw easily the effect she would produce upon LeVallon. He came back to earth again at the door of the home, smiling, as so often before, at these brief wanderings in his secret Eden, yet perfectly able to pigeonhole the experience, each detail explained, labeled, docketed, and therefore harmless. He found Debenham in the study, and at once told him of his suggestion and its possible results, and his assistant, resting before lunch after a long morning's work, looked up at him with his quick, observant air. Noticing the light in the eyes, the softer expression about the mouth, the general appearance of a strong and recent stimulus, he easily divined their origin and showed his pleasure in his face. He longed for his old friend to be humanized and steadied by some deep romance. There was a curious new watchful attitude also about him, though cleverly concealed. "I'm glad the Kilcoffs are back in town," he said easily. "As for LeVallon, he's been quiet and uninteresting all the morning. He needs the human touch, as I already said, and the studio atmosphere, especially if the Prometheans are to be there, seems the very thing." "And Nyan?" "Her influence is good for any man, young or old, and if LeVallon worships at her shrine like the rest of 'em, so much the better. You remember my notes. Nothing will help towards his finding his real self quicker than an abandoned passion, unreturned." "Unreturned?" "You can't think she will give to LeVallon what so many—" "But may she not," the other interrupted, "stimulate NH rather than LeVallon?" Debenham was surprised. He had quickly divined the subconscious fear and jealousy. For this detached, impersonal attitude he was not prepared. Only the keenest observer could have noticed the sharp, anxious watchfulness he hid so well. "Edward, there's only one thing I feel you rather, have to be careful about, and the girl has nothing to do with that. In your blood, remember, lies an unearthly spiritual vagrancy which you must not, dare not, communicate to him, if you ever hope to see him cured." Debenham regarded him keenly as he said it. He was as earnest as his chief, but the difference between the two men was fundamental, probably unbridgeable as well. The affection, trust, respect each felt for the other was sincere. Debenham, however, having never known a thought, a feeling, much less an actual experience, outside the normal gamut of humanity, regarded all such as pathogenic. Fillery, who had tasted the amazing, dangerous sweetness of such experiences in his own being, had another standard. "You must not exaggerate," observed Fillery slowly. "Your phrase, though, is good. Spiritual vagrancy is an apt description, I admit. Yet to the spiritual, if it exists, the whole universe lies open, remember, too." They laughed together. Then suddenly Debenham rose, and a new, inexpressible uneasiness was in his face. He thrust his hands deep into his trouser pockets, turned his eyes hard upon the floor, stood with his legs apart. Abruptly turning, he came a full step closer. "Edward," he said, furious with himself, and yet fiercely determined to be honest, "I may as well tell you frankly, though explanation lies beyond me, there's something in this case I don't quite like." Behind his lowered eyelids his observation never failed. Quick as a flash, his companion took him up. "For yourself, for others, or for himself?" he asked, while a secret touch of joy ran through him. "For myself, perhaps," was the immediate rejoinder. "It's intolerable. It's the panic sense he touches in me. I admit it frankly. I've had, once or twice, the desire to turn and run. But what I mean is, we've got to be uncommonly careful with him," he ended lamely. "LeVallon you refer to, or N.H.?" "N.H." "The panic sense," repeated Fillery to himself more than to his friend. "The old thing. I understand." "Also," Debenham went on presently, "I must tell you that since he came here there's been a change in every patient in the building, without exception." He looked over his shoulder as though he heard a sound. He listened certainly, but his mind was sharply centered on his friend. "For the better, yes," said Fillery at once. "Increased vitality, I've noticed too." "Precisely," whispered the other, still listening. There came a pause between them. "And when we have found the real, the central self," pursued Fillery presently, "when we have found the essential being, what is it?" "Exactly," replied Debenham, with extraordinary emphasis. "What is it?" But even then he did not look up to meet the other's glance. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Bright Messenger, by Algernon Blackwood. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Bright Messenger, Chapter 11. The meeting with Dr. Fillery and his friends, the Kilcoffs, father and daughter, had, for one reason or another, to be postponed for a week, during which brief time even no single day wasted. LeVallon's education proceeded rapidly. He was exceedingly quick to learn the usages of civilized society in a big city, adapting himself with an ease born surely of quick intelligence to the requirements and conventions of ordinary life. In his perception of the rights of others particularly he showed a natural aptitude. He had good manners, that is, instinctively. In certain houses, where Fillery took him purposely, he behaved with a courtesy and tact that belong usually to what England calls a gentleman. Except to Fillery and Debenham he talked little, but was an excellent and sympathetic listener, a quality that helped him to make his way. With Mrs. Soames, the stern and even forbidding matron, he made such headway that it was noticed with a surprise, including laughter. He might have been her adopted son. "She's got a new pet," said Debenham with a laugh. Mason taught him well. His aptitude for natural history is obvious. After a few years' study, he'll make a name for himself. The NH side will disappear now more and more, unless you stimulate it for your own ends." He broke off, speaking lightly still, but with a carelessness some might have guessed assumed. "You forget," put in his chief. "I promised." Debenham looked at him shrewdly. "I doubt," he said, "whether you can help yourself, Edward." The expression in his eyes for a moment almost severe. Fillery remained thoughtful, making no immediate reply. "We must remember," he said presently, "that he's now in the quiescent state. Nothing has again occurred to bring NH uppermost again." Debenham turned upon his friend. "I see no reason why NH," he spoke with emphasis, "should ever get uppermost again. In my opinion, we can make this quiescent state, LeVallon, the permanent one. We can't keep him in a cage, like Mrs. Solmes's mice and parrot. Are you, for instance, against my taking him to the studio? Do you think it's a mistake to let him meet the Prometheans?" "That's just where Mason went wrong," returned Debenham. "He kept him in a cage. The boy met only a few peasants, trees, plants, animals, and birds. The sun, making him feel happy, became his deity. The rain he hated. The wind inspired and invigorated him. If we now introduce the human element wisely, I see no danger. If he can stand the studio and the Prometheans, he can stand anything. He may be considered cured." The door opened, and a tall, radiant figure with bright eyes and untidy, shining hair came into the room, carrying an open book. "Mrs. Solmes says I've nothing to do with stars," said a deep, musical voice, "and that I had better stick to animals and plants. She says that star-gazing never was good for anyone except astronomers, who warn us about tides, eclipses, and dangerous comets." He held out the big book, open at an enlarged stellar photograph. "What, please, is a galaxy, a star that is suddenly brilliant, then disappears in a few weeks, and a nebula?" Before either of the astonished men could answer, LeVallon turned to Debenham, his face wearing the gravity and intense curiosity of a child. "And please, are you the only sort of being in the universe? Mrs. Solmes says that the Earth is the only inhabited place. Aren't there other beings besides you anywhere? The Earth is such a little planet, and the solar system, according to this book, is one of the smallest too." "My dear fellow," Debenham said gently, "do not bother your head with useless speculations. Our only valuable field of study is this planet, for it is all we know or ever can know. Whether the universe holds other beings or not can be of no importance to us at present." LeVallon stared fixedly at him, saying nothing. Something of his natural radiance dimmed a little. "Then what are all these things that I remember I've forgotten?" he asked, his blue eyes troubled. "It will take you all your lifetime to understand beings like me, and like yourself, and like Fillery. Don't waste time speculating about possible inhabitants in other stars." He spoke good-humoredly but firmly, as one who laid down certain definite lines to be followed, while Dr. Fillery, watching, made no audible comment. Once, long ago, he had asked his own father a somewhat similar question. "But I shall so soon get to the end of you," replied LeVallon, a disappointed expression on his face. "I may speculate then?" he asked. "When you get to the end of me and of yourself and of Dr. Fillery, yes, then you may speculate to your heart's content," said Debenham in a kindly tone. "But it will take you longer than you think, perhaps. Besides, there are women too, remember? You will find them more complicated still." A curious look stole into the other's eager eyes. He turned suddenly towards the older man, who had his confidence so completely. There was in the movement, in the incipient gesture that he made with his arms, his hands, almost with his head and face as well, something of appeal that set the doctor's nerves alert. And the change of voice, it was lower now and more musical than before, increased the nameless message that flashed to his brain and heart. There was a hint of song, of chanting almost, in the tone. There was music in him. For the voice, Fillery realized suddenly, brought in the overtones, somewhat in the way good teachers of singing and voice production know. There was the depth, sonority, singing quality which means that the harmonics are made audible, as with a violin played in perfect tune. The sound seemed produced not by the vocal cords alone, but by the entire being, so to speak. Yet LeVallon's voice had not this rich power, he noticed. Its appearance was a sign that N.H. was stirring into activity and utterance. "Women, yes," the young man repeated to himself. "Women bring back something. Their eyes make me remember." He turned abruptly to the open book upon the doctor's knee. "It's something to do with stars, these memories," he went on eagerly, the voice resonant. "Stars, women, memories. Where are all they gone to? Why have I lost? What is it that—" It seemed as if a veil passed from his face, a thin transparency that dimmed the shining effect his hair and eyes and radiant health produced. A far-away expression followed it. "N.H.!" Debenham quickly flashed the whispered warning, and in the same instant Fillery rose, holding out the open book. "Come, LeVallon," he said, putting a hand upon his shoulder. "We'll go into my room for an hour, and I'll tell you all about the galaxies and nebulae. You shall ask as many questions as you like. Debenham is a very busy man, and has duties to attend to just now." He moved across to open the door, and LeVallon, his face changing more and more, went with him. The light in his eyes increased. He smiled. The far-away expression passed a little. "Dr. Debenham is quite right in what he says about useless speculations," continued Fillery, as they went out arm in arm together. "But we can play a bit with thought and imagination for all that, you and I. Let your thought wander like an insect which is allowed to fly in the air, but is at the same time confined by a thread. Come along, we'll have an hour's play. We'll travel together among the golden stars, eh?" "Play!" exclaimed the youth, looking up with flashing eyes. "Ah, in the spring we play, our work with sap, roots, crystals, fire, all finished out of sight so that their results followed of their own accord." He was talking at great speed in a low voice, a deep, rolling voice, and half to himself. "Spring is our holiday, the forms made perfect and ready for the power to rush through, and we rush with it, playing everywhere." "Spring is the wine of life, yes," put in Fillery, caught away momentarily by something behind the words he listened to, as though a rhythm swept him. "Creative life racing up and flooding into every form and body everywhere. It brings wonder, joy, play, as you call it." We build the way," the youth broke off abruptly as they reached the study door. Something flowed down and back in him, emptying face and manner of a mood which had striven for utterance, then passed. He returned to the previous talk about the stars again. "Who attends to them? Who looks after them?" he inquired, a deep, peculiar interest in his manner, his eyes turning a little darker. "What we call the laws of nature," was the reply, "which are, after all, merely our descriptive formulae summing up certain regularities of recurrence, the laws under which they were first set alight and then sent whirling into space. Under these same laws, they will all eventually burn out and come to rest. They will be dead." "Dead," repeated the other, as though he did not understand. "They are the children of the laws," he stated, rather than asked. "Are the laws kind and faithful? They never tire?" Fillery explained with one half of his nature, and still as to a child. The other half of him lay under firm restraint according to his promise. He outlined in general terms man's knowledge of the stars. "The laws never tire," he said. "But the stars end. They burn out, stop, and die. You said so." The other replied with something judicious and cautious about time and its immense duration, but he was startled. "And those who attend to the laws," came then the words that startled him, "who keeps them working so that they do not tire?" It was something in the tone of voice, perhaps, that, once again, produced in his listener the extraordinary sudden feeling that humanity was, after all, but an insignificant, a microscopic detail in the universe. That it was, say, a mere ant-heap in the colossal jungle crowded with other minuter as well as immenser life of every sort and kind. And moreover that N.H. was aware of this other life, or at least of some vast section of it, and had been, if he were not still, associated with it. The two letters by which he was designated acquired a deeper meaning than before. A rich glow came into the young face and into the eyes, growing ever darker, a look of burning. The skin had the effect of radiating. The breathing became of a sudden deep and rhythmical. The whole figure seemed to grow larger, expanding, as though it extended already and half filled the room. Into the atmosphere about it poured, as though heat and light rushed through it, a strange effect of power. "You'd like to visit them, perhaps, wouldn't you?" asked Fillery gently. "I feel—" began the other, then stopped short. "You feel it would interest you?" the doctor helped, then saw his mistake. "I feel," repeated the youth. The sentence was complete. "I am there." "Ah, when you feel you're there, you are there?" The other nodded. He leaned forward. "I know," he whispered as with sudden joy. "You help me to remember, Fillery." The voice, though whispering, was strong. It vibrated full of overtones and undertones. The sound of the F was like a wind in branches. "You wonderful, you know, too. It is the same with flowers, with everything. We build with wind and fire." He stopped, rubbing a hand across his forehead a moment. "Wind and fire," he went on, but this time to himself. "My splendid mighty ones." Dropping his hand, he flashed an amazing look of enthusiasm and power into his companion's face. The look held in concentrated form something of the power that seemed pulsing and throbbing in his atmosphere. "Help me to remember, dear Fillery." His voice rang out aloud like singing. "Remember with me why we both are here. When we remember, we can go back where we belong." The glow went from his face and eyes as though an inner lamp had been suddenly extinguished. The power left both voice and atmosphere. He sank back in his chair, his great sensitive hands spread over the table where the star charts lay, as through the open window came the crash and clatter of an aeroplane tearing, like some violent, monstrous insect, through the sunlight. A look of pain came into his eyes. "It goes again? I've lost it." "We were talking about the stars and the laws of nature," said Fillery quickly, though his voice was shaking, "when that noisy flying machine disturbed us." He leaned over, taking his companion's hand. His heart was beating. He smelt the open spaces. The blood ran wildly in his veins. It was with the utmost difficulty he found simple, common words to use. "You must not ask too much at once. We will learn slowly. There is so much we have to learn together." LeVallon's smile was beautiful, but it was the smile of LeVallon again only. "Thank you, dear Fillery," he replied, and the talk continued as between a tutor and his backward pupil. But for some time afterwards the tutor's mind and heart, while attending to LeVallon now, went traveling, it seemed, with N.H. There was this strange division in his being, for N.H. appealed with power to a part of him, perhaps the greatest, that had never yet found expression, much less satisfaction. Many a talk together of this kind, with occasional semi-eruptions of N.H., he had already enjoyed with his new patient, and LeVallon was by now fairly well instructed in the general history of our little world, briefly but picturesquely given. Evolution had been outlined and explained, the rise of man sketched vividly, the Great War and the planet's present state of chaos described in a way that furnished a clear enough synopsis of where humanity now stood. LeVallon was able to hold his own in conversation with others. He might pass for a simple-minded but not ill-informed young man, and both Paul Debenham and Edward Fillery, though each for different reasons, were, therefore, well satisfied with the young man being entrusted to their care, a human being to be eventually discharged from the home, healed and cured of extravagances, made harmonious with himself, able to make his own way in the world alone. To Debenham it appeared already certain that, within a reasonable time, LeVallon would find himself happily at home among his fellow kind, a normal, even a gifted young man with a future before him. N.H. would disappear and be forgotten, absorbed back into the parent self. To his colleague, on the other hand, another vision of his future opened. Sooner or later it was LeVallon that would disappear, and N.H. remain in full control, a strange, possibly a new type of being, not alone marvelously gifted, but who might even throw light upon a vista of research and knowledge hitherto unknown to humanity, and with benefits for the race as yet beyond the reach of any wildest prophecy. Both men, therefore, went gladly with him to the Kilcoff studio that early November afternoon, anxious to observe him, his conduct, attitude, among the curious set of people to be found there on the Promethean Society Day, and to note any reactions he might show in such a milieu. Each felt fully justified in doing so, though they would have kept an ordinary hysterical patient safely from the place. LeVallon, however, betrayed no trace of hysteria in any meaning of the word, big or little. He was stable as a navvy, betraying no undesirable reaction to the various well-known danger points. The visit might be something of an experiment, perhaps, but an experiment, a test they were justified in taking. Yet Debenham on no account would have allowed his chief to go alone. He had insisted on accompanying them. And to both men, as they went towards Chelsea, their quiet companion with them, came the feeling that the visit might possibly prove one of them right, the other wrong. Fillery expected that Nyan Kilcoff alone, to say nothing of the effect of the other queer folk who might be present, must surely evoke the N.H. personality now lying quiescent and inactive below the threshold of LeVallon. The charm and beauty of the girl he had never known to fail with any male, for she had that in her which was bound to stimulate the highest in the opposite sex. The excitement of the wild, questing, picturesque, if unbalanced, minds who would fill the place must also, though in quite another way, affect the real self of anyone who came in contact with their fantastic and imaginative atmosphere. Attraction or repulsion must certainly be felt. He expected at any rate a vital clue. "Ivan Kilcoff," he told LeVallon as they went along in the car, "is a Russian, a painter and sculptor of talent, a good-hearted and silent sort of old fellow, who has remained very poor because he refuses to advertise himself or commercialize his art, and because his work is not the kind of thing the English buy. His daughter, Nyan, teaches the piano and Russian. She is beautiful and sweet and pure, but of an independent and rather impersonal character. She has never fallen in love, for instance, though most men fall in love with her. I hope you may like and understand each other." "Thank you," said LeVallon, listening attentively, but with no great interest apparently. "I will try very much to like her and her father too." The studio is a very big one. It is really two studios knocked into one, their living rooms opening out of it. One half of the place, being so large, they sometimes let out for meetings, dances, and that sort of thing, earning a little money in that way. It is rented this evening by a society called the Prometheans, a group of people whose inquisitive temperaments lead them to believe, or half-believe, to imagine, if not deliberately to manufacture, put in Debenham. To imagine, let us call it, continued the other with a twinkle, that there are other worlds, other powers, other states of consciousness and knowledge open to them outside and beyond the present ones we are familiar with. "They know these?" asked LeVallon, looking up with signs of interest. "They have experienced them?" "They know and experience," replied Fillery, "according to their imaginations and desires, those with a touch of creative imagination claiming the most definite results, those without it being merely imitative. They report their experiences, that is, but cannot, or rarely show the results to others. You will hear their talk and judge accordingly. They are interesting enough in their way. They have, at any rate, one thing of value, that they are open to new ideas. Such people have existed in every age of the world's history, but after an upheaval, such as the Great War has been, they become more active and more numerous, because the nervous system, reacting from a tremendous strain, produces exaggeration. Any world is better than an uncomfortable one in revolution, they think. They are, as a rule, sincere and honest folk. They add a touch of color to the commonplace." "Tuppence-colored," murmured Debenham below his breath. "And they believe so much in other worlds to conquer, other regions, bigger states of consciousness, other powers," concluded Fillery, ignoring the interruption, "that they are half in this world, half in the next. Hence Dr. Debenham's name, the name by which he sometimes laughs at them, of half-breeds." LeVallon's eyes, he saw, were very big. His interest and attention were excited. "They will probably welcome you with open arms," he added, "if you care to join them. They consider themselves pioneers of a larger life. They are not mere spiritualists, oh no. They are familiar with all the newest theories, and realize that an alternative hypothesis can explain all so-called psychic phenomena without dragging spirits in. It is in exaggerating results they go mostly wrong." "Eccentrics," Debenham remarked, "out of the circle and hysterical to a man. They accomplish nothing. They are invariably dreamers, usually of doubtful morals and honesty, and always unworthy of serious attention. But they may amuse you for an hour." "We all find it difficult to believe what we have never experienced," mentioned Fillery, turning to his colleague with a hearty laugh, in which the latter readily joined, for their skirmishes usually brought in laughter at the end. Just now, moreover, they were talking with a purpose, and it was wise and good that LeVallon should listen and take in what he could, hearing both sides. He watched and listened certainly with open eyes and ears, as he sat between them on the wide front seat, but saying, as usual, very little. The car turned down a narrow lane with slackening speed and slowed up before a dingy building with faded Virginia creepers sprawled about stained, dirty walls. The neighborhood was depressed, patched and disheveled, and almost bordering on a slum. The November light was passing into early twilight. "You," said LeVallon abruptly, turning round and staring at Debenham, "make everything seem unreal to me. I do not understand you. You know so much. Why is so little real to you?" But Debenham, in the act of getting out of the car, made no reply, and probably had not heard the words, or, if he had heard, thought them more suitable for Fillery. End of Chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Bright Messenger by Algernon Blackwood. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Bright Messenger. Chapter 12. The Prometheans were evidently in full attendance. Possibly the rumor had reached them that Dr. Fillery was coming. No one announced the latter's arrival. There was no servant visible. The party hung up their hats and coats in a passage, then walked into the lofty, dim-lit studio, which was already filled with people and the hum of many voices. At once, standing in a hesitating group beside the door, they were observed by everyone in the room. All asked, it seemed, "Who is this stranger they have brought?" Fillery caught the curious atmosphere in that first moment, an instant whiff, as it were, of excitement, interest, something picturesque, if possibly foolish, fantastic too, yet faintly stimulating, breathing along his extremely sensitive nerves. He glanced at his companions. Debenham, it struck him, looked more than ever like a floor-walker come to supervise, say, a department where the sales and assistants were not satisfactory, or, he laughed inwardly as the simile occurred to him, a freethinker entering a church whose teaching he disapproved, even despised, and whose congregation touched his contemptuous pity. Who would ever guess, thought his friend and colleague, the sincerity and depth of knowledge in that insignificant appearance? Paul hides his value well. He noticed, in his quick fashion, touched by humor, the hard, challenging eyes, the aquiline nose on which a pair of pince-nez balanced uneasily, the narrow shoulders, the poorly fitting clothes. The heart, of course, remained invisible. Yet suddenly he felt glad that Debenham was with him. Nothing unstable there, he reflected, and stability combined with competence is rare. This rapid judgment, it occurred to him, was possibly a warning from his own subconscious being. A red flag signaled, flickered, vanished. He glanced next at LeVallon, towering above the other. LeVallon was now well dressed in London clothes that suited him, though, for that matter, any clothes must have looked well upon a male figure so virile and upstanding. His great shoulders, his leanness, covered so beautifully with muscle, his height, his coloring, his radiant air, above all, his strange, big, penetrating eyes, marked him as a figure one would notice anywhere. He stood somehow alone, apart, though the ingredients that contributed to this strange air of aloofness would be hard to define. It was chiefly, perhaps, the poise of the great powerful frame that helped towards this odd setting in isolation and independence. Motionless, he gazed about him quietly, but it was the way he stood that singled him out from other men. Even in his stillness there was grace. Neither hands nor feet, though it was difficult to describe exactly how he placed them or used them, were separate from this poise of perfect balance. To put it colloquially, he knew what to do with his extremities. Self-consciousness, in sight of this ardent throng, the first he had encountered at close, intimate quarters, was entirely absent. This Fillery noticed instantly, but other impressions followed during the few brief seconds while they waited by the door. And first, the odd effect of tremendous power he managed to convey. Nothing could have been less aggressive than the tentative, questioning, half-inquiring, half-wondering attitude in which he stood, waiting to be introduced to the buzzing throng of humans. Yet there hung about him like an atmosphere this potential strength, of confidence, of superiority, even of beauty too, that not only contributed much to the aloofness already mentioned, but also contrived to make the others, men and women, in the crowded room insignificant. Somehow they seemed pale and ineffective against a larger grandeur, a scale entirely beyond their reach. Gigantic was the word that leapt into the mind, but another perhaps leapt with it. Elemental. Fillery was aware of envy, oddly enough, of pride as well. His heart warmed more than ever to him. Almost he could have then and there recalled his promise given to Debenham, cancelling it contemptuously with a word of self-apology for his smallness and lack of faith. LeVallon, aware of a sympathetic mind occupied closely with himself, turned in that moment, and their eyes met squarely. A smile of deep, inner understanding passed swiftly between them over Debenham's head and shoulders. In which moment exactly a short, bearded man, detaching himself from the crowd, came forward and greeted them with sincere pleasure in his voice and manner. He was broad-shouldered, lean, his clothes hung loosely. His glance was keen but kindly. Introductions followed, and Kilcoff's sharp eye rested for some seconds with unconcealed admiration upon LeVallon as he held his hand. His discerning sculptor's glance seemed to appraise his stature and proportions, while he bade him welcome to the studio. His big head and short neck, his mane of hair, the width of his face, with its squat nose and high cheekbones, the half-ferocious eyes, the heavy jaw, and something sprawling about the mouth, gave him a leonine expression, and his voice was not unlike a deep-toned growl for all its cordiality. A stir, meanwhile, ran through the room. More heads turned in their direction. They had long ago been observed. They were being now examined. "Nyan," Kilcoff was saying, while he still held LeVallon's hand as though its size and grip contented him, "had a late Russian lesson. She will be here shortly, and very glad to make your acquaintance," looking up at LeVallon as the newcomer. His gruffness and brevity had something pleasing in them. "Today the studio is not entirely mine," he explained. "I want you to come when I'm alone. Some studies I made in Sark this summer may interest you." He turned to Fillery. "That lonely place was good for both of us," he said. "It gave me new life and inspiration, and Nyan benefited immensely too. She looks more like a nymph than ever." He shook hands with Debenham, smiling more grimly. "I'm surprised you too have honored us," he exclaimed with genuine surprise. "Come to damn them all as usual, probably. Good. Your common sense and healthy criticism are needed in these days. Cool, cleaning winds in an overheated conservatory." He broke off abruptly and looked down at LeVallon's hand he was still holding. He examined it for a second with care and admiration, then turned his eye upon the young man's figure. He grunted. "When I know you better," he said with a growl of earnest meaning, "I shall ask a favor, a great favor of you. So beware." "Thank you," replied LeVallon, and at the sound of his voice the sculptor's interest deepened. A gleam shone in his eye. "You've begun some work," said Fillery, "and models are hard to come by, I imagine." His eye never left LeVallon. Kilcoff chuckled. "Thought reader," he exclaimed. "If Povey heard that, he'd make you join the society at once, as honorary member or vice president. Anything to get you in. Dr. Fillery understands us all too well," he went on to LeVallon. "In Sark, that lonely island in the sea, I began 4 figures, 4 elemental figures, of earth, air, fire, and water. A group, of course. The air figure I've done." "With Nyan as model," suggested Fillery, smiling. "One morning, yes. I caught her bathing from a rock, hair streaming in the wind, no clothes on, white foam from the big breakers fluttering about her, slim, shining, unconscious and half dancing, fierce sunlight all over her. Ah." He broke off. "Here's Povey coming. I mustn't monopolize you all. Debenham, you know most of 'em. Make yourselves at home." He turned to LeVallon again with a touch of something gentler, almost of respect, thought Fillery, as he noticed the delicate change of voice and manner quickly. "Come, Mr. LeVallon," he said courteously. "I should like to show you the figure as I've done it. We'll go for a moment into my own private rooms. But it's a model for fire I'm looking for, as Fillery guessed. You may be interested."
He led him off. LeVallon went with evident content, and the advance of skirmishes that were already approaching for introductions was temporarily defeated. For the 3 men standing by the door had formed a noticeable group, and Kilkoff's presence added to their value. Dr. Fillery, known and much respected, regarded with a touch of awe by many, had not come for nothing, it was doubtless argued. His colleague, moreover, accompanied him, and he too was known to the society, though not much cultivated by its members, owing to his downright critical way of talking. They deemed him prejudiced, unsympathetic. It was the 3rd member of the group, LeVallon, who had quickly caught all eyes, and the attention immediately paid to him by their host set the value of a special and important guest upon him instantly. All watched him led away by Kilkoff to the private quarters of the studio, where none at first presumed to follow them. But it was the eyes of the women that remained glued to the open door where they had disappeared, waiting with careful interest for their reappearance. In particular, Lady Gleason, the pretty Lady Gleason, watched from the corner where she sat alone, sipping some refreshment. Fillery and Debenham, having observed the signs about them, exchanged a glance. Their charge was safe for the moment, at any rate. They felt relieved. Yet it was for the entry of Nyan, the daughter, that both waited with interest and impatience, as meanwhile the bolder ones among the crowd came up one by one and captured them.
"Oh, Dr. Fillery, I am glad to see you here. I thought you were always too busy for unscientific people like us. Yet, in a way, we're all seekers, are we not? I've been reading your physiology book, and I did so want to ask you about something in it. I wonder if you'd mind." He shook hands with a young old woman, wearing bobbed hair and glasses, and speaking with an intense, respectful, yet self-apologetic manner. "You forgot me, but I quite understand. You see so many people. I'm Miss Lance. I sent you my little magazine, Simplicity, once, and you acknowledged it so sweetly, though, of course, I understood you had not the time to write for it." She continued for several minutes, smiling up at him, her hands clasping and unclasping themselves behind a back clothed with some glittering colored material that rather fascinated him by its sheen. She kept raising herself on her toes and sinking back again in a series of jerky rhythms. He gave her his delightful smile. "Oh, Dr. Fillery," she exclaimed, with a pleasure, leading him to a divan upon which he let himself down in such a position that he could observe the door from the street as well as the door where LeVallon had disappeared. "This is really too good-natured of you. Your book set me on fire, simply," her eyes wandering to the other door. "And what a wonderful-looking person you've brought with you."
"I fear it's not very easy reading," he interposed patiently.
"To me it was too delightful for words," she rattled on, pleased by the compliment implied. "I devour all your books and always review them myself in the magazine. I wouldn't trust them to anyone else. I simply can't tell you how physiology stimulates me. Humanity needs imaginative books, especially just now." She broke off with a deprecatory smile. "I do what I can," she added, as he made no remark, "to make them known, though in such a very small way, I fear." Her interest, however, was divided, the two powerful attractions making her quite incoherent. "Your friend," she ventured again, "he must be Eastern, perhaps? Or is that merely sunburn? He looks most unusual."
"Sunburn merely, Miss Lance. You must have a chat with him later."
"Oh, thank you, Dr. Fillery. I do so love unusual people."
He listened gravely. He was gentle, while she confided to him her little inner hopes and dreams about the simple life. She introduced adjectives she believed would sound correct, if spoken very quickly, until, between the torrent of psychical, physiological, and once or twice psychological, she became positively incoherent in a final entanglement from which there was no issue but a convulsive gesture.
Nonetheless, she was bathed in bliss. She monopolized the great man for a whole 10 minutes on a divan where everybody could see that they talked earnestly, intimately, perhaps even intellectually, together side by side. He observed the room, meanwhile, without her noticing it, scanning the buzzing throng with interest. There was confusion somewhere. Something was lacking. No system prevailed. He was aware of a general sense of waiting for a leader. All looked, he knew, for Nyan to appear. Without her presence, there was no center, for, though not a member of the society herself, she was the heart always of their gatherings, without which they straggled somewhat aimlessly. And heart, he remembered, with a smile that Miss Lance took proudly for herself, was the appropriate word. Nyan mothered them. They were but children, after all. "When you talk of a new age, what exactly do you mean? I wish you'd define the term for me," Debenham meanwhile was saying to an interlocutor, not far away, while with a corner of his eye he watched both Fillery and the private door. He still stood near the entrance, looking more than ever like a disapproving floor-walker in a big department store, and it was with H. Millington Povey that he talked, the honorary secretary of the society. The secretary had aimed at Fillery, but Miss Lance had been too quick for him. He was obliged to put up with Debenham as second best, and his temper suffered accordingly. He was in an aggressive mood. Povey, facing him, was talking with almost violent zeal. A small, thin, nervous man on the verge of middle age, his head prematurely bald, with wildish tufts of patchy hair, a thin, scraggy neck that he lengthened and shortened between high-hunched shoulders. Povey resembled an eager vulture. His keen bright eyes, hooked nose, and a habit of twisting head and neck apart from his body, which held motionless, increased his likeness to a bird of prey. Possessed of considerable powers of organization, he kept the society together. It was he who insisted upon some special psychic gift as a qualification of membership. An applicant must prove his gift to a committee of Povey's choosing, though these proofs were never circulated for general reading in the Society's reports. Talkers, dreamers, faddists were not desired. A member must possess some definite abnormal power before he could be elected. He must be clairvoyant or clairaudient, an automatic writer, trance painter, medium, ghost seer, prophet, priest, or king. Members, therefore, stated their special qualification to each other without false modesty. "I'm a trance medium, for instance." "Oh, really? I see auras, of course," while others had written automatic poetry, spoken in trance, inspirational speakers, that is, photographed a spirit, appeared to someone at a distance, or dreamed a prophetic dream that later had come true. Mediums, spirit photographers, and prophetic dreamers were perhaps the most popular qualifications to offer, but there were many who remembered past lives, and not a few could leave their bodies consciously at will. Membership cost 2 guineas. The hat was occasionally passed round for special purposes. There was a monthly dinner in Soho, when members stood up, like saved sinners at a revivalist meeting, and gave personal testimony of conversion or related some new strange incident. The Prometheans were full of stolen fire and life. Among them were ambitious souls who desired to start a new religion, deeming the Church past hope. Others, like the water-dowsers and telepathists, were humbler. There was an inner circle which sought to revive the mysteries, and gave very private performances of dramatic and symbolic kind, based upon recovered secret knowledge, at the solstices and equinoxes. New Thought members despised these, believing nothing connected with the past had value. They looked ahead. Live in the present. Do it now, was their watchword. Astrologers were numerous, too. These cast horoscopes, or, for a small fee, revealed one's secret name, true color, lucky number, day of the week and month, and so forth. One lady had a tame elemental. Students of magic and casters of spells, Wearers of talismans and intricate designs in precious or inferior metal, according to taste and means, were well represented, and one and all believed, of course, in spirits. None, however, belonged to any sect of the day, whatever it might be. They wore no labels. They were seekers, questers, inquirers whom no set of rules or dogmas dared confine within fixed limits. "Define it in scientific terms, this new age, I cannot," replied Povey in his shrill voice. "For science deals only with the examination of the known. Yet you only have to look around you at the world today to see its obvious signs. Humanity is changing, new powers everywhere." Debenham interrupted unkindly before the other could assume he had proved something by merely stating it. "What are these signs, if I may ask?" he questioned sharply. "For if you can name them, we can examine them, scientifically." He used the word with malice, knowing it was ever on Promethean lips. "There you are, at cross-purposes at once," declared Povey. "I refer to hints, half-lights, intuitions, signs that only the most sensitive among us, those with psychic divination, with spiritual discernment, that only the privileged and those developed in advance of the race can know. And instantly you produce your microscope, as though I offered you the muscles of a tadpole to dissect." They glared at one another. "We shall never get progress your way," Povey fumed, withdrawing his head and neck between his shoulders. "Returning to the Middle Ages, on the other hand," mentioned Debenham, "seems like advancing in a circle, doesn't it?" "Mr. Debenham," interrupted a pretty, fair-haired girl with an intense manner, "forgive me for breaking up your interesting talk, but you come so seldom, you know, and there's a lady here who is dying to be introduced. She has just seen crimson flashing in your aura, and she wants to ask, do you mind very much?" She smiled so sweetly at him, and at Mr. Povey, too, who was said to be engaged to her, though none believed it. That annoyance was not possible. "She says she simply must ask you if you were feeling anger. Anger, you know, produces red or crimson in one's visible atmosphere," she explained charmingly. She let him off, forgetting, however, her purpose en route, since they presently sat down side by side in a quiet corner and began to enjoy what seemed an interesting tete-a-tete, while the aura-seeing lady waited impatiently and observed them, without the aid of clairvoyance, from a distance. "And your qualifications for membership?" asked Debenham. "I wonder if I may ask." "But you'd laugh at me if I told you," she answered simply, fingering a silver talisman that hung from her neck, a six-pointed star with zodiacal signs traced round a rose, Rosa Mystica evidently. "I'm so afraid of doctors." Debenham shook his head decidedly, asserting vehemently his interest, whereupon she told him her little private dream delightfully, without pose or affectation, yet shyly and so sincerely that he proved his assertion by a genuine interest. "And does that protect you among your daily troubles?" he asked, pointing to her little silver talisman. He had already commented sympathetically upon her account of saving her new puppies from drowning, having dreamed the night before that she saw them gasping in a pail of water, the cruel under-gardener looking on. "Do you wear it always, or only on special occasions like this?" "Oh, Miss Milligan made that," she told him, blushing a little. "She's rather poor. She earns her living by designing." "Oh, but I don't mean that. She tells you your sign and works it in metal for you. I bought one. Mine is Pisces." She became earnest. "I was born in Pisces, you see." "And what does Pisces do for you?" he inquired, remembering the heightened color. The sincerity of this Rose Mystica delighted him, and he already anticipated her reply with interest. Here, he felt, was the credulous religious type in its naked purity, forced to believe in something marvelous. "Well, if you wear your sign next to your skin, it brings good luck. It makes the things you want happen." The blush reappeared becomingly. She did not lower her eyes. "Have your things happened, then?" She hesitated. "Well, I've had an awfully good time ever since I wore it." "Proposals?" he asked gently. "Dr. Debenham!" she exclaimed. "How ever did you guess?" She looked very charming in her innocent confusion. He laughed. "If you don't take it off at once," he told her solemnly, "you may get another." "It was 2 in a single week," she confided a little tremulously. "Fancy!" "The important thing, then," he suggested, "is to wear your talisman at the right moment and with the right person." But she corrected him promptly. "Oh, no. It brings the right moment and the right person together, don't you see? And if the other person is a Pisces person, you understand each other, of course, at once." "Would that I, too, were Pisces," he exclaimed, seeing that she was flattered by his interest. "I'm probably," taking a sign at random, "Scorpio." "No," she said with grave disappointment. "I'm afraid you're Capricornus, you know. I can tell by your nose and eyes, and cleverness. But I wanted really to ask you," she went on half shyly, "if I might—" She stuck fast. "You want to know," he said, glancing at her with quick understanding, "who he is." He pointed to the door. "Isn't that it?" She nodded her head, while a divine little blush spread over her face. Debenham became more interested. "Why?" he asked. "Did he impress you so?" "Rather," she replied with emphasis, and there was something in her earnestness curiously convincing. A sincere impression had been registered. "His appearance, you mean?" She nodded again. The blush deepened. But it was not, he saw, an ordinary blush. The sensitive young girl had awe in her. "He's a friend of Dr. Fillery's," he told her. "A young man who's lived in the wilds all his life. But tell me, why are you so interested? Did he make any particular impression on you?" He watched her. His own thoughts dropped back suddenly to a strange memory of woods and mountains, a sunset, a blazing fire, a hint of panic. "Yes," she said, her tone lower, "he did." "Something very definite?" She made no answer. "What did you see?" he persisted gently. From woods and mountains, memory stepped back to a railway station and a customs official. Her manner, obviously truthful, had deep wonder, mystery, even worship in it. He was aware of a nervous reaction he disliked, almost a chill. He listened for her next words with an interest he could hardly account for. "Wings," she replied, an odd hush in her voice. "I thought of wings. He seemed to carry me off the earth with great rushing wings, as the wind blows a leaf. It was too lovely. I felt like a dancing flame. I thought he was—" "What?" Something in his mind held its breath a moment. "You won't laugh, Dr. Debenham, will you? I thought, for a second, of an angel." Her voice died away. For a second, the part of his mood that held its breath struggled between anger and laughter. A moment's confusion in him there certainly was. "That makes 2 in the room," he said gently, recovering himself. He smiled, but she did not hear the playful compliment. She did not see the smile. "You've a delightful, poetic little soul," he added under his breath, watching the big, earnest eyes whose rapt expression met his own so honestly. Having made her confession, she was still engrossed, absorbed, he saw, in her own emotion. So this was the picture that LeVallon, by his mere appearance alone, left upon an impressionable young girl, an impression, he realized, that was profound and true and absolute, whatever value her own individual interpretation of it might have. Her mention of space, wind, fire, speed, he noticed in particular, off the earth, rushing wind, dancing flame, an angel. It was easy, of course, to jeer, yet somehow he did not jeer at all. She relapsed into silence, which proved how great had been the emotional discharge accompanying the confession, temporarily exhausting her. Dr. Debenham keenly registered the small, important details. "Entertaining an angel unawares in a Chelsea studio," he said laughingly, then, reminding her presently that there was a lady who was dying to be introduced to him, made his escape, and for the next 10 minutes found himself listening to a disquisition on auras which described visible atmospheres whose color changes with emotion, radioactivity, the halo worn by saints, the effect of light noticed about very good people and of blackness that the wicked emanated, and ending up with the radiant atmosphere that shone round the figure of Christ and was believed to show the most lovely and complicated geometrical designs. "God geometrizes, you doubtless know the ancient saying." Mrs. Towser said it like a challenge. "I have heard it," admitted her listener shortly, his first opportunity of making himself audible. "Plato said some other fine things, too." "I felt sure you were feeling cross just now," the lady went on, "because I saw lines and arrows of crimson darting and flashing through your aura while you were talking to Mr. Povey. He is very annoying sometimes, isn't he? I often wonder where all our subscriptions go to. I never could understand a balance sheet. Can you?" But Debenham, having noticed Dr. Fillery moving across the room, did not answer, even if he heard the question. Fillery, he saw, was now standing near the door where Kilcoff and LeVallon had disappeared to see the sculpture, an oddly rapt expression on his face. He was talking with a member called Father Collins. The buzz of voices, the incessant kaleidoscope of color and moving figures, made the atmosphere a little electric. Extricating himself with a neat excuse, he crossed towards his colleague, but the latter was already surrounded before he reached him. A forest of colored scarves, odd coiffures, gleaming talismans intervened. He saw men's faces of intense, eager, preoccupied expression, old and young, long hair and bald. There was a new perfume in the air, incense evidently. Tea, coffee, lemonade were being served, with stronger drink for the few who liked it, and cigarettes were everywhere. The note everywhere was exalte, rather. Out of the excited throng, his eyes then by chance, apparently, picked up the figure of Lady Gleason, smoking her cigarette alone in a big armchair, a half-empty glass of wine-cup beside her. She caught his attention instantly, this pretty Lady Gleason, although personally he found neither title nor adjective justified. The dark hair framed a very white skin. The face was shallow, trivial, yet with a direct intensity in the shining eyes that won for her the reputation of being attractive to certain men. Her smile added to the notoriety she loved, a curious smile that lifted the lip oddly, showing the little pointed teeth. To him it seemed somehow a face that had been over-kissed. Everything had been kissed out of it. The mouth, the lips, were worn and barren in an appearance otherwise still young. She was very expensively dressed, and deemed her legs of such symmetry that it were a shame to hide them. Clad in tight silk stockings, and looking like strips of polished steel, they were now visible almost to the knee, where the edge of the skirt, neatly trimmed in fur, cut them off sharply. Some wag in the society, paraphrasing the syllables of her name, wittily, if unkindly, had christened her Fille de Joie. When she heard it, she was rather pleased than otherwise. Lady Gleason, too, he saw now, was watching the private door. The same moment, as so often occurred between himself and his colleague at some significant point in time and space, he was aware of Fillery's eye upon his own across the intervening heads and shoulders. Fillery also had noticed that Lady Gleason watched that door. His changed position in the room was partly explained. A slightly cynical smile touched Dr. Debenham's lips, but vanished again quickly as he approached the lady, bowed politely, and asked if he might bring her some refreshment. He was too discerning to say more refreshment, but she dotted every I, she had no half-tones. "Thanks, kind Dr. Debenham," she said in a decided tone, her voice thin, a trifle husky, yet not entirely unmusical. It held a strange, throaty quality. "It's so absurdly light," she added, holding out the glass she first emptied. "The mystics don't hold with anything strong, apparently. But I'm tired, and you discovered it. That's clever of you. It'll do me good." He, malevolently, assured her that it would. "Who's your friend?" she asked, point-blank, with an air that meant to have a proper answer, as he brought the glass and took a chair near her. "He looks unusual, more like a hurdle race champion than a visionary." A sneer lurked in the voice. She fixed her determined clear gray eyes upon his, eyes sparkling with interest, curiosity in life, desire, the last-named quality of unmistakable kind. "I think I should like to know him, perhaps." It was mentioned as a favor to the other. Debenham, who disliked and disapproved of all these people collectively, felt angry suddenly with Fillery for having brought LeVallon among them. It was, after all, a foolish experiment. The atmosphere was dangerous for anyone of unstable, possibly of hysterical temperament. He had vengeance to discharge. He answered with deliberate malice, leading her on that he might watch her reactions. She was so transparently sincere. "I hardly think Mr. LeVallon would interest you," he said lightly. "He is neither modern nor educated. He has spent his life in the backwoods, and knows nothing but plants and stars and weather and animals. You would find him dull." "No man with a face and figure like that can be dull," she said quickly, her eyes alight. He glanced at her rings, the jewelry round her neck, her expensive gown that would keep a patient for a year or two. He remembered her millionaire South African husband, who was her foolish slave. She lived, he knew, entirely for her own small, selfish pleasure. Although he meant to use her, his gorge rose. He produced his happiest smile. "You are a keen observer, Lady Gleeson," he remarked. "He doesn't look quite ordinary, I admit." After a pause he added, "It's a curious thing, but Mr. LeVallon doesn't care for the charms that we other men succumb to so easily. He seems indifferent. What he wants is knowledge only. Apparently, he's more interested in stars than in girls." "Rubbish," she rejoined. "He hasn't met any in his woods, that's all." Her directness rather disconcerted him. At the same time, it charmed him a little, though he did not know it. His dislike of the woman, however, remained. The idle, self-centered rich annoyed him. They were so useless. The fabulous jewelry hanging upon such trash now stirred his bile. He was conscious of the lust for pleasure in her. "After all, he's rather an interesting fellow, perhaps," he told her, as with an air of sudden enthusiasm. "Do you know, he talks of rather wonderful things, too. Mere dreams, of course, yet, for all that, out of the ordinary. He has vague memories, it seems, of another state of existence altogether. He speaks sometimes of marvelous women, compared to whom our women here, our little dressed-up dolls, seem commonplace and insignificant." And to his keen enjoyment, Lady Gleeson took the bait with open mouth. She recrossed her shapely legs. She wriggled a little in her chair. Her beringed fingers began fidgeting along the priceless necklace. "Just what I should expect," she replied in her throaty voice, "from a young man who looks as he does." She began to play her own cards then, mentioning that her husband was interested in Dr. Fillery's clinique. Debenham, however, at once headed her off. He described the work of the home with enthusiasm. "It's fortunate that Dr. Fillery is rich," he observed carelessly, and can follow out his own ideas exactly as he likes. I personally should never have joined him had he been dependent upon the mere philanthropist." "How wise of you," she returned. "And I should never have joined this mad society but for the chance of coming across unusual people. Now your Mr. LeVallon is one. You may introduce him to me," she repeated as an ultimatum. Her directness was the one thing he admired in her. At her own level, she was real. He was aware of the semi-erotic atmosphere about these meetings and realized that Lady Gleeson came in search of excitement, also that she was too sincere to hide it. She wore her insignia unconcealed. Her talisman was of base metal, the one cheap thing she wore, yet real. This foolish woman, after all, might be of use unwittingly. She might capture LeVallon, if only for a moment, before Nyan Kilkoff enchanted him with that wondrous sweetness to which no man could remain indifferent. For he had long ago divined the natural, unspoken passion between his chief and the daughter of his host, and with his whole heart he desired to advance it. "My husband, too, would like to meet him, I'm sure," he heard her saying, while he smiled at the reappearance of the gilded bait. "My husband, you know, is interested in spirit photography and Dr. Froude's unconscious theories." He rose without even a smile. "I'll try to find him at once," he said, "and bring him to you. I only hope," he added as an afterthought, "that Miss Kilkoff hasn't monopolized him already." "She hasn't come." Lady Gleeson betrayed herself. Instinctively she knew her rival, he saw, with an inward chuckle, as he rose to fetch the desired mail. He found him in the center of a little group just inside the door leading into the sculptor's private studio, where Kilkoff had evidently been showing his new group of elemental figures. Fillery, a few feet away, observing everything at close range, was still talking eagerly with Father Collins. LeVallon and Kempster, the pacifist, were in the middle of an earnest talk, of which Debenham caught an interesting fragment. Kempster's qualification for membership was an occasional display of telepathy. He was a neat little man, exceedingly well-dressed, overdressed, in fact, for his tailor's dummy appearance betrayed that he thought too much about his personal appearance. LeVallon, towering over him like some flaming giant, spoke quietly, but with rare good sense, it seemed. Fillery's condensed education had worked wonders on his mind. Debenham was astonished. About the pair others had collected, listening, sometimes interjecting opinions of their own, many women among them leaning against the furniture or sitting on cushions and movable, dump-like divans on the floor. It was a picturesque little scene, but LeVallon somehow dwarfed the others. "I really think," Kempster was saying, "we might now become a comfortable little third-rate power, like Spain, for instance, enjoy ourselves a bit, live on our splendid past, and take the sun in ease." He looked about him with a self-satisfied smirk, as though he had himself played a fine role in the splendid past. LeVallon's reply surprised him, perhaps, but it surprised Debenham still more. The real, the central self, LeVallon, he thought with satisfaction, was waking and developing. His choice of words was odd, too. "No, no, you, the English, are leaders of the world. The best quality is in you. If you give up, the world goes down and backwards." The deep musical tones vibrated through the little room. The speaker, though so quiet, had the air of a powerful athlete, ready to strike. His pose was admirable. Faces turned up and stared. There was a murmur of approval. "We're so tired of that talk," replied Kempster, no whit disconcerted by the evident signs of his unpopularity. "Each race should take its turn. We've borne the white man's burden long enough. Why not drop it, and let another nation do its bit? We've earned a rest, I think." His precise, high voice was persuasive. He was a good public speaker, wholly impervious to another point of view. But the resonant tones of LeVallon's rejoinder seemed to bury him, voice, exquisite clothes, and all. "There is no other, unless you hand it back to weaker shoulders. No other race has the qualities of generosity, of big, careless courage of the unselfish kind required. Above all, you alone have the chivalry." Two things Debenham noted as he heard. Behind the natural resonance in the big voice lay a curious deepness that made him think of thunder, a volume of sound suppressed, potential, roaring, which, if let loose, might overwhelm, submerge. It belonged to an earnestness as yet unsuspected in him, a strength of conviction based on a great purpose that was evidently subconscious in him, as though he served it, belonged to it, without realizing that he did so. He stood there like some new young prophet, proclaiming a message not entirely his own. Also, he said "you" in place of the natural "we." Debenham listened attentively. Here, too, at any rate, was an exchange of ideas above the psychic level he so disliked. LeVallon, he noticed at once, showed no evidence of emotion, though his eyes shone brightly and his voice was earnest. "America," began Kempster, but was knocked down by a fact before he could continue, "has deliberately made itself a province again. America saw the ideal, then drew back, afraid. It is once more provincial, cut off from the planet, a big island again, concerned with local affairs of its own. Your democracy has failed." "As it always must," put in Kempster, glad perhaps to shift the point, when he found no ready answer. "The wider the circle from which statesmen are drawn, the lower the level of ability. We should be patriotic for ideas, not for places. The success of one country means the downfall of another. That's not spiritual." He continued at high speed, but Debenham missed the words. He was too preoccupied with the other's language, penetration, point of view. LeVallon had, indeed, progressed. There was nothing of the alternative personality in this, nothing of the wild, strange, nature being whom he called N.H. "Patriotism, of course, is vulgar rubbish," he heard Kempster finishing his tirade. "It is local, provincial. The world is a whole." But LeVallon did not let him escape so easily. It was admirable, really. This half-educated countryman from the woods and mountains had a clear, concentrated mind. He had risen too. Whence came his comprehensive outlook? "Chivalry, you call it sporting instinct, is the first essential of a race that is to lead the world. It is a topmost quality. Your race has it. It has come down even into your play. It is instinctive in you more than any other. And chivalry is unselfish. It is divine. You have conquered the sun. The hot races all obey you." The thunder broke through the strange but simple words, which, in that voice, and with that quiet earnestness, carried some weight of meaning in them that print cannot convey. The women gazed at him with unconcealed, if not with understanding, admiration. "Lead us, inspire us, at any rate," their eyes said plainly. "But love us, oh, love us, passionately, above all." Debenham, hardly able to believe his ears and eyes, turned to see if Fillery had heard the scrap of talk. Judging by the expression on his face, he had not heard it. Father Collins seemed saying things that held his attention too closely. Yet Fillery, for all his apparent absorption, had heard it, though he read it otherwise than his somewhat literal colleague. It was nevertheless an interesting revelation to him, since it proved to him again how unreal LeVallon was, how easily, quickly this educated simulacrum, caught up, assimilated, and reproduced as his own, yet, honestly, whatever was in the air at the moment. For the words he had spoken were not his own, but Fillery's. They lay, or something like them lay, unuttered in Fillery's mind just at that very moment. Yet, even while listening attentively to Father Collins, his close interest in LeVallon was so keen, so watchful, that another portion of his mind was listening to this second conversation, even taking part in it inaudibly. LeVallon caught his language from the air. Debenham made his opportunity, leading LeVallon off to be introduced to Lady Gleeson, who still sat waiting for them on the divan in the outer studio. As they made their way through the buzzing throng into the larger room, Debenham guessed suddenly that Lady Gleeson must somehow have heard in advance that LeVallon would be present. Her flair for new men was singular. The sexual instinct, unduly developed, seemed aware of its prey anywhere within a big radius. He owed his friend a hint of guidance, possibly. "A little woman," he explained as they crossed over, "who has a weakness for big men and will probably pay you compliments. She comes here to amuse herself with what she calls the freaks. Sometimes she lends her great house for the meetings. Her husband's a millionaire." To which the other, in his deep, quiet voice, replied, "Thank you, Dr. Debenham." "She's known as the pretty Lady Gleeson." "That?" exclaimed the other, looking towards her. "Hush!" his companion warned him. As they approached, Lady Gleeson, waiting with keen impatience, saw them coming and made her preparations. The frown of annoyance at the long delay was replaced by a smile of welcome that lifted the upper lip on one side only, showing the white even teeth with odd effect. She stared at LeVallon, thought Debenham, as a wolf eyes its prey. Deftly lowering her dress, betraying thereby that she knew it was too high, and a detail now best omitted from the picture, she half rose from her seat as they came up. The instinctive art of deference, though instantly corrected, did not escape Paul Debenham's too observant eye. "You were kind enough to say I might introduce my friend," murmured he. "Mr. LeVallon is new to our big London, and a stranger among all these people." LeVallon bowed in his calm, dignified fashion, saying no word, but Lady Gleeson put her hand out, and, finding his own, shook it with her air of brilliant welcome. Determination lay in her smile and in her gesture, in her voice as well, as she said familiarly at once, "But, Mr. LeVallon, how tall are you really? You seem to me a perfect giant." She made room for him beside her on the divan. "Everybody here looks undersized beside you." She became intense. "I am 6 feet and 3 inches," he replied literally, but without expression in his face. There was no smile. He was examining her as frankly as she examined him. Debenham was examining the pair of them. The lack of interest, the cold indifference in LeVallon, he reflected, must put the young woman on her mettle, accustomed as she was to quick submission in her victims. LeVallon, however, did not accept the offered seat. Perhaps he had not noticed the invitation. He showed no interest, though polite and gentle. "He towers over all of us," Debenham put in to help an awkward pause, yet he meant it more than literally. The empty prettiness of the shallow little face before him, the triviality of Miss Rosa Mystica, the cheapness of Povey, Kempster, Mrs. Towser, the foolish air of otherworldly expectancy in the whole room, of deliberate exaggeration, of eyes big with wonder for sensation as story followed story. All this came upon him with its note of poverty and tawdriness as he used the words. Something in the atmosphere of LeVallon had this effect. Whence did it come? He questioned, puzzled, of dwarfing all about him. "All London, remember, isn't like this," he heard Lady Gleeson saying, a dangerous purr audible in the throaty voice. "Do sit down here and tell me what you think about it. I feel you don't belong here quite, do you know? London cramps you, doesn't it? And you find the women dull and insipid?" She deliberately made more room, patting the cushions invitingly with a flashing hand. That alone, thought Debenham contemptuously, could have endowed at least 2 big cliniques. "Tell me about yourself, Mr. LeVallon. I'm dying to hear about your life in the woods and mountains. Do talk to me. I am so bored." What followed surprised Debenham more than any of the three, perhaps. He ascribed it to what Fillery had called the natural gentleman, while Lady Gleeson doubtless ascribed it to her own personal witchery. With that easy grace of his, he sat down instantly beside her on the low divan, his height and big frame contriving the awkward movement without a sign of clumsiness. His indifference was obvious to Debenham, but the vain eyes of the woman did not notice it. "That's better," she again welcomed him with a happy laugh. She edged closer a little. "Now do make yourself comfortable." She arranged the cushions again. "And please tell me about your wild life in the forests, or wherever it was. You know a lot about the stars, I hear." She devoured his face and figure with her shining eyes. The upper lip was lifted for a second above a gleaming tooth. Debenham had the feeling she was about to eat him, licking her lips already in anticipation. He himself would be dismissed, he well knew, in another moment, for Lady Gleeson would not tolerate a third person at the meal. Before he was sent about his business, however, he had the good fortune to hear LeVallon's opening answer to the foolish invitation. Amazement filled him. He wished Fillery could have heard it with him, seen the play of expression on the faces too, the bewilderment of sensational hunger for something new in Lady Gleeson's staring eyes, arrested instantaneously. The calm, cold look of power, yet power tempered by a touch of pity, in LeVallon's glance, a glance that was only barely aware of her proximity. He smiled as he spoke, and the smile increased his natural radiance. He looked extraordinarily handsome, yet with a new touch of strangeness that held even the cautious doctor momentarily almost spellbound. "Stars, yes, but I rarely see them here in London, and they seem so far away. They comfort me. They and women bring me, nearest to a condition that is gone from me. I have lost it." He looked straight into her face so that she blinked and screwed up her eyes, while her breathing came more rapidly. "But stars and women," he went on, his voice vibrating with music in spite of its quietness, "remind me that it is sweet recoverable. Both give me this sweet message. I read it in stars and in the eyes of women, and it is true because no words convey it. For women cannot express themselves, I see, and stars, too, are silent, here." The same soft thunder as before sounded below the gently spoken words. Lady Gleeson was trembling a little. She made a movement by means of which she shifted herself yet nearer to her companion, in what seemed a natural and unconscious way. It was doubtless his proximity rather than his words that stirred her. Her face was set, though the lips quivered a trifle and the voice was less shrill than usual as she spoke, holding out her empty glass. "Thank you, Dr. Debenham," she said icily. The determined gesture, a toss of the head, with a glare of sharp impatience in the eyes, he could not ignore. Yet he accepted his curt dismissal slowly enough to catch her murmured words to LeVallon. How wonderful you are! And what sort of women?" followed him as he moved away. In his heart rose again an uncomfortable memory of a Jura valley blazing in the sunset, or of a half-naked figure worshipping before a great wood fire on the rocks. He fancied he caught, too, in the voice, a suggestion of a lilt, a chanting resonance, that increased his uneasiness further. One thing was certain. It was not quite the ordinary LeVallon that answered the silly woman. The reaction was of a different kind. Was then the other self awake and stirring? Was it N.H., after all, as his colleague claimed? Allowing a considerable interval to pass, he returned with a glass of lemonade, reaching the divan in its dim-lit corner just in time to see a flashing hand withdrawn quickly from LeVallon's arm, and to intercept a glance that told him the intrigue evidently had not developed altogether according to Lady Gleeson's plan, although her air was one of confidence and keenest self-satisfaction. LeVallon sat like a marble figure, cold, indifferent, looking straight before him, listening, if only with half an ear, to a stream of words whose import it was not difficult to guess. This Debenham's practiced eye read in the flashing look she shot at him, and in the quick way she thanked him. "Coffee, dear Dr. Debenham, I asked for." Her move was so quick, his desire to watch them a moment longer together so keen, that for an instant he appeared to hesitate. It was more than appearance. He did hesitate, an instant merely, yet long enough for Lady Gleeson to shoot at him a second swift glance of concentrated virulence, and also long enough for LeVallon to spring lightly to his feet, take the glass from his hand, and vanish in the direction of the refreshment table before anything could prevent. "I will get your coffee for you," still sounded in the air, so quickly was the adroit maneuver executed. LeVallon had clearly escaped. "How stupid of me," said Debenham quickly, referring to the pretended mistake. Lady Gleeson made no reply. Her inward fury betrayed itself, however, in the tight-set lips and the hard glitter of her brilliant little eyes. "He won't be a moment," the other added. "Do you find him interesting? He's not very talkative as a rule, but perhaps with you—" He hardly knew what words he used. The look she gave him stopped him, so intense was the bitterness in the eyes. His interruption, then, must indeed have been worse, or better, timed than he had imagined. She made no pretense of speaking. Turning her glance in the direction whence the coffee must presently appear, she waited, and Debenham might have been a dummy for all the sign she gave of his being there. He had made an enemy for life, he felt, a feeling confirmed by what almost immediately then followed. Neither the coffee nor its bearer came that evening to pretty Lady Gleeson in the way she had desired. She laid the blame at Debenham's door. For at that moment, as he stood before her, secretly enjoying her anger a little, yet feeling foolish perhaps as well, a chord sounded on the piano, and a hush passed instantly over the entire room. Someone was about to sing. Nyan Kilcoff had come in, unnoticed, by the door of the private room. Her singing invariably formed a part of these entertainments. The song, too, was the one invariably asked for, its music written by herself. All talk and movement stopped at the sound of the little prelude, as though a tap had been turned off. Even Debenham, most unmusical of men, prepared to listen with enjoyment. He tried to see Nyan at the piano, but too many people came between. He saw instead LeVallon standing close at his side, the cup of coffee in his hand. He had that instant returned. "For Lady Gleeson. Will you pass it to her? Who's going to sing?" he whispered all in the same breath. And Debenham told him as he bent down to give the cup. "Nyan Kilcoff, hush. It's a lovely song. I know it. The Vagrant's Epitaph." They stood motionless to listen, as the pure voice of the girl, singing very simply but with the sweetness and truth of sincere feeling, filled the room. Every word, too, was clearly audible. "Change was his mistress, chance his counselor. Love could not hold him, duty forged no chain. The wide seas and the mountains called him, and the grey dawns saw his campfires in the rain. Sweet hands might tremble, aye, but he must go. Revel might hold him for a little space, but turning past the laughter and the lamps, his eyes must ever catch the luring face. Dear eyes might question, yea, and melt again, rare lips a-quiver, silently implore, but he must ever turn his furtive head and hear that other summons at the door. Change was his mistress, chance his counselor. The dark firs knew his whistle up the trail. Why tarries he today, and yesternight adventure lit her stars without avail?" End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Bright Messenger by Algernon BLACKWOOD. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Bright Messenger, Chapter 13. Lady Gleason, owing to an outraged vanity and jealousy she was unable to control, missed the final scene, for before the song was actually finished she was gone. Being near a passage that was draped only by a curtain, she slipped out easily, flung herself into a luxurious motor, and vanished into the bleak autumn night. She had seen enough. Her little heart raged with selfish fury. What followed was told her later by word of mouth. Never could she forgive herself that she had left the studio before the thing had happened. She blamed Debenham for that, too. For LeVallon, it appears, having passed the cup of coffee to her through a third person, in itself an insult of indifference and neglect, stood absorbed in the words and music of the song. Being head and shoulders above the throng, he easily saw the girl at the piano. No one, unless it was Fillery, a few yards away, watched him as closely as did Debenham and Lady Gleason, though all three for different reasons. It was Debenham, however, who made the most accurate note of what he saw, though Fillery's memory was possibly the truer, since his own inner being supplied the fuller and more sympathetic interpretation. LeVallon, tall and poised, stood there like a great figure shaped in bronze. He was very calm. His bright hair seemed to rise a little. His eyes, steady and wondering, gazed fixedly. His features, though set, were mobile in the sense that any instant they might leap into the alive and fluid expression of some strong emotion. His whole being, in a word, stood at attention, alert for instant action of some uncontrollable, perhaps terrific kind. He seemed like a glowing pillar of metal that must burst into flame the very next instant, as a member told Lady Gleason later. Debenham watched him. LeVallon seemed transfixed. He stared above the intervening tousled heads. He drew a series of deep breaths that squared his shoulders and made his chest expand. His very muscles ached apparently for instant action. An intensity of wondering joy and admiration that lit his face made the eyes shine like stars. He watched the singing girl as a tiger watches the keeper who brings its long-expected food. The instant the bar is up, it springs, it leaps, it carries off, devours. Only in this case there were no bars, nor was the wild desire for nourishment of a carnal kind. It was companionship. It was intercourse with his own that he desired so intensely. He divines the mother in her, thought Fillery, watching closely, pain and happiness mingled in his heart. The protective, selfless, upbuilding power lies close to nature. And as this flashed across him, he caught a glimpse by chance of its exact opposite, in Lady Gleason's peering, glittering eyes, the destructive lust, the selfish passion, the bird of prey. The dark firs knew his whistle up the trail. The song in that soft, true voice drew to its close. LeVallon was trembling. Good heavens, thought Debenham, is it N.H.? Is it N.H. after all, waking, rising to take possession? He too trembled. It was here that Lady Gleason, close, intuitive observer of her escaping prey, rose up and slipped away, her going hardly noticed by the half-entranced, half-dreaming hearts about her, each intent upon its own small heaven of neat desire. She went as unobtrusively as an animal that is aware of untoward conditions and surroundings, showing her teeth, feeling her claws, yet knowing herself helpless. Not even Debenham, his mind ever keenly alert, observed her going. Fillery alone, conscious of LeVallon's eyes across the room, took note of it. She left, her violent little will intent upon vengeance of a later victory that she still promised herself with concentrated passion. Yet Debenham, though he failed to notice the slim animal of prey in exit, noticed this, that the face he watched so closely changed quickly even as he watched, and that the new expression, growing upon it as heat grows upon metal set in a flame, was an expression he had seen before. He had seen it in that lonely mountain valley where a setting sun poured gold upon a burning pyre, upon a dancing, chanting figure, upon a human face he now watched in this ridiculous little Chelsea studio. The sharpness of the air, the very perfume, stole over him as he stared, perplexed, excited, and uneasy. That strange, wild, innocent, and tender face, that power, that infinite yearning. LeVallon had disappeared. It was N.H. that stood and watched the singer at the little modern piano. Then, with the end of the song, came the rush, the bustle of applause, the confusion of many people rising, trotting forward, all talking at once, all moving towards the singer. When LeVallon, hitherto motionless as a statue, suddenly leapt past and through them like a vehement wind through a whirl of crackling dead leaves. Only his deft, skillful movement, of poise and perfect balance, combined with accurate swiftness, could have managed it without bruised bodies and angry cries. There was no clumsiness, no visible effort, no appearance of undue speed. He seemed to move quietly, though he moved like fire. In a moment he was by the piano, and Nyan, in the act of rising from her stool, gazed straight up into his great, lighted eyes. It was singular how all made way for him, drew back, looked on. Confusion threatened. Emotion surged like a rising sea. Without a leader there might easily have been tumult, even a scene. But Fillery was there. His figure intervened at once. "Nyan," he said in a steady voice, "this is my friend, Mr. LeVallon. He wants to thank you." But before she could answer, LeVallon, his hand upon her arm, said quickly, yet so quietly that few heard the actual words perhaps, his voice resonant, his eyes alight with joy, "You are here too, with me and Fillery. We are all exiles together, but you know the way out, the way back. You remember." She stared with delicious wonder into his eyes as he went on. "O star and woman, your voice is wind and fire. Come." And he tried to seize her. "We will go back together. We work here in vain." His arms were round her, almost their faces touched. The girl rose instantly, took a step towards him, then hung back. The stool fell over with a crash. A hubbub of voices rose in the room behind. Povey, Kempster, and a dozen members with them pressed up. The women, with half-shocked, half-frightened eyes, gaped and gasped over the forest of intervening male shoulders. A universal shuffle followed. The confusion was absurd and futile. Both male and female stood aghast and stupid before what they saw. For behind the mere words and gestures there was something that filled the little scene with a strange, shaking power, touching the panic sense. LeVallon lifted her across his shoulders. The beautiful girl was radiant, the man wore the sudden semblance of a god. Their very stature increased. They stood alone, yet Fillery, close by, stood with them. There seemed a magic circle none dared cross about the three. Something immense, unearthly, had come into the room, bursting its little space. Even Debenham, breaking with vehemence through the human ring, came to a sudden halt. In a voice of thunder, though it was not actually loud, LeVallon cried, "Their little personal loves, they cannot understand." He bore Nyan in his arms as wind might lift a loose flower and whirl it aloft. "Come back with me. Come home. The sun forgets us here. The wind is silent. There is no fire. Our work, our service calls us." He turned to Fillery. "You too. Come." His voice boomed like a thundering wind against the astonished, frightened faces staring at him. It rose to a cry of intense emotion. "We are in little exile here, in our wrong place, cut off from the service of our gods. We will go back." He started, with the girl flung across his frame. He took one stride. The other shuffled back with one accord. "The other summons at the door. But Edward, you too." It was Nyan's voice, as the girl clung willingly to the great neck and arms, the voice of the girl all loved and worshipped and thought wonderful beyond temptation. It was this familiar sound that ran through the bewildered, startled throng like an electric shock. They could not believe their eyes, their ears. They stood transfixed. Within their circle stood LeVallon, holding the girl, almost embracing her, while she lay helpless with happiness upon his huge, enfolding arms. He paused, looked round at Fillery a moment. None dared approach. The men gazed, wondering, with faculties arrested. The women stared, stock still, with beating hearts. All felt a lifting, splendid wonder they could not understand. Debenham, mute and motionless before an inexplicable thing, found himself bereft of judgment. Analysis and precedent, for once, both failed. He looked round in vain for Kilkoff. Fillery alone seemed master of himself. A look of suffering and joy shone in his face. One hand lay steady upon LeVallon's arm. Within the little circle these three figures formed a definite group, filling the beholders, for the first time in their so-called psychic experience, with the thrill of something utterly beyond their ken, something genuine at last. For there seemed about the group, though emanating, as with shining power, from the figure of LeVallon chiefly, some radiating force, some elemental vigor they could not comprehend. Its presence made the scene possible, even right. "Edward, you too. What is it? Oh, what is it? There are flowers, great winds. I see the fire." A searching tenderness in her tone broke almost beyond the limits of the known human voice. There swept over the onlookers a wave of incredible emotion then, as they saw LeVallon move towards them, as though he would pass through them and escape. He seemed in that moment stupendous, irresistible. He looked divine. The girl lay in his arms like some young, radiant child. He did not kiss her. No sign of a caress was seen. He did no ordinary human thing. His towering figure, carrying his burden almost negligently, came out of the circle like a tide towards them, as one described it later, or as a poem that appeared later in simplicity began, "with his hair of wind and his eyes of fire and his face of infinite desire." He swept nearer. They stirred again in a confused and troubled shuffle, opening a way. They shrank back farther. They shivered, like crying shingle a vast wave draws back. Only Fillery stood still, making no sign or movement. Upon his face that look of joy and pain, wild joy and searching pain. No one, perhaps, but Debenham understood. "Wind and fire," boomed LeVallon's tremendous voice. "We return to our divine, eternal service. O wind and fire, we come back at last." An immense rhythm swept across the room. Then it was, without announcement of word or action, that Nyan, suddenly leaping from the great enfolding arms, stood upright between the two figures, one hand outstretched towards Fillery. At which moment, emerging apparently from nowhere, Kilkoff appeared upon the scene. During the music he had left the studio to find certain sketches he wished to show to LeVallon. He had witnessed nothing, therefore, of what had just occurred. He now stood still, staring in sheer surprise. The people in a ring, gazing with excited, rapt expression into the circle they thus formed, looked like an audience watching some performance that dazed and stupefied them, in which Fillery, LeVallon, and Nyan, his own daughter, were the players. He took it for an impromptu charade, perhaps, something spontaneously arranged during his absence. Yet he was obviously staggered. As he entered, the girl had just leapt from the arms that held her, and run towards Fillery, who stood erect and motionless in the center of the circle. And LeVallon's wild, splendid cry in that instant shook its grand music across the vaulted room. So well acted, so dramatic, so real was the scene thus interrupted that Kilcoff stood staring in silence, thinking chiefly, as he said afterwards, that the young man's pose and attitude were exactly, magnificently, what he wanted for the figure of fire and wind in his elemental group. This enthusiastic thought, with the attempt to engrave it permanently in his memory, filled his mind completely for an instant, when there broke in upon it again that resonant voice, half cry, half chant, vibrating with depth and music, yet quiet too. "Wind and fire, my wind and fire, O sun, your messengers are come for us. O come with power and take us with you." Its rhythm was gigantic. So extraordinary was the volume, yet the sweetness too in the voice, though its actual loudness was not great, so arresting was its quality that Kilcoff, as he put it afterwards, thought he heard an entirely new sound, a sound his ears had never known before. He, like the rest of the astonished audience, was caught spellbound. But for an instant only, for at once there followed another voice, releasing the momentary spell, and with the accompanying action warned him that what he saw was no mere game of acting. This was real. "I hear that other summons at the door." Her hands were outstretched, her eyes alight with yearning. She was oblivious of everyone but Fillery, LeVallon, and herself. And her father then, breaking through the crowding figures packed shoulder to shoulder nearest to him, entered the circle. His mind was confused, perhaps for vague ideas of some undesirable hypnotic influence, of some foolish experiment that had become too real, passed through it. He knew one thing only: this scene, whether real or acted, pretense or sincere, must be stopped. The look on his daughter's face, entirely new and strange to him, was all the evidence he needed. He shouldered his way through like an angry bear, making inarticulate noises, growling. But before he reached the actors, before Nyan reached Fillery's side, and while the voice of the girl and of LeVallon still seemed to echo simultaneously in the air, a new thing happened that changed the scene completely. In these few brief seconds, indeed, so much was concentrated, and with such rapidity, that it was small wonder the reports of individual witnesses differed afterwards, almost as if each one had seen a separate detail of the crowded picture. Its incredibility, too, bewildered minds accustomed to imagined dreams rather than to real action. LeVallon, at any rate, all agreed, turned with that ease and swiftness peculiarly his own, caught Nyan again into the air, and with one arm swung her back across his shoulder. He moved then so irresistibly, with a great striding rush in the direction of the door into the street, and so rapidly that the onlookers once more drew back instinctively pell-mell, tumbling over each other in their frightened haste. This, all agreed, had happened. One second they saw LeVallon carrying the girl off. The next, a flash of intense and vivid brilliance entered the big studio, flooding all detail with a blaze of violent light. There was a loud report. There was a violent shock. "The messengers! Our messengers!" The thunder of LeVallon's cry was audible. The same instant, this dazzling splendor, so sparkling it was almost painful, became eclipsed again. There was complete obliteration. Darkness descended like a blow. An inky blackness reigned. No single thing was visible. There came a terrific, splitting sound. The effect of overwhelming, sudden blackness was natural enough. In every mind danced still the vivid memory of that last amazing picture they had seen. Kilcoff, with alarmed face, breaking violently into the circle where his daughter, Nyan, swinging from those giant shoulders, looked back imploringly at Dr. Fillery, who stood motionless as though carved in stone, a smile of curious happiness yet pain upon his features. Yet the figure of LeVallon dominated. His radiant beauty, his air of superb strength, his ease, his power, his wild swiftness. Something unearthly glowed about him. He looked a god. The extraordinary idea flashed into Fillery's mind that some big energy as of interstellar spaces lay about him, as though Great Sirius called down along his light years of distance into the little tumbled Chelsea room. This was the picture, set one instant in dazzling violet brilliance, then drowned in blackness, that still hung shining with intense reality before every mind. The following confusion had a moment of real and troubling panic. Women screamed, some fell upon their knees. Men called for light. Various cries were heard. There was a general roar. "To the door! All men to the door! He's controlled! There's an elemental in him!" It was Povey's shrill tones that pierced. "Strike a match!" shouted Kempster. "The electric light has fused. Stay where you are! Don't move, everybody!" "Lightning," the clear voice of Debenham was heard. "Keep your heads. It's only a thunderstorm." Matches were struck, extinguished, lit again. A patch of dim light shone here and there upon a throng of huddled people. Someone found a candle that shed a flickering glare upon the walls and ceiling, but only made the shadows chiefly visible. It was an unreal, fantastic scene. A moment later there descended a hurricane gust of wind against the building, with splintering glass as though from a hail of bullets, that extinguished candle and matches and plunged the scene again into total darkness. A terrific clap of thunder, followed immediately by a rushing sound of rain that poured in a flood upon the floor, completed the scene of terror and confusion. The huge north window had blown in. The consternation was for some moments dangerous, for true panic may become an unmanageable thing, and this panic was unquestionably real. The superstitious thread that lies in every human being stretched and shivered, beginning to weave its swift, ominous pattern. The elements dominated the human too completely just then even for the sense of wonder that was usually so active in the society's mental makeup to assert itself intelligently. Most of them lost their heads. All associated that picture of LeVallon and the girl with this terrific demonstration of overpowering elemental violence. Povey's startled cry had given them the lead. The human touch thus added the flavor of something both personal and supernatural. Some stood screaming, whimpering, unable to move. Some were numb, others cried for help. Not a few remained on their knees. The name of God was audible here and there. Many collapsed and several women fainted. To one and all came the realization of that panic fear which dislocates and paralyzes. This was a manifestation of elemental power that had intelligence somewhere driving too suggestively behind it. It was Debenham and Kilcoff who kept their heads and saved the situation. The sudden storm was, indeed, of extreme violence and ferocity. The force of the wind, with the nearness of the terrible lightning and the consequent volume of the overwhelming thunder, were certainly bewildering. But a thunderstorm, they began to realize, was a thunderstorm. "Everyone stay exactly where he is," suddenly shouted Kilcoff through the darkness. His voice brought comfort. "I'll light candles in the inner studio." He did so a moment later. The faint light was reassuring. A pause in the storm came to his assistance. The wind had passed, the rain had ceased, there was no more lightning. With a whispered word to Debenham, he disappeared through the door into the passage. "You look after him. I must find my girl." "One by one now," called Debenham. "Take careful steps. Avoid the broken glass." Voices answered from dark corners as the inner room began to fill. All saw the candlelight and came to it by degrees. "Povey, Kempster, Imson, Father Collins. Each man bring a lady with him. It's only a thunderstorm. Keep your heads." The smaller room filled gradually, people with white faces and staring eyes coming, singly or in couples, within the pale radiance of the flickering candlelight. Feet splashed through pools of water. The furniture, the clothing were soaked. The heat in the air, despite the great broken window, was stifling. One or two women were helped, some were carried. There were cries and exclamations, a noise of splintered glass being trodden on or kicked aside. Drinks were brought for those who had fainted. Order was restored bit by bit. The collective consciousness resumed gradually its comforting sway. The herd found strength in contact. A single cry, in a woman's voice, "Pan was among us," was instantly smothered, drowned in a chorus of "Hush! Hush!" as though a mere name might bring a repetition of a terror none could bear again. The entire scene had lasted perhaps 5 minutes, possibly less. The violent storm that had hung low over London, accumulating probably for hours, had dissipated itself in a single prodigious explosion and was gone. Through the gaping north window, torn and shattered, shone the stars. More candles were brought and lighted, food and drink followed, a few cuts from broken glass were attended to, and calm in a measure came back to the battered and shaken, yet thrilled and delighted Prometheans. But all eyes looked for a couple who were not there. 100 heads turned searching, for in every heart lay one chief question. Yet, oddly enough, none asked aloud. The names of Nyan and LeVallon were not spoken audibly. Some touch of awe, it seemed, clung to a memory still burning in each individual mind. It was an awe that none would willingly revive just then. The whole occurrence had been too devastating, too sudden. It all had been too real. There was little talk, nor was there the whispered discussion even that might have been expected. Individual recovery was slow and hesitating. What had happened lay still too close for the comfort of detailed comparison or analysis by word of mouth. With common accord the matter was avoided. Discussions must wait. It would fill many days with wonder afterwards. It was with a sense of general relief, therefore, that the throng of guests, bedraggled somewhat in appearance, eyes still bright with traces of uncommon excitement, their breath uneven and their attitudes still nervous, saw the door into the passage open and frame the figure of their returning host. He held a lighted candle. His bearded face looked grim, but his slow, deep voice was quiet and reassuring. He smiled. His words were commonplace. "You must excuse my daughter," he said firmly, "but she sends her excuses and begs to be forgiven for not coming to bid you all good night. The lightning, the electricity has upset her. I have advised her to go to bed." A sigh of relief from everybody came in answer. They were only too glad to take the hint and go. "The little impromptu act we had prepared for you we cannot give now," he added, anticipating questions. "The storm prevented the second part. We must give it another time instead." End of Chapter 13. Chapter 14. Of the Bright Messenger, by Algernon BLACKWOOD. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Bright Messenger. Chapter 14. Kilkoff, Edward Fillery, and Paul Debenham, between them it seems, were wise in their generation. The story spread that the scene in the studio had been nothing but a bit of inspired impromptu acting, to which the coincidence of the storm had lent a touch of unexpected conviction, where otherwise all would have ended in a laugh and a round or two of amused applause. The spreading of an undesirable story thus was to a great extent prevented. Its discussion remained confined chiefly among the few startled witnesses. Yet the Prometheans, of course, knew a supernatural occurrence when they saw one. They were not to be so easily deprived of their treasured privilege. Thrilled to their marrows, individually and collectively, they committed their versions to writing, drew up reports, compared notes, and generally made the feast last as long as possible. It was, moreover, a semi-sacred feast for them. Its value increased portentously. It bound the society together with fresh life. It attracted many new members. Povey and his committee increased the subscription and announced an entrance fee in addition. The various accounts offered by the members, curious as these were, may be left aside for the moment, since the version of the occurrence as given by Edward Fillery comes first in interest. His report, however, was made only to himself. He mentioned it in full to no one, not even to Paul Debenham. He felt unable to share it with any living being. Only one result of his conclusions he shared openly enough with his assistant. He withdrew his promise. Upon certain details the two men agreed with interest. That everybody in the room, men and women, were on the qui-vive the moment LeVallon made his entrance. His appearance struck a note. All were aware of an unusual presence. Interest and curiosity rose like a vapor. Heads all turned one way, as though the same wind blew them. There was a buzz and murmur of whispered voices, as though the figure of LeVallon woke into response the same taut wire in every heart. "Who on earth is that? What is he?" was legible in 100 questioning eyes. All, in a word, were aware of something unaccustomed. Upon this detail, and in support of the Society's claim to be special psychic perception, it must be mentioned, Fillery and Debenham were at one. But another detail, too, found them in agreement. It was not the tempest that caused the panic. It was LeVallon himself. Something about LeVallon had produced the abrupt and singular sense of panic terror. Fillery was glad. He was satisfied, at any rate. The transient, unreal personality called LeVallon had disappeared, and, as he believed, forever. A surface apparition, after all, it had been educated, superimposed, the result of imitation and quick learning, a phantom masquerading as an intelligent human being. It was merely an acquired surface self, a physical, almost an automatic intelligence. The deep nature underneath had now broken out. It was the sudden eruption of NH that touched the subconscious self of everyone in the room with its strange, authentic shock. NH was in full possession. Towards this real self he felt attraction, yearning, even love. He had felt this from the very beginning. Why or what it was he did not pretend to know as yet. Towards NH he reacted as towards his own son, as to a comrade, ancient friend, proved intimate and natural playmate even. The strange tie was difficult to describe. In himself, though faint by comparison, lay something akin in sympathy and understanding. They belonged together in the same unknown region. The girl, of course, belonged there too, but more completely, more absolutely even than himself. He foresaw the risks, the dangers. His heart, with a leap of joy, accepted the responsibilities. Unlike Debenham, he had not come that afternoon to scoff. His smile at the vagaries of what his assistant called hysterical psychics had no bitterness, no contempt. If their excesses were pathogenic, often he believed with Lombroso that genius and hysteria draw upon a common origin sometimes, also that from among this unstable material there emerged on occasions hints of undeniable value. To the want of balance was chiefly due the ineffectiveness of these hints. This class, dissatisfied with present things, kicking over the traces which herd together the dull normal crowd into the safe but uninteresting commonplace, but kicking, of course, too wildly, alone offered hints of powers that might one day, obedient to laws at present unknown, become of value to the race. They were temperamentally open to occasional, if misguided, inspiration, and all inspiration, the evidence overwhelmingly showed, is due to an intense but hidden mental activity. The hidden 9/10ths of the self peeped out here and there periodically. These people were, at heart, alert to new ideas. The herd instinct was weak in them. They were individuals. Fillery had not come to scoff. His chief purpose on this particular occasion had been to observe any reactions produced in LeVallon by the atmosphere of these unbalanced yet questing minds, and by the introduction to a girl whose beauty, physical and moral, he considered far, far above the standard of other women. Irada Kilkoff, as he saw her, rose head and shoulders, like some magical flower in a fairy tale, beyond her feminine kind. His hopes had been in both respects proved justified. LeVallon was gone. NH had swept up commandingly into full possession. If it is the attitude of mind that interprets details in a given scene, it is the heart that determines their selection. Debenham saw collective hallucination, delusion, humbug, useless and undesirable weeds, where his chief saw strange, imperfect growths that might one day become flowers in a marvelous garden. That this garden blossomed upon the sunny slopes of a lost Caucasian valley had a significance he did not shirk. Always he was honest with himself. It was this symbolic valley he longed to people. Its radiant loveliness stirred a forgotten music in his heart. He watched golden bees sipping that wild azalea honey, of which even the natives may not rob them without the dangerous delight of exaltation. His nostrils caught the delicious perfumes. His cheek felt the touch of happy winds. As he stood by the door with Debenham and LeVallon looking round the crowded Chelsea studio. Aware of this association stirring in his blood, he believed he had himself well in hand. He knew already in advance that a spirit moved upon the face of those waters that were his inmost self. He had that intuitive divination which anticipates a change of spiritual weather. The wind was rising, the atmosphere lay prepared. Already the flowers bent their heads one way. All his powers of self-control might well be called upon before the entertainment ended. Glancing a moment at LeVallon, tall, erect, and poised beside him, he was conscious, it was an instant of vivid self-revelation, that he steadied himself in doing so. He borrowed, as it were, something of that poise, that calm simplicity, that potential energy, that modest confidence. Some latent power breathed through the great stalwart figure by his side. The strength was not his own. LeVallon emanated this power unconsciously. Kilkoff, as described, had then led the youth away to see the sculpture. Debenham was captured by a member, and Fillery found himself alone. He looked about him, noticed here and there individuals whom he knew. Lady Gleason he saw at once on her divan in the corner, with her cigarette, her jewels, her glass, her background of millions through which an indulgent husband floated like a shadow. His eye rested on her a second only, then passed in search of something less insignificant. Miss Lance, who had heard of his books and dared to pretend knowledge of them, monopolized him for 10 minutes. A little tactful kindness managed her easily, while he watched the door where LeVallon had disappeared with Kilkoff, and through which Nyan might any moment now enter. Already his thoughts framed these two together in a picture. His heart saw them playing hand in hand among the flowers of the hidden valley, one flying, the other following, a radiance of sunny fire and a speed of lifting winds about them both, yet he himself, oddly enough, not far away. He, too, was somehow with them. While listening with his mind to what Miss Lance was saying, his heart went out playing with this splendid pair. He would not lose her finally, it seemed. Some subtle kinship held them together in this trinity. The heart in him played wild against the mind. He caught Debenham's eye upon him, and a sudden smile that Miss Lance fortunately appropriated to herself ran over his too thoughtful face. For Debenham's attitude toward the case, his original notes, his obvious concealment of experiences in the Jura Mountains, flashed across him with a flavor of something half comic, half pathetic. With all that knowledge, with all the accumulation of data, Paul stops short of wonder, he thought to himself, his eyes fixed solemnly upon Miss Lance's face. He remembered Coleridge. All knowledge begins and ends with wonder, But the first wonder is the child of ignorance, while the second wonder is the parent of adoration. 1,000 years, and the dear fellow will still regard adoration as hysteria. He chuckled audibly, to his companion's surprise, since the moment was not appropriate for chuckling. Making his peace with his neighbor, he presently left her for a position nearer to the door, Father Collins providing the opportunity. Father Collins, as he was called, half affectionately, half in awe, as of a parent with a cane, was an individual. He had been evangelical, high church, Anglican, Roman Catholic in turn, and finally Buddhist. Believing in reincarnation, he did not look for progress in humanity. The planet resembled a form at school. Individuals passed into it and out of it, but the average of the form remained the same. The fifth form was always the fifth form. Earth's history showed no advance as a whole, though individuals did. He looked forward, therefore, to no utopia, nor shared the pessimism of the thinkers who despaired of progress. A man of intense convictions, yet open mind, he was not ashamed to move. Before the Buddhist phase, he had been icily agnostic. He thought, but also he felt. He had vision and intuition. He had investigated for himself. His mind was of the imaginative scientific order. Buddhism, his latest phase, attracted him because it was a scientific, logical system rather than a religion based on revelation. He belonged eminently to the unstable. He found no resting place. He came to the meetings of the society to listen rather than to talk. His net was far flung, catching anything and everything in the way of new ideas, experiments, theories, beliefs, especially powers. He tested for himself, then accepted or discarded. The more extravagant the theory, the greater its appeal to him. Behind a grim, even a repulsive ugliness, he hid a heart of milk and honey. In his face was nobility, yet something slovenly ran through it like a streak. He loved his kind and longed to help them to the light. Although a rolling stone, spiritually, his naked sincerity won respect. He was composed, however, of several personalities, and hence, since these often clashed, he was accused of insincerity too. The essay that lost him his pulpit and parish, the ever-moving truth or proof impossible, was the poignant confession of an honest intellect where faith and unbelief came face to face with facts. The bishop naturally preferred the room of Father Collins to his company. "I should like you to meet my friend," Fillery mentioned, after some preliminary talk. "He would interest you. You might help him, possibly." He mentioned a few essential details. "Perhaps you will call one day, you know my address, and make his acquaintance. His mind, owing to his lonely and isolated youth, is tabula rasa. For the same reason, a primitive nature is his deity." Father Collins raised his bushy dark eyebrows. "I took note of him the moment he came in," he replied. "I was wondering who he was, and what. I'll come one day with pleasure. The innocence on his face surprised me. Is he, may I ask it, friend or patient?" "Both." "I see," said the other, without hesitation. He added, "You are experimenting?" "Studying. I should value the help, the view of a religious temperament." Father Collins looked grim to ugliness. The touch of nobility appeared. "I know your ideals, Dr. Fillery. I know your work," he said gruffly. "In you lies more true religion than in 1,000 bishops. I should trust your treatment of an unusual case. If," he added slowly, "I can help him, so much the better." He then looked up suddenly, his manner as if galvanized. "Unless he can perhaps help us." The words struck Fillery on the raw, as it were. They startled him. He stared into the other's eyes. "What makes you think that? What do you mean exactly?" Father Collins returned his gaze unflinchingly. He made an odd reply. "Your friend," he said. "Looks to me like a man who might start a new religion. Nature, for instance. Back to nature being, in my opinion, always a possible solution of over-civilization and its degeneracy." The streak of something slovenly crept into the nobility, smudging it, so to speak, with a blur. Dr. Fillery for a moment waited, listening with his heart. "And find 1,000,000 followers at once," continued the other, as though he had not noticed. "His voice, his manner, his stature, his face, but above all, something he brings with him. Whatever his nature, he's a natural leader. And a sincere, unselfish leader is what people are asking for nowadays." His black bushy eyebrows dropped, darkening the grim, clean-shaven face. "You noticed, of course, the women's eyes," he mentioned. "It isn't, you know, so much what a man says, nor entirely his looks, that excite favor or disfavor with women. It's something he emanates, unconsciously. They can't analyze it, but they never fail to recognize it." Fillery moved sideways a little so that he could watch the inner studio better. The discernment of his companion was somewhat unexpected. It disconcerted him. All his knowledge, all his experience, clustered about his mind as thick as bees, yet he felt unable to select the item he needed. The sunshine upon his inner valley burned a brighter fire. He saw the flowers glow. The wind ran sweet and magical. He began to watch himself more closely. "Love alone is an interesting being," he admitted finally. "But you make big deductions, surely. A mind like yours," he added, "must have its reasons." "Power," replied the other promptly. "Power. The earlier generations," said Emerson, "saw God face to face. We through their eyes. Why should not we also enjoy an original relation to nature? Your friend has this original relation, I feel. He stands close, terribly close, to nature. He brings open spaces even into this bargain sale." He drew a deep breath. "There is a power about him." "Perhaps," interrupted the other. "Not of this earth." "You mean that literally?" "Not of this earth quite, not of humanity, so to speak," repeated Father Collins, half irritably, as though his intelligence had been insulted. "That's the best way I can describe how it strikes me. Ask one of the women. Ask Nyan, for instance. Whatever he is, your friend is elemental." Like a shock of fire, the unusual words ran deep into Fillery's heart, but at that same instant a stirring of the figures beyond the door caught his attention. His main interest revived. The inner door of the private studio, he thought, had opened. "Elemental," he repeated, his interest torn in two directions simultaneously. He looked at his companion keenly, searchingly. "You, a man like you, does not use such words." He kept an eye upon the inner studio. "Without meaning," the other caught him up at once. "No, I mean it. Nor do I use such words idly to a man, Fillery, like you." He stopped. "He has what you have," came the quick, blunt statement. "Only in your case it's indirect, while in his it's direct, essential." They looked at each other. The two minds, packed with knowledge and softened with experience of their kind, though from different points of view, met each other fairly. A bridge existed. It was crossed. Few words were necessary, it seemed. Each understood the other. "Elemental," repeated Fillery, his pulse quickening half painfully. At which instant he knew the inner door had opened. Nyan had come in. The same instant almost she had gone out again. So quick indeed was the interval between her appearance and disappearance that Fillery's version of what he then witnessed in those few seconds might have been ascribed by a third person who saw it with him to his imagination largely. Imaginative, at any rate, the version was. Whether it was on that account unreal is another matter. The swift, tiny scene, however, no one witnessed but himself. Even Debenham, unusually alert with professional anxiety, missed it, as did also the watchful Lady Gleason, whom jealousy made clairvoyant almost. Kilcoff and LeVallon, standing sideways to the door, were equally unaware that it had opened, then quickly closed again. None saw, apparently, the radiant, lovely outline. It was a curtained door leading out of the far end of the inner studio into a passage which had an exit to the street. Fillery was so placed that he could see it over his companion's shoulder. Kilcoff, LeVallon, and the little group about them stood in his direct line of sight against the dark background of the curtain. The light in this far corner was so dim that Fillery was not aware the curtain door had swung open until he actually saw the figure of Nyan Kilcoff framed suddenly in the clear space, the white passage wall behind her. She wore gloves, hat and furs, having come evidently straight from the street. 10 seconds, perhaps 20, she stood there, gazing with a sudden fixed intensity at LeVallon, whose figure, almost close enough for touch, was sideways to her, the face in profile. She stopped abruptly, as though a shock ran through her. She remained motionless. She stared, an expression in her eyes as of life momentarily arrested by wild, glorious, intense surprise. The lips were parted. One gloved hand still held the swinging curtain door. To Fillery it seemed as if a flame leapt into her eyes. The entire face lit up. She seemed spellbound with delight. This leap of light was the first sign he witnessed. The same second her eyes lifted a fraction of an inch, changed their focus, and, gazing past LeVallon, looked straight across the room into his own. In his mind, at that instant, still rang the singular words of Father Collins. In his heart still hung the picture of the flowered valley. It was across this atmosphere the eyes of the girl flashed their message like a stroke of lightning. It came as a cry, almost a cry for help, an audible message whose syllables fled down the valley, yearning sweet, yet a tone of poignant farewell within the following wind. It was a moment of delicious joy, of exquisite pain, of a blissful, searching dream beyond this world. He stood spellbound himself a moment. The look in the girl's big, eloquent eyes threatened a cherished dream that lay too close to his own life. He was aware of collapse, of ruin. That old peculiar anguish seized him. He remembered her words in Baker Street a few days before. "Please bring your friend," the accompanying pain they caused, and now he caught the echo on that following wind along the distant valley. The cry in her eyes came to him. "Why, oh why do you bring this to me? It must take your place. It must put out you." The reasoning and the inspirational self in him knew this momentary confusion as the cry fled down the wind. "Oh follow, follow, through the cavern's hollow, as the song floats, thou pursue, where the wild bee never flew." The curtain door swung to again. The face and figure were no longer there. Nyan had withdrawn quickly, noticed by none but himself. She had gone up to make herself ready for her father's guests. In a few minutes she would come down again to play hostess as her custom was. It was so ordinary. It was so dislocating. For at that moment it seemed as if all the feminine forces of the universe, whatever these may be, focused in her, and poured against him their concentrated stream to allure, enchant, subdue. He trembled. He remembered Debenham's admission of the panic sense. "It's the air," said a voice beside him. "All this tobacco smoke and scent, and no ventilation." Father Collins was speaking, only he had completely forgotten that Father Collins was in the world. The steadying hand upon his arm made him realize that he had swayed a moment. "The perfume chiefly," the voice continued. "All this cheap, nasty stuff these women use. It's enough to sicken any healthy man. Nobody knows his own smell, they say." He laughed a little.
Collins was tactful. He talked on easily of nothing in particular, so that his companion might let the occasion slip or comment on it as he wished. "Worse than incense." Fillery gave him the clue, perhaps intentionally, certainly with gratitude. He made an effort. He found control. "It intoxicates the imagination, doesn't it?" That note of sweet farewell still hung with enchanting sadness in his brain. He still saw those yearning eyes. He heard that cry, and yet the conflict in his nature bewildered him, as though he found two persons in him, one weeping while the other sang. Father Collins smiled, and Fillery then knew that he, too, had seen the girl framed in the doorway, intercepted the glance as well. No shadow of resentment crossed his heart as he heard him add, "She, too, perhaps belongs elsewhere." The phrase, however, brought to his own personal dream the conviction of another understanding mind. "As you yourself do, too," was added in a thrilling whisper suddenly. Fillery turned with a start to meet his eye. "But where?" "That is your problem," said Father Collins promptly. "You are the expert, even though you think, mistakenly, that your heart is robbed." His voice held the sympathy and tenderness of a woman taught by suffering. The nobility was in his face again, untarnished now. His words, his tone, his manner caught Fillery in amazement. It did not surprise him that Father Collins had been quick enough to understand, but it did surprise him that a man so entangled in one formal creed after another, so netted by the conventional thought of various religious systems, and therefore stuffed with old, rigid, commonplace ideas, it did indeed surprise him to feel this sudden atmosphere of vision and prophecy that abruptly shone about him. The extravagant, fantastic side of the man he had forgotten. "Where?" he repeated, gazing at him. "Where indeed?" "Where the wild bee never flew, perhaps." Father Collins's eyebrows shot up as though worked by artificial springs. His eyes, changing extraordinarily, turned very keen. He seemed several persons at once. He looked like, contradictory description, a spiritual Jesuit. The ugly mouth, thank heaven, thought Fillery, showed lines of hidden humor. His sanity, at any rate, was unquestioned. Father Collins watched the planet with his soul, not with his brain alone. But which of his many personalities was now in the ascendancy, no man, least of all himself, could tell. His companion, the expert in him automatically aware of the simultaneous eruption and disruption, waited almost professionally for any outburst that might follow. Arcade Zambo, he reflected, making a stern attempt to keep his balance. "The subconscious, remember, doesn't explain everything," came the words. "Not everything," he added with emphasis. "As with heredity," he looked keenly, half humorously, half sympathetically at the doctor, "there are gaps and lapses. The recent upheaval has been more than an intertribal war. It was a planetary event. It has shaken our nature fundamentally, radically. The human mind has been shocked, broken, dislocated. The prevalent hysteria is not an ordinary hysteria, nor are the new powers, perhaps, quite ordinary either." "Mental history repeats itself," Fillery put in, now more master of himself again. "Unbalance has always followed upheaval. The removal of known, familiar foundations always lets in extravagance of wildest dissatisfaction, search and question." "Upheaval of this kind," rejoined the other gravely, "there has never been since human beings walked the earth. Our fabulous old world trembles in the balance." And as he said it, the dreamer shone in the light below the big black eyebrows, noticed quickly by his companion. "Old ideals have been smashed beyond recovery. The gods men knew have been killed, like Tommy in the trenches.
The past is likewise dead, its dreams of progress buried with it by a Black Maria. The human mind and heart stand everywhere empty and bereft, while their hungry and unanswered questions search the stars for something new. "Well, well," said Fillery gently, half stirred, half amused by the odd language. "You may be right, but mental history has always shown a desire for something new after each separate collapse. Signs and wonders are a recurrent hunger, remember. In the days of Abraham, of Paul, of Moses, it was the same." "Questions today," replied the other, "are based on an immense accumulated knowledge unknown to Moses or to Abraham's time. The phenomenon, I grant you, is the same, but the shock, the dislocation, the shattering upheaval comes in the 20th century upon minds grounded in deep scientific wisdom. It was formerly a shock to the superstitious ignorance of intuitive feeling merely. Today it is organized scientific knowledge that meets the earthquake." "You mentioned gaps and lapses," said Fillery, deeply interested, but still half professionally perhaps in spite of his preoccupations. "You think perhaps those gaps—" One eye watched the inner studio. The unstable in him gained more and more the upper hand. "I mean," replied Father Collins, now fairly launched upon his secret hobby, evidently his qualification for membership in the society, "I mean, Edward Fillery, that the time is ripe, if ever, for a new revelation. If man is the only type of being in the universe, well and good. We see his finish plainly, for the war has shown that progress is a myth. Man remains, in spite of all conceivable scientific knowledge, a savage of low degree, irredeemable, and intellect as a reconstructive force, but of small account." "It seems so, I admit." "But if," Father Collins said as calmly as though he spoke of some new food or hygienic treatment merely, "if mankind is not the only life in the universe, if, for instance, there exist, and why not, other evolutionary systems besides our own, somewhat trumpery type, other schemes and other beings, perhaps parallel, perhaps quite different, perhaps in more direct contact with the sources of life, a purer emanation, so to speak." He hesitated, realizing perhaps that in speaking to a man of Edward Fillery's standing he must choose his words, or at least present his case convincingly, while aware that his inability to do so made him only more extravagant and incoherent. "Yes, quite so," Fillery helped him, noting all the time the suppressed intensity, the half-concealed conviction of an idée fixe behind the calmness, while the balance of his own attention remained concentrated on the group about LeVallon. "If, as you suggest, there are other types of life—" He spoke encouragingly. He had noticed the slovenly streak spread and widen, breaking down, as it were, the structure of the face. He was aware also of the increasing insecurity in himself. "Now is the moment," cried the other. "Now is the time for their appearance." He turned as though he had hit a target unexpectedly. "Now," he repeated, "is the opportunity for their manifestation. The human mind lies open everywhere. It is blank, receptive, ready. On all sides it waits ready and inviting. The gaps are provided. If there is any other life, it should break through and come among us now." Fillery, startled, withdrew for the first time his attention from that inner room. With keen eyes he gazed at his companion. With an abrupt, unpleasant shock it occurred to him that all he heard was borrowed, filched, stolen out of his own mind. Before words came to him, the other spoke. "Your friend," he mentioned quietly, but with intentional significance, "and patient." LeVallon! But it was at this moment that Nyan Kilcoff, entering again without her hat and furs, had moved straight to the piano, seated herself, and began to sing. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Bright Messenger by Algernon BLACKWOOD. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Bright Messenger, Chapter 15. To retail the following scene as Dr. Fillery saw it in detail is not necessary, the sequence of acts, of physical events being already known. The reactions of his heart and mind, however, have importance. What he felt, thought, hoped, and feared, what he believed as well, his point of view, in a word, remain essential. Edward Fillery, being what he was, witnessed it from his own individual angle. His mind, with his heredity, his soul, with its mysterious background, these held the glasses to his eyes, adjusting, as with a Zeiss instrument, each eye separately. In his case, the analyst and thinker checked the unstable dreamer with acute exactitude. This was his special gift. He studied himself best while studying others. His sight, moreover, was exceptionally keen, his glasses of consummate workmanship. He saw, it seems, considerably beyond the normal range. He believed, at least, that he did so. He saw, for instance, that the girl, while her fingers ran over the keys before she sang, searched the room and found LeVallon in a second. Following her rapid glance, he took in the picture that she also saw. LeVallon, coffee-cup in hand, before Lady Gleeson, languishing on the divan, and Debenham just beside them. LeVallon was obviously unaware of Lady Gleeson's presence. He had forgotten her existence. Debenham, a floor-walker with nothing particular to do at the moment, looked uncomfortable and ill at ease, scared a little, fearing a scene, a possible outbreak even. The meaning of the group was easily read. The girl herself undoubtedly read it clearly, too. This flashed upon the cinema screen, and Fillery divined it without the help of tedious letterpress. The same instant he was aware that the girl and LeVallon looked for the first time straight into each other's faces, and that both seemed simultaneously caught into the air as though a star had lifted them. Not even a question lay in their clear eyes. It was an instantaneous understanding, so complete and perfect that the expression of happy surprise was too convincing to be missed even by the slow-witted Lady Gleeson. Vanity usually delays intelligence, and her vanity was abnormal. But she saw the expression on the two faces and interpreted it aright. Fillery noticed that she squirmed. She would presently, he felt positive, disappear. Before the singing ended, he had seen her slink away. The song began. He had heard it before, the vagrant's epitaph, sung by the same clear, sweet voice. He had felt his heart stirred by the true simple feeling she put into it. She knew every word and every bar. The music was her own. He loved it. Both words and music awoke in him invariably a picture of his own lost valley, a physical desire to be over the hills and far away with the homeless liberty of winds and stars and waters, and at the same time its spiritual equivalent, a yearning that the race should discover the immense fair region of its greater hidden self, and enjoy its new powers without restraint. All this was familiar to him. But now, as she sang, there came another, deeper meaning that sublimated the essential spirit of it, lifting it out of the known ditch of space and time. Never yet had he heard such yearning passion, such untold desire in her voice. The physical vagrancy changed subtly, exquisitely, to a symbol of a vaster meaning, a spiritual vagrancy that suddenly captured him in bitter pain. Love could not hold him, duty forged no chain. As he listened to the sweetness struck him between the joints of armor he had not realized before was so insecurely bound about him. The anguish of lonely souls, alien among their kind, hungry for companionship they might not find, unclothed, uncared for, desired of none and understanding none, this rose tumultuously in his blood. The wide seas and the mountains called him. The words and music pierced him like a flame. Revel might hold him for a little space. Her voice made it sound like a description of man's brief moment on the whirling planet, tasting adventure with men and women, playing a moment with love and hope and fear, till, turning past the laughter and the lamps, he heard that other summons at the door. The bigger version, this deeper meaning, caught at him with power as he heard the song in the sweet, familiar voice, and realized in a flash that what he felt faintly, Love alone felt terrifically. His own detachment was a pose, a shadow, at best a bodiless yearning. In Love alone it was a reality of consuming fire. Also, it was an explanation of the girl's own singular aloofness from the world of admiring men. Both belonged, as Father Collins put it, elsewhere. He watched them. LeVallon's eyes, he saw, remained fixed and motionless on the singer. Her own did not leave the notes for a single moment. The words and music poured into the room like a shower of dancing silver. The personality of the girl flowed out with them to meet the newly found companion they addressed. An extraordinary thing then happened. To Fillery it almost seemed that there formed then and there between them a new vehicle, as it were, a body, that gave expression to their own great secret. Something in each of them, unable to manifest through their minds, their brains, their earthly bodies, formed for itself an elastic, subtle vehicle, using the sound, the words, the feeling for this purpose, and as literally as a human spirit uses the familiar physical body for its manifestation. The experience was amazing, but it was real. He watched it carefully. In the room about him, formed on the waves of this sweet singing, shaped by feeling that found normally no other expression, inspired by emotions, yearnings, desires alien to their normal kind, these two created between them a new vehicle or body that could and did express all this. They heard that other summons at the door, and they were off. Yet he too heard the summons, and in the depths of his being he answered to it. His essential weakness, wearing the guise of strength, rose naked. These thoughts and feelings lay unexpressed perhaps, too deep actually, too remote from any experience he had yet known, to find actual words, even in his mind. What did find expression, in thought at any rate, was that, before his very eyes, he witnessed the transfiguring change come over Nyan. Like some flower that has been growing in the shade, then meets the flood of sunshine for the first time, she knew a fresh tide of life sweep over her entire being. She seemed to blossom, breaking almost into flower and fruit before his very eyes, as though sun and wind brought her into a sudden bloom of exquisite maturity. He was aware of rich, deep purple, the faint gold of fruits and flowers, the creamy softness of a rose, the amber of wild grapes bathed in sparkling dew. The luscious promise of the spring matured about her whole presentment into full summer glory. And it was the sun and wind of Love Alone's enigmatic, stimulating presence close to her that caused the miracle. The essential flower of her life poured forth to meet his own, as he had always felt it must. Love Alone's was the mighty wind that lifted her, was the sun in whose heat she basked, expanded, soared. She experienced a strange increase of her natural vitality and being. Her consciousness knew an abrupt intensification. The signs, in that brief moment, were as clear to Fillery's divining heart as though he read them in black printed letters on a page of whitest paper. He knew the cipher and the code. He watched the signals flash. They had not even spoken, yet the relationship was established beyond doubt. He witnessed the first exchange. The wireless message of joy and sympathy that flashed, he intercepted. Through his extremely rapid mind, as he watched, poured memories, reflections, judgments in concentrated form, yet calmly, steadily, though against a background of deep and troubled emotion. There seemed actually a disruption of his personality. Father Collins, standing beside him, divined nothing, he believed, of his agitation, standing, mere figure of a man, listening to the music with attentive pleasure. At least he gave no outward sign. The song drew to its close. Once Nyan raised her eyes, instantly finding those of LeVallon across the room, then shifting again for a fleeting second with a rapidly changing focus to his own. He met them without a quiver. He caught again her tender, searching question. He sent no answer back. In his own heart burned, however, a score of questions that beat against his soul for answers. What was it that each had found thus intuitively within the other? Was it her maternal instinct only that was reached, as with all other men hitherto? Was it at last the woman in her that leapt towards its own divine creative sun? Or was it that hidden, nameless aspect of her which had never yet found a vehicle for manifestation among her own kind, and had therefore remained hitherto unexpressed, bodiless? The answer to this he found easily enough. No jealousy stirred. Pain for himself had been long ago uprooted. Yet pain of a kind he felt. Would LeVallon injure, drag her down, bring suffering, perhaps of an atrocious sort, into her hitherto so innocent life? Was she yet qualified to withstand the fierce fire, the rushing wind that the full force of his strange nature must bring to bear upon her? His questions went prophesying, flying like swift birds to such great distances that no audible answers could return. His pain, at any rate, chiefly was for her. He divined that she was frightened, yet exhilarated before the unexpected apparition of an unusual presence. Accustomed to smaller jets of admiration from smaller men, this deep flood overwhelmed her. This motionless figure watching her among the shadows, listening to her singing, devouring her beauty with an innocence, power, worship she had never yet encountered. Could she, Fillery asked herself, withstand its elemental flood and not be broken by its waves? For at the back of all his questions, haunting his prophecies, filling his hopes and fears with substance, stood one outstanding certainty. The motionless figure in the shadows was not LeVallon. It was N.H. The thing he had expected had now happened. Instinctively, he turned to find his colleague. For what followed, Fillery, of course, was as unprepared as anyone. In some way, difficult to describe, the whole thing had a strangely natural, almost an inevitable touch. The exaggeration that others felt he was not conscious of. He never for a single moment lost his head. The wonder of the elemental violence appealed and stimulated without once touching the sense of fear, much less of panic in him. Searching for Debenham's familiar figure, he found it in the seat that Lady Gleeson had vacated shortly before, but the face turned away towards the inner room so that it was not possible to catch his eye. It was an attentive, critical, almost anxious expression his chief surprised, and while a faint smile perhaps flitted across his own mouth, he became aware that Father Collins, he had again completely forgotten his proximity, was staring with a curious intentness at him. The same instant the song came to an end. Into the brief pause of a second before the applause burst forth, Father Collins's voice was suddenly audible in his ear. "LeVallon's gone," Fillery was saying to himself. "N.H. is in control," when his neighbor's words broke in. The two sentences were simultaneously in his mind. "A man in his own place is the ruler of his fate." And Fillery's astonishment was only equaled by the fact that the grim face was soft with sympathy, and that in the eyes shone moisture that was close to tears. Before he could reply, however, the applause burst forth, making an uproar against which no voice could possibly contend. The subsequent events, following so swiftly, made rejoinder equally out of the question, nor did he see Father Collins again that evening. These Fillery witnessed much as already described through Debenham's eyes. The storm, the panic took place as told. Yet a detail here and there belonged to Fillery's version, for they were a part of his own being. He had, for instance, a warning that something was about to happen, although warning seems not quite the faithful word. He saw the valley for one fleeting second, the three familiar figures, Nyan, NH himself, flying through the bright sunshine before a wind that stirred a million flowers. In the farthest possible background of his mind it shone an instant. The shutter dropped again, it vanished. Yet enough to set him on the alert. Into the air about him, into his heart as well, fell an exhilarating and immense refreshment. It rose, as it were, from the most deeply submerged portion of his own hidden being, now stirred, even actually summoned into activity. The shutter meanwhile rose and fell and rose again. The valley reappeared and vanished, then reappeared again. For the truth came smashing against him, smashing his being open and bursting the doors of his carefully instructed, carefully guarded nature. The doors flung from their hinges, and a blinding light poured in and flooded the strangest possible hidden corners. He saw what followed with an accuracy of observation impossible to anyone else, with an intimate sympathy the others could not feel, because he himself took part in the entire scene. But the scene, for him, was not the Chelsea studio with its tobacco smoke and perfume. It was the Caucasian valley whence his own blood derived. Clean, fragrant winds swept past him across mighty space. The walls melted into distances of forest and mountain peaks. The ceiling was a dome of stainless blue. The floor ran deep in flowers. A drenching sunshine of crystal purity bathed the world. It was across bright emerald turf that he saw NH dance forward like a wind of power, cry with a joyful, resonant voice to the radiant girl who stood laughing, half hiding, yet at the same time beckoning that she should fly with him. He caught and lifted her, her hair, the whiteness of her skin, flashing in the sun like some marvelous bird in the act of taking wing. For before he had touched her, she leapt through the air to meet his outstretched arms. Yet one hand, one silvery arm, waved towards himself, towards Fillery. Their fingers met and clasped. The three of them, three dancing, free and joyful figures, fled like the wind across the enormous mountains, but fled, he knew beyond all question, home. He saw this in the space of those few seconds in which Nyan was swung over the youth's shoulders beside the piano. The two scenes ran parallel, as it were, before his eyes, outer and inner sight keeping equal pace together. His balance and judgment here were never once disturbed. In the studio, he had just introduced LeVallon to the girl, and the latter had caught her up. In the valley, she had leapt into his arms, and the three of them were off. It was this inner interpretation, keeping always level pace with what was happening outwardly, that furnished Fillery with the hint of an astounding explanation. The figure in the valley, it flashed to him, was, of course, NH in all his natural splendor, but a figure unknown surely to all records of humanity as such. Here danced and sang a happy, radiant being, by whom the limitations of the human species were not experienced, even if the species were familiar to him at all. A being from another system, another evolution, an elemental being, whose ideal, development, mode of existence were not those of men and women. NH was not a human being, a human soul, a human spirit. He belonged elsewhere and otherwise. Under the guise of LeVallon he had drifted in. He inhabited LeVallon's frame. In the studio, at this instant, Fillery heard him using the singular words already noted, and in the studio they sounded, indeed, senseless, foolish, even mad. It was, he realized, an attempt to stammer in human language some meaning that lay beyond, outside it. In the valley, however, and at the same moment, they sounded natural and true. The evolutionary system to which NH belonged, from which he had in some as yet unknown manner passed into humanity, but to which, though almost entirely forgotten, he yearned with his whole being to return, this other system had, it seemed, its own conditions, its own methods of advance, its ideals and its duties. Were then its inhabitants, This flashed upon him in the delicious wind and sunshine. The workers in what men call the natural kingdoms, the builders of form and structure, the directing powers that express themselves through the elemental energies everywhere behind the laws of nature. Was this their tireless and wondrous service in the planet, in the universe itself? N.H. called the girl to service, not to personal love. Alone, cut off from his own kind, alien and derelict amid the conditions of a humanity strange, perhaps unknown to him, he sought companionship where he could. Drawn instinctively to the more impersonal types, such as Fillery and the girl, he felt there the nearest approach to what he recognized as his own kind. Their ideal of selfless service was a beacon that he understood. He would return to his own kingdom, carrying them both with him. From somewhere, at any rate, this all flashed into his too willing mind. At which second precisely in Fillery's valley vision Kilcoff entered, and, yet before he could take action, the lightning struck and the sudden explosion of the ferocious storm blackened out both the outer and the inner scene. The shock of elemental violence, the astounding revelation as well that an entirely new type had possibly come within his ken, this combined with the emotional disturbance caused by the change produced in Nyan, seemed enough to upset the equilibrium of even the most balanced mind. The darkness added its touch of helplessness besides. Yet Fillery never for a moment lost his head. Two natures in him, cause of his radical instability, merged for a moment in amazing harmony. The panic now dominating all about him seemed so small a thing compared to the shattering discovery life had just offered to him. Across it, finding his way past kneeling women and shrieking girls, drenched to the skin by the flood of entering rain, moving over splintered glass, he found the figure he sought, as though by some instinctive sympathy. They came together in the darkness. Their hands met easily. A moment later they were in the street, and N.H.'s instinctive terror amid the sheets of falling water, an element hostile to his own natural fire, made it a simple matter to get him home in Lady Gleason's motor car. End of chapter 15.